Having traversed into the world of Naruto, I find myself commencing my journey by capturing the heart of the goddess Tsunade. What? In the realm of Naruto, one can actually wield thunder breathing? Is this? Could be Zanpakutō. Chapter 1. The First Spark of Lightning, Year 17 of Konoha, late spring. The 6-year-old Uchiha Morning Star diligently studies the fire release ninjutsu scrolls within the clan's library. A faint azure, translucent light curtain, accompanied by a mechanical electronic voice, materializes before him. Ding, the multiverse achievement system has been successfully bound. Distributing the initial binding gift package. Acquired thunder breathing technique. Acquired Zanpakutō shallow strike, now stored in the system space. Acquired chakra control manual. As a wave of dizziness engulfs him, a flood of memories surges into Uchiha Morningstar's mind. He groans softly, clutching his head as he collapses to the ground. Memories from his previous life flicker through his mind like a revolving lantern, finally settling on the shadowless lights of an operating table. Have I truly crossed over? Uchiha Morningstar organizes the memories swirling in his mind. I've unexpectedly found myself in the world of Naruto, an orphan. How intriguing. System, since this is the Naruto world, what on earth are Thunder Breathing and Zanpakutō doing here? Aren't those items from Demon Slayer and Bleach? Are you certain they can be utilized here? Ding, please rest assured, host. The rewards distributed by the system are absolutely usable. That's reassuring. Since I am here, I shall make myself at home. It seems I must now live in this world. The following noon, Uchiha Morningstar practices shuriken, throwing in the forest bordering the clan's territory. A girl with pale golden hair suddenly intrudes upon Uchiha Morningstar's training area, toppling his target stand. Hey, Uchiha brat, have you seen a man in a brown vest? He owes 3 million ryo to the gambling house. Uchiha Morningstar glances at the Senju clan emblem on her clothing and, upon observing her features, easily recognizes her as the character Tsunade, his favorite heroine from his previous life. To his surprise, this goddess of the Naruto world was a beauty even in her youth. What's this? The princess of the Senju clan playing ninja games? Surely, you needn't be so reckless. A playful spirit awakens within Uchiha Morningstar, prompting him to tease the goddess of Naruto. What did you say? Tsunade instantly erupts in anger. Simultaneously, a faint azure system interface materializes before Uchiha Morningstar, flashing a dangerous alert, as 3 glimmering poison darts suddenly appear in the woods behind Tsunade. Duck! In a moment of life and death, his Sharingan activates automatically, as the poison darts narrowly graze the girl's flowing golden hair, embedding themselves in a tree and releasing a cloud of purple-black toxic smoke. Uchiha Morningstar prepares to form hand seals to unleash a fire release attack towards the origin of the darts, only to have Tsunade grasp his wrist firmly. Cough, cough. This is the purple juniper poison from the Rain Village. You cannot use fire release, or it will ignite the toxic mist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more poison darts hurtle towards the pair, prompting them to retreat rapidly. 3 individuals clad in gas masks leap from the treetops, launching a fierce assault against the 2 children. How could these 2 mere children hope to contend against them? They can only barely fend off the attacks while making their escape. The sound of rushing water echoing from below the cliff reveals their dire predicament. They have been cornered at the precipice of the Southie River cliff, and at this moment, one of Morningstar's arms is bent at an unnatural angle, a consequence of his attempt to block a kunai aimed at Tsunade's back. The individual at the forefront was beginning to weave hand signs, and due to excessive use, Morningstar's Sharingan had begun to weep blood. Additionally, the reflection on the water's surface compromised the judgment of his eyes. By the time he became aware, it was already too late. Water-style Water Dragon Bite. A 10-meter-high water dragon lunged towards Morningstar and his companion. Hold on tight to me. Morningstar unsheathed his Zanpakutō and fiercely drove it into the ground, intending to withstand the onslaught of the water dragon. Upon hearing this, Tsunade tightly wrapped her arms around Uchiha Morningstar's waist. Ding! Detection of the host protective will has unlocked the thunder breathing technique in its entirety. The moment the mechanical electronic voice resonated, Morningstar felt a tempest of thunder erupt within his lungs. All the capillaries in his body ignited with brilliant blue arcs of electricity, while his fractured arm was forcibly stabilized by the lightning. He braced himself against the force of the water dragon, clutching Tsunade, whose warm breath brushed against his neck. Hey, your chakra is leaking. The 30-meter-high waterfall roared behind them, as Morningstar focused on the system's illuminated interface. The countdown for the breathing technique pulsated within the interface. The thunder breathing technique enhanced the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, allowing him to discern the trajectory of each droplet of water. Hold on. In the instant the water dragon vanished, Morningstar used a chakra thread to hurl Tsunade towards the distant weeping willow. He then extended his left leg backward, squatted with his right leg, and unleashed a surge of golden lightning throughout his body. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap. Morningstar transformed into a streak of golden lightning, creating spiderweb-like fissures in the ground beneath him. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Through his Sharingan, he witnessed the pupils behind 3 masks simultaneously contract, and the enemy's body disintegrated into ash before it could touch the ground. Medical team, there's someone injured here. Just as Tsunade's voice called out from the riverbank, Morningstar was kneeling on the riverbank, one knee down. The side effects of the thunder breathing technique caused his entire body to ache as if every bone was in agony, yet the achievement notification flashing in the system interface brought a smile to his lips. Achievement unlocked. First battle triumph. Gain permission for shallow strike materialization. Tsunade's affinity 20, current level, concerned. The damp, light golden strands of hair fell over his eyes, and the girl's fingers pressed against his fractured area, using her healing technique to mend his bones. Morningstar was astonished to discover that his chakra was actively repairing his meridians. Why are you going to such lengths to save me? Morningstar gazed into her flushed eyes. The memory of his past life, a despondent figure drowning in alcohol, intertwined with the image of this resolute girl before him. He shook the blood-stained headband in his hand and smiled at her. I just don't want to see you cry. I would never cry for a fool. Tsunade abruptly stood up, her cheeks flushed, extending to her ears. As she turned and ran towards the approaching Umbu, Morningstar noticed her discreetly wipe the corner of her eye. Why does the system interface change to cherry blossom colors whenever Tsunade is near? System detailed interface. Achievement records. First battle triumph. Gain permission for shallow strike materialization. Life and death trust. Tsunade's affinity 20. Elemental awakening. Lightning affinity raised to LV.3. Attribute panel. Chakra amount. 2.5 cards. Average for peers. 0.3 cards. Bloodline limit. Sharingan slash would release. Locked. Breathing technique. Thunder breathing. Currently maintain full concentration for 120 seconds. Rewards awaiting collection. Permission for Zanpakutō materialization. Requires completion of the Bankai comprehension prerequisite. Chakra scalpel. Unlockable after Tsunade personally heals 5 times. Would release? Isn't that a power exclusive to the first Hokage? It's still locked, and I have no idea under what conditions it could be unlocked. Morningstar was escorted back to the Uchiha clan grounds by the arriving Umbu, and upon returning home, he fell into a deep slumber in his bedroom. In his dreams, he beheld a pair of burning kaleidoscopes. Due to the flames, the specific patterns were utterly obscured. Meanwhile, in the system space at the shallow strike's hilt, the inscription Amaterasu appeared. Outside the window, he caught a glimpse of Uchiha Q, holding an intelligence scroll in hand. Chapter 2. The white moonlight of the medical room, the acrid scent of disinfectant in Konoha Hospital was somewhat alleviated by the fragrant wisteria blossoms adorning the windowsill. Tsunade meticulously concentrated her chakra into delicate strands, carefully peeling away the charred skin from the chest of Uchiha Morningstar. Beneath her white medical robe, she still wore the blood-stained attire from the previous day. The unconscious youth on the hospital bed twitched slightly, his muscles trembling with each spasm, sending forth minute arcs of azure lightning that burst into ethereal blue sparks in the waning light of dusk. The night before, Uchiha Morningstar had experienced a sudden surge of lightning affinity chakra, which Tsunade, who had quietly come to check on him, discovered and urgently transported to the hospital. In truth, this was merely the lightning breathing technique being integrated into the Naruto universe. There was no need for a hospital, as the body could gradually heal on its own. Once the integration was complete, individuals in the Naruto world could wield the lightning breathing technique as a standard form of lightning release. However, Tsunade was unaware of this, and neither did Morningstar know. Even if he did, it would be futile, as he was currently in a deep state of unconsciousness. Instrument data, heart rate, 7,240 beats per minute, due to the activation of lightning release. Chakra purity, 987, exceeding the records of Hashirama. Chakra recovery speed was abnormally high, with a cell division rate 30 times that of an ordinary person. The head of the medical team trembled as he held the recording board. This was utterly beyond medical reasoning. Upon hearing this, Tsunade did not lift her gaze, but kept her deep brown eyes fixed on the halo emanating from her medical ninjutsu. She could distinctly observe the lightning affinity chakra surging wildly through Morningstar's meridians. When her fingertips brushed against the region of his heart, a faint purple diamond-shaped mark suddenly materialized. A sealing technique? She paused momentarily, her hand laden with medicinal ointment. No, the structure was more intricate. As she sensed this mark repairing the meridians surrounding Morningstar's heart, Tsunade was struck by inspiration and decided to attempt merging the lightning affinity chakra with her medical ninjutsu to heal his injuries. Before long, Tsunade compressed the lightning release chakra to the thickness of a hair. Pale blue electricity danced upon the youth's charred right arm, and the necrotic skin on his forearm began to visibly peel away and regenerate. Morningstar felt excruciating pain throughout his entire body. His consciousness could clearly perceive the wearied Tsunade treating him. He yearned to rise and implore her to take a break. Yet his consciousness was ensnared in the depths of his mind, utterly unable to control his body. Could this be the end? No. Morningstar screamed inwardly. Ding. Tsunade attempts to combine her medical ninjutsu with lightning release, creating lightning healing technique. Unexpected system feedback. Innovative medical ninjutsu detected, awarding chakra micro-manipulation 15. Upon hearing the system's voice, Morningstar couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Truly, Tsunade was an unparalleled figure in the realm of medical ninjutsu within the Naruto world. Such remarkable medical techniques at her disposal suggested that he would not be dying anytime soon. Suddenly, a crow took flight from outside, and Tsunade keenly caught the sound of rustling fabric at the end of the corridor. The emblem of the Shimura clan flashed momentarily in the twilight. Danzo, what business does that sinister old man have here? Tsunade held little affection for Danzo and regarded the shadowy figure of Konoha with disdain. With a sense of caution, she focused her attention back on treating Morningstar. In Morningstar's mind, golden pages of the chakra control manual unfurled slowly, and numerous glowing diagrams of human meridians floated in the air. A female voice, crackling with static, echoed in his ears. Ding. Chakra control manual unlocked. Would you like to initiate a neural connection? Yes. Ding. Successfully established a mental connection between the host and the chakra control manual. A complex diagram of human meridian structures appeared in Morningstar's mind, and each time his consciousness touched a meridian, a medical illusion would emerge to provide guidance. Oh, quite sophisticated indeed. In the real world, Tsunade's treatment of Morningstar had reached its final stages. The body, scorched by lightning, was nearly restored. Although the chakra within him was still rampaging, it had stabilized significantly and would no longer cause damage to his body and meridians. They simply needed to wait for it to settle completely. Tsunade let out a soft grunt as the lightning affinity chakra in her hand suddenly spiraled out of control, causing her entire arm to be scorched anew. At that critical moment, Morningstar's body instinctively reacted, his right hand grasping Tsunade's wrist. The uncontrolled lightning chakra in her hand immediately calmed, flowing back into Tsunade's body through the meridians. Tsunade stared incredulously at her intact arm. The cells that should have been carbonized rejoiced and rejuvenated in the lightning's embrace. When she trembled and attempted to gather chakra once more, she discovered that her precision of control had increased by a full 15%. That fool, still trying to protect me even in this state. Just as he did when we first met yesterday. Seeing that Morningstar had been nearly treated, Tsunade settled herself on the edge of the bed, vigilantly watching over the boy with closed eyes. Your Highness, you have not rested for 18 hours. Tsunade raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from Morningstar's forehead. Let us wait until this fool's rampaging chakra subsides. As Morningstar remained unresponsive for the time being, Tsunade produced her medical notes to document the day's treatment process. Suddenly, Morningstar seized one of her sleeves, gripping it tightly. Tsunade looked up to find him still in a state of unconsciousness, smiling softly without making any movement. Continuing to jot down her notes. Lightning healing technique. Compressing lightning release chakra to 1,000,000 volts, precisely controlling it to penetrate necrotic cells. Side effects. The treated area will temporarily bear lightning tattoos, with the duration of their fading yet to be observed. The practitioner must possess exceptional control over chakra, otherwise, it may easily spiral out of control and injure oneself. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the window blinds, casting upon Morningstar's face as he gradually awakened. The first sensation that flooded his senses was the fragrant aroma of camellia essential oil, reminiscent of Tsunade's hair. Next, he felt a moist touch on the back of his hand. Tsunade, resting with her head on the bedside, held his hand, her lashes still adorned with dried tears. The bloodied headband had been tied around Morningstar's wrist by Tsunade. As Morningstar's fingers stirred, brushing against Tsunade's golden locks, he attempted to move his stiff neck. Through the window, he observed wild rose branches stretching into the room. Using his chakra, he encouraged the wild roses to grow vigorously, and in an instant, They wove into a floral blanket draped over the young woman's shoulders. Ding. Host's vital signs detected as recovering, granting delayed rewards. Item acquired. Chakra control manual materialized. A parchment scroll revealing the meridian map appeared. Tsunade's bloodied headband certified as bonding item. Defense 10. Acquired bonding item triggers Blessing of the Thousand Hands. Enhancing Jinjutsu resistance and upgrading the Sharingan to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Tsunade's favorability 20. Noteworthy trust. Morning Star was elated. He had upgraded his Sharingan, all thanks to Tsunade. The foolish Tsunade had unknowingly opened her eyes, and Morning Star then noticed that his fingers were still entangled in a strand of her golden hair. Using his recently restored chakra to encourage plant growth, did all Uchiha behave so recklessly? Tsunade chided him playfully. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, and Tsunade instantly regained her aloof demeanor, turning to address the inquiries from the medical team. Morning Star fumbled beneath his pillow for an unfamiliar object. A slightly curled notebook, Tsunade's medical notes from Senju Hashirama. The final page bore the hasty script of the first Hokage. A healer must possess the means of thunderous force. Morning Star gazed at Tsunade's slightly fatigued figure conversing with the medical team, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. Chapter 3. The Mystery of Heritage. After a week of hospitalization and with the assistance of the system, Uchiha Morning Star's body had nearly fully recovered. The stormy weather weighed heavily on the spirits, and within the Uchiha clan's training grounds, the training posts bore numerous new cleaving marks and charred scars. Uchiha Izumi, Morning Star's neighbor and an orphan who had lost her parents in the war, was instructing him on the rhythm of his breathing. Izumi, who was 5 years older than Morning Star and proficient in lightning release, had always regarded him as her younger brother. Your breathing rhythm is off. The wooden sword was suddenly pressed against Uchiha Morning Star's neck. Lightning release should not be activated through sheer brute force. Before the words had even settled, Morning Star swiftly turned and struck the pressure point on Izumi's wrist with the hilt of the sword. Caught off guard by Morning Star's speed, Izumi staggered back, the wooden sword clattering to the ground. With the sound of thunder, the speed of the blade can triple. What kind of wild technique is this? Izumi gazed at Morning Star, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation in her eyes. What wild technique, Sister Izumi? This is called the breath of lightning. Morning Star retorted. A wild technique indeed. Let's see you try again. Breath of lightning, first form, lightning flash. Without giving Izumi a moment to react, Morning Star transformed into a streak of lightning, the tip of the wooden sword poised against the throat of the dawn. Hee, Sister Izumi. Do you still think this is a wild technique? Izumi looked at Morning Star in astonishment. This is not ordinary lightning release. It feels far more potent. This is my self-developed breath of lightning. Would you like to give it a try, Sister Izumi? That won't do. Every ninja's self-developed jutsu is precious. What does that matter? After all, you are my sister. Ding. System task release train at the Uchiha clan training ground to demonstrate the first 3 forms of the breath of lightning reward. Mastery of chakra transformation in water, fire, and earth. The timing of this task release was impeccable. Sister Izumi, watch closely. I shall now demonstrate the first 3 forms. Breath of lightning, first form, lightning flash. Morning Star transformed into a brilliant blue flash, effortlessly severing a wooden post 10 meters away. Returning to her original position, she continued, breath of lightning, second form, rice spirit. Morning Star unleashed 5 horizontal slashes of lightning, the attack range expanding outward in a horseshoe shape, perfect for close-range multi-directional suppression of enemies. Breath of lightning, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. As Morning Star spun around the wooden posts at high speed, she released wave-like bolts of lightning, creating an attack trajectory reminiscent of the buzzing of a swarm of mosquitoes. This technique achieved extensive damage through dense electrical coverage, often used to restrain or exhaust opponents. How was that, Sister Izumi? Did you understand? Impressive. Izumi replied, somewhat dazed, as she had been recording the entire demonstration with her Sharingan. Morning Star then explained the nuances of the breath of lightning to Izumi, encouraging her to try it herself. Ding. System task completed reward. Mastery of chakra transformation in water, fire, and earth. As Morning Star claimed her system rewards, she watched Izumi practice the breath of lightning. Izumi attempted to release lightning attribute chakra using the methods Morning Star had taught her. Breath of lightning, first form, lightning flash. With a single stroke, Izumi attempted to replicate the technique. Though her power, speed, and range could not compare to Morning Star's lightning flash, it was already quite commendable. With diligent practice, she could certainly refine her skills. It must be noted that Izumi possessed remarkable talent. However, due to poor chakra control, a backlash resulted in her hair becoming frizzy. Haha. Sister Izumi has turned into an explosion of hair. Haha. Izumi's face flushed crimson as she pinched Morningstar's ear. If you dare to tell anyone, I will inform Tsunade that you wet the bed. With that, she fled the scene in haste. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi. Have you reviewed the case report for Uchiha Morningstar? All of his physical data surpasses Lord Hashirama's. This child must be entrusted to me for training in the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe flickered with a dim light. Let us discuss this when Kakashi arrives. After all, he is a member of Kakashi's clan. Soon, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Uchiha Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office. These individuals represented the pinnacle of Konoha's leadership. Once seated, Shimura Danzo wasted no time. I believe everyone has seen the report on Uchiha Morningstar. I need not elaborate on what it signifies. Kakashi, I intend to recruit him into the route. What is your opinion? Uchiha Kakashi replied, Danzo, I appreciate your intentions, but Morningstar should not be raised in the shadows. The future of the Uchiha should not dwell in obscurity, but rather illuminate the entire village like sunlight. Danzo was not one to relent easily. He recognized the immense power within Morningstar. Should he not be trained appropriately, there was a risk of him becoming another Uchiha Obito. Kakashi countered, if we strip away the emotions of a ninja, how are we different from the foes we once opposed? Danzo retorted sharply, you. Kakashi continued, Danzo, we both know that a ninja's worth lies not in blind obedience, but in their ability to protect what is important. If Morningstar enters the route, he may lose himself as we did in our missions. His eyes should witness the smiles of comrades, not the bloodshed in darkened rooms. Enough. Sarutobi rapped the table with his pipe. Morningstar is Kakashi's kin, and Kakashi has the right to decide whether he should join the route. Indeed, with Kakashi's guidance, that child should receive proper mentorship. Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at Nara Shikaku. In a few days, the enrollment period for the Ninja Academy begins. Why not allow Morningstar to attend? Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement. Very well, let us permit Morningstar to forge bonds at the academy, thus enabling him to inherit the spirit of the will of fire more swiftly. With this decree from the third Hokage, Danzo's plans were effectively thwarted. Humph, Sarutobi. You will regret this. Danzo stormed out. As he walked back, a shadowy glint flickered in Danzo's eyes. Kakashi, you have forced my hand. Sarutobi addressed the remaining members. All right. Everyone, you may return. Kakashi, stay behind. Now, only the two of them were left in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing at the streets outside. Does Morningstar know about his lineage? Kakashi replied, I prefer to wait until he is older to tell him. Sarutobi cautioned. It is better to inform him sooner to prevent him from being exploited by ill-intentioned individuals. You may leave now. Underneath the cherry blossom tree by the riverbank, Morningstar pondered the battle that had occurred during his first encounter with Tsunade. Why did the Rain Ninja manage to infiltrate without triggering Konoha's sensory barrier? This seems impossible. Morningstar, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Kakashi approached. Clan leader, Morningstar addressed Kakashi with utmost respect. According to the memories of his former self, it was Kakashi who had cared for him as an orphan until he expressed a desire for independence at the age of 6. At which point Kakashi had provided him with a home and ensured he was supplied with food and necessities. I was contemplating why the Rain Ninja could infiltrate Konoha without triggering the barrier. Hearing this, Kakashi smiled. At just 6 years old, you are already considering the village's welfare. It's understandable, given that you are one of the victims. But let's not dwell on that. The village is investigating this matter. Come with me. I have something to discuss. Chapter 4. The promise beneath the cherry blossom tree as the bronze door of the Uchiha shrine closed behind them. Morningstar coughed due to the thick incense. 12 oil lamps illuminated the family tree on the wall, with names outlined in vermilion. Your mother was a half-blood of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, named Senju Haruki. She tragically lost her life during the Nine-Tails sealing due to the beast's rampage. Kakashi's voice resonated, holding a wooden box in his hand. Your father was a jonin of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Heian. He perished on an S-rank mission in the Land of Lightning. These are their relics. Kakashi handed the box to Morningstar. Opening it, Morningstar found a faded piece of Uzumaki clan attire and a necklace resembling the Uchiha clan emblem. Kakashi continued, your father and I were close friends. Thus, after his death, I took you in. Very few know of your heritage, aside from myself and the third Hokage, given your mother's Senju bloodline. Many traditionalists in the clan view the union of Uchiha and Senju as a taboo. If this were to become public knowledge, I fear for your safety. Then why tell me now? Morningstar asked, perplexed. Uchiha Kagami, the talent you have displayed has caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. I fear they may exploit it for their own ends. You have grown, and I share this with you to prepare your mind. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated by those with hidden agendas. Morning Star, understood, clan leader. Thank you for your concern. Uchiha Kagami was quite astonished by the calm demeanor of the 6-year-old Morning Star. Well then, you should return and prepare yourself. In a few days, it will be time for this year's Ninja Academy enrollment. You must attend. Certainly, clan leader. Farewell. As Morning Star departed from the Uchiha shrine, she pondered, targeted by someone with ulterior motives? It's obvious who that person is. It's definitely our 5th Hokage, Danzo. I heard Tsunade mention that Danzo had come to the hospital to observe me secretly. I should ask Tsunade about it. Where to find Tsunade? She searched the gambling den in Konoha. Hey, Tsunade. Luck was on her side. She found her at the first place she checked. There was Tsunade, having lost all her money, being thrown out of the gambling hall. Who would believe that a 7-year-old girl was gambling? It must be said, children in the world of Hokage are rather mature for their age. Upon hearing Morning Star's call, Tsunade turned her gaze toward her, and her previously furious expression transformed into a radiant smile. Morning Star? What brings you here? Tsunade rushed to Morning Star's side. With a cheerful smile, Morning Star replied, I came to find you. I have something to ask. The two girls conversed as they instinctively walked toward the place where they first met. You mentioned that when I was hospitalized, Shimura Danzo came to observe me secretly? Yes. I despise that insidious man. Tsunade exclaimed, shaking her small fist. What made you think of asking about him all of a sudden? Morning Star shook her head helplessly. The clan leader said I have caught his eye. Tsunade gasped. You must be cautious. That man is clearly no good. Indeed, I will be, Morning Star replied with a smile. Before they knew it, they had arrived beneath the cherry blossom tree by the Southie River. How do we end up here? Tsunade asked. What's wrong? Don't you like it here? I find it quite beautiful, Morning Star responded. We almost got killed here. You know, Tsunade said, pouting. True, but it was also how I met you. Morning Star gazed across the river. Hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. Isn't your Uchiha clan supposed to despise our Senju clan? Tsunade averted her gaze, refusing to look at her. But your Senju clan despises our Uchiha clan as well. It's a family feud we cannot escape. Rest assured, one day, I will bridge the gap between our clans and foster peace between the Uchiha and Senju. Morning Star smiled at Tsunade. Tsunade stared at the boy with a sunlit smile, momentarily entranced. She thought that perhaps this person could genuinely achieve such a feat. What do you say? If I succeed, will you marry me and become my wife? Morning Star asked. Tsunade froze for a moment, her face turning bright red. You lewd little rascal. Do you really think I won't hit you? Tsunade raised her fist, ready to strike. Morning Star gently grasped her small fist and said earnestly, I'm serious. Can you consider it? Looking at the boy's earnest face, Tsunade unexpectedly nodded, only to realize what she had done. Her already flushed face turned even redder, steam seemingly rising from her head. Watching this, Morning Star was taken aback, thinking, is this really the Tsunade I remember, who was so violent? She seems more like a blushing princess now. Let us go. I'll walk you home. Morning Star offered. Throughout their journey, Tsunade said nothing, keeping her head down as Morning Star led her toward the Senju clan territory. Just as Morning Star was about to turn away after escorting her home, Tsunade called out. Wait. Tsunade stopped him, turning back. Morning Star felt a quick peck on his forehead from Tsunade before she hurriedly dashed into the Senju compound. Sundara affection level 20, trust and fluttering hearts. As Morning Star walked back to the Uchiha compound, warmth filled his heart. Consider that a victory, he mused. Indeed, a wife must be nurtured from a young age to feel rewarding. Retrieving his Zanpakutō from the system space, Morning Star entered a secluded alley, standing still as if awaiting something. Suddenly, two ninjas clad in umbu attire blocked his path, one in front and the other behind. Indeed, he had just received a system notification moments ago about two potential enemies nearby. To protect Tsunade, he had sent her home. There was no need to guess. These two were undoubtedly members of Danzo's root, not true umbu. How quickly they act. It's been less than 2 hours since the clan leader warned me. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. The emotionless words came from the root member before him. What do you want? You wear umbu attire but lack the insignia. Just that alone gives the Uchiha guard the right to arrest you. Morning Star said, not exaggerating. While the root dressed similarly to umbu, they bore no insignia, and very few knew of their existence. If the Uchiha guard were to capture them, Danzo would have to resort to less than honorable means to extract them. Enough talk. Come with us. The root member advanced toward Morning Star, reaching out menacingly. Ding. System task issued. Eliminate the two members of root. Reward. Shallow release permission. Here it comes. I can finally initiate my Zanpakutō. My apologies, gentlemen. Breath of Lightning, Chapter 5, Mastering the System. Ding. System task completed. Reward, shallow release permission. Zanpakutō name, Amaterasu. Release, incantation. Burn away the falsehoods, Amaterasu. As Morning Star chanted the incantation, black flames entwined around the blade, and the blade's edge revealed a pattern reminiscent of the tomo. He then opened the system interface to examine the details of Amaterasu. Amaterasu ability analysis. Black flame attachment. The flame can be directed through line of sight. Indestructible. Flame pressure manipulation. Can form flame walls and flame spears. Illusory flame refraction. Can distort light with flames to create illusions. ISNT this just like having Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan in hand. System come out. Ding. Amaterasu is not Sasuke's Sharingan. Please rest assured to use it. Morning Star. This isn't about whether or not it's Sasuke's Sharingan. Just look at the Zanpakutō's abilities. Black flame attachment. ISNT that just the Amaterasu from the Mangekyo Sharingan. Flame pressure manipulation. This is clearly a Kagaya technique. Illusory flame refraction. This is definitely an illusion technique from the Sharingan. What differentiates this from Sasuke's Mangekyo? If I awaken my own Mangekyo and gain similar ocular jutsu, won't this Zanpakutō become useless? Ding. Amaterasu is not Sasuke's Sharingan. Please rest assured to use it, host. Morningstar. System, you have a lot of nerve. Ding. Detected that the host is verbally abusing the system with an extremely poor attitude. The system is quite upset and is proceeding to unbind the host while retracting all system rewards. Wait. System, I apologize. Please calm down. You are magnanimous. Don't hold this against me. Ding. Detected that the host's apology is sincere. The system will grant the host another chance. This ancestor truly cannot be scolded or insulted. System, might we consider changing the form of this Zanpakutō? You see, the reward you initially provided is shallow hit, which is the original form of a Zanpakutō without a defined shape. Therefore, might we negotiate a change in form? Ding. Detected that the host wishes to change the form of the Zanpakutō. The system is loading options. Loading. Loading complete. The system provides the following options to the host. Option 1. The host may rely on luck to obtain a reward for changing the Zanpakutō form or receive a new Zanpakutō in future system tasks. Option 2. The host may randomly select a Zanpakutō form at the cost of becoming blind for 72 hours. Option 3. Clear all favorability points Tsunade has for the host, which cannot be raised again, and allow the host to specify a Zanpakutō form to obtain. Option 3 is immediately discarded. After all the effort to win over the goddess to this extent, I cannot let it all go to waste. As for option 1, I don't think I possess such good fortune. System, does this blindness for 72 hours affect both eyes? Ding. Yes. Then, could we perhaps do it one eye at a time? First, the left eye for 72 hours, then the right eye for another 72 hours. Ding. Detected that the host is attempting to exploit a bug. Request will not be acknowledged. But system, this is a random selection after all. The variables are too great. The punishment of simultaneous blindness in both eyes seems rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree? Ding. This is an exception. It will not happen again. Understood. Thank you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Morningstar instantly felt his left eye lose its vision. Ding. The system is currently selecting a new Zanpakutō form for the host. Selecting. Selection complete. Obtain Zanpakutō form. Sleeve white snow. Uchiha Morningstar. Holy smokes. I've struck it rich. It is said that in Bleach, the ice ring is the strongest ice-type Zanpakutō, and sleeve white snow is the most beautiful ice-type Zanpakutō. However, only those who truly understand can discern that sleeve white snow is the pinnacle of ice-type Zanpakutō, both exquisite in appearance and formidable in output. This 72-hour blindness is worth it. Dance sleeve white snow. The blade of the Zanpakutō in Morningstar's hand instantly transformed into a pristine white hue, with the hilt extending silky white ribbons, and the tip exuding a chilling aura that formed an ice blade, while snowflakes drifted around the blade. Morningstar hurriedly accessed the system interface to view the information on sleeve white snow, fearing the system would provide him with a diluted version. Core abilities of sleeve white snow. Absolute low temperature. Instantly freezes the target upon contact in both physical and chakra aspects. 3 stages of dance. First dance, moonlit white. Second dance, white ripple. Third dance, white blade. Ice and snow domain. Expands a freezing domain centered on oneself. Bankai, not unlocked. Release command. Bankai, white mist punishment. Bankai form. A massive ice crystal ring descends from the sky, encasing the wielder in ice armor, their hair turning pure white, and an ice flower totem unfolding beneath their feet. Core abilities of Bankai. Absolute zero domain. All molecular movement halts within a 1 kilometer radius. Ice Blossom Collapse Ring. Guides the ice ring to slice through space via the sword. Final scene. White Mist Severing. Releases a cross-shaped ice crystal shockwave that freezes time and space. Why is there no mention of backlash effects? Ding. The system has removed the backlash from the Zanpakutō. The host can use it with confidence. The system is truly benevolent. Not only is it not a diluted version, but it is also an enhanced version. This is a guaranteed win. Now, with Sleeve White Snow and the Lightning Breath Sharingan, I can consider myself to possess cinematic-level strength. The depiction of the ninja world during this period in Naruto is far too sparse. If I were to traverse to the era of Naruto and Sasuke, with my understanding of the plot, I could directly eliminate Danzo, presenting a plethora of evidence against him that would leave Hiruzen Sarutobi unable to convict me. Danzo, the old dog, you're spared this time. But beware, the inherently wicked Shimura Danzo, you had better not seek your own demise, or you will truly meet your end. Not even Jesus could save you. Mark my words. Root Headquarters. Danzo sat in the chair, symbolizing his status, transitioning from anticipation to impatience, and now to a grim countenance. He understood that the individuals he dispatched might not return. Useless, unable to handle a mere child. Given the circumstances, Danzo could no longer send anyone else. Originally, he had arranged for someone to forcibly take Uchiha Morningstar, which was a violation of regulations. Now that matters had escalated to this point, he could only accept his misfortune. He had no desire to escalate the situation further. The inherently wicked Uchiha brat. It seems I underestimated you. Chapter 6. The Enrollment Commotion. Time swiftly transitioned to the day of enrollment at the Konoha Ninja School. Tsunade was dragging Uchiha Morningstar as they hurried towards the school. We're going to be late. Why aren't you panicking at all? Tsunade looked at Morningstar with exasperation. At this moment, Morningstar was yawning, appearing as if he had just awakened. In truth, he had not woken up. Tsunade discovered that he was still asleep when she arrived at his home. The result was that Tsunade forcibly pulled him up. Ah, what's the rush? Waiting in line is just waiting anyway. Morningstar replied lazily while still yawning. Upon entering the school gates, several winding lines appeared before them. See, there was no need to come so early. Morningstar maintained his lethargic demeanor. Tsunade retorted, if you had come earlier, you could have registered without waiting in line. But that is still just waiting. The teachers will only start speaking after most have registered. Then they divide the classes, Morningstar reasoned. Tsunade scoffed, I think you're just lazy. The two stepped into the line and began to wait. A boy with spiky white hair stealthily approached, his head sporting a braid resembling a gecko's tail, none other than Jiraiya. Jiraiya squatted down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, while his fingers stealthily tugged at the hem of Tsunade's skirt. Oh no! Tsunade's startled cry made Morningstar turn around, revealing safety shorts emblazoned with the Senju clan emblem. Jiraiya's gaze traveled up the girl's leg, ultimately landing on her tightly clenched fist, which was making a cracking sound. Perverted scoundrel, die! Tsunade punched Jiraiya, sending him flying. A pale-skinned boy, with a white snake coiled around his ankle, sidestepped to avoid the incoming Jiraiya. It was Orochimaru. Jiraiya rubbed his face, staggering to his feet. So beautiful yet so violent. Be careful, or you might never get married. You scoundrel! Tsunade made to strike again, but was stopped by Morningstar. Whether she can marry or not is none of your concern, because I will marry her in the future. This is the first and last time. If I ever catch you harassing Tsunade again, I will kill you. As he spoke, Morningstar's 3-Tomo Sharingan activated. Tsunade looked at Morningstar, her cheeks flushed. Ding! Tsunade's favorability, 20, jealousy, and possessiveness. Hearing the system's notification, Morningstar glanced at Tsunade's slightly reddened face and thought, is it really this easy to increase favorability? After the commotion concluded, everyone slowly completed their registrations and were assigned to classes. Tsunade led Morningstar to a seat by the window. This seat is mine. A boy from the Inuzuka clan approached them. His ninja dog bared its teeth and leaped onto the table, just as Morningstar was about to take action. Tsunade's fist was quicker, landing a punch on the dog's head. The ninja dog whined as it embedded itself into the corridor wall, the gust from Tsunade's punch ruffling Morningstar's bangs. Tsunade clenched her fist, glaring at the Hyuga clan members who also intended to claim their spot. This is our seat. Does anyone else want to contest it? Morningstar has begun to harbor concerns regarding his future married life. After a brief commotion, everyone settled into their seats. The practice of vying for seats upon enrollment is tacitly permitted by the school, serving as a preliminary gauge of each individual's character and aptitude, with teachers discreetly observing to avert any unforeseen incidents. A young man clad in a ninja green vest entered the classroom, seemingly around 20 years of age, with a resolute visage and a serious demeanor. Silence, please. Greetings to all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kamado Tanjiro, your future homeroom teacher. I look forward to your cooperation. As today marks your first day of school, and since you are not yet acquainted with one another, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves. Let's begin with you. The teacher gestured towards Tsunade. I am Senju Tsunade. My passion lies in gambling, and I do not particularly despise anything. My aspiration is to become Hokage, like my grandfather and great-grandfather. A collective gasp filled the room. Tsunade's revelation carried significant weight. Being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, I am Uchiha Morningstar. My fondness is for grilled meat, and I harbor a disdain for treacherous individuals. My wish is to fulfill a promise made to someone. As he spoke, he intentionally glanced at Tsunade, who blushed and playfully pinched his arm. My name is Jiraiya. I aspire to be Hokage. My hobbies include writing novels, peeping at women's baths, and defeating all those who look down upon me. A chorus of incredulous exclamations followed. Tsunade remarked, Humph, that white-haired fool is a peeping Tom after all. Morningstar shared her incredulity, realizing that Jiraiya's penchant for peeping had evidently been cultivated from a young age. Orochimaru. His self-introduction was succinct, merely stating his name. One by one, everyone completed their introductions. Kamado Tanjiro announced, All right, let's conclude for today. This afternoon, we shall engage in practical exercises, as I wish to assess your individual capabilities. Class dismissed. Awakened early by Tsunade pulling him from his warm bed, Morningstar was exceedingly fatigued and had hoped to catch up on sleep during the break, only to be dragged out by Tsunade for dumplings instead. There was no alternative. He must indulge his future wife. Tsunade's fondness for dumplings aligned with the Uchiha clan's sweet tooth, establishing a shared interest between them. Morningstar wiped the sugar icing from the corner of Tsunade's mouth with his sleeve as they returned to school together. In the afternoon's practical session, Tsunade was fortunate enough to draw Jiraiya. She clenched her small fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, exuding eagerness to teach this white-haired fool a lesson. The outcome was predictable. Without surprise, Jiraiya was soundly defeated by Tsunade. After performing the reconciliation seal, Tsunade returned to her team. Hey, you fierce princess, I will defeat you. Jiraiya protested vehemently. Very well, I shall await that. Tsunade regarded him with disdain. The practical exercise revealed that this class contained numerous prodigies. All right, for the final match. Uchiha Morningstar versus Senju Chikagatsu. Let us assume our stances. Senju Chikagatsu taunted. Hey, Uchiha brat, I advise you to keep your distance from Princess Tsunade. Uchiha Morningstar frowned. What business is it of yours? Senju Chikagatsu retorted, Umph. Don't you think it's rather presumptuous for a Uchiha to be so close to the Senju princess? She is not someone you can covet. Otherwise, I will make you submit today. Enough chatter. Let our skills do the talking. Morningstar swiftly launched 10 shurikens, to which Senju Chikagatsu quickly responded, blocking them with kunai. However, with a flick of his wrist, Morningstar redirected the shurikens at unexpected angles towards Chikagatsu, showcasing the Uchiha's mastery in shuriken jutsu, controlling their trajectory with nearly imperceptible fine wire. Water release, water barrier. Chikagatsu exclaimed, conjuring a water barrier to deflect the incoming shurikens. In that instant, Morningstar drew his blade, dashing forth to cleave through the water wall, positioning his sword at Chikagatsu's neck. Is there any substance behind your grandiose claims? Morningstar gazed coldly at Chikagatsu. Uchiha Morningstar wins. They both performed the reconciliation seal. As Morningstar returned to his team, he heard Chikagatsu mutter menacingly. This isn't over. Morningstar ignored him, recognizing it as mere impotent rage. Had he not been concealing his true strength, he could have dispatched him in an instant. Tanjiro noted that most of the students exhibited shortcomings in combat. All right, that concludes today as practical lesson. Class dismissed. In the root headquarters, Shimura Danzo observed several kneeling Umbu members before him, instructing, prepare to execute the plan. Chapter 7. The devious Danzo in light of the recent infiltration by Rain Village ninjas who evaded the sensory barrier without triggering any alarms. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to dispatch Uchiha Kagami for an in-depth investigation. Kagami's inquiries revealed a hidden base established by Rain Village ninjas in a forest not far from Konoha. Kagami-sama, several members clad in Umbu attire descended beside him. Are you from Danzo? Yes, we have received orders to assist Kagami-sama in eliminating the Rain Village's secret base. The leading root member responded. Upon hearing this, Kagami did not harbor suspicion. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. I will enter the base from the front. You will be responsible for a surprise attack and support. Understood. The root members swiftly concealed themselves. Within the Rain Village's hidden base, one ninja remarked. Has Lord Hanzo not sent any word? Another replied. No, The latest update is still that we remain on standby for instructions. A third lamented, those two, you and San, are utterly useless. They were defeated by mere children. Only these three remained in the base. Let us await further news from Lord Hanzo, said one ninja, rising to step outside. As he approached a tree to relieve himself, a hand suddenly emerged from the underbrush, clasping his throat. As the rain ninja prepared to retaliate, he met a pair of crimson eyes, rendering him momentarily dazed. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Kagami. How many of you are in the base? Kagami demanded. 3. Including me, the rain ninja replied. What is your objective? Just as the rain ninja was about to respond, a root member pierced his heart with a blade. What are you doing? Kagami questioned. Apologies, Kagami-sama. Our orders are to assist you in eliminating the enemy's stronghold and annihilating all foes. Meanwhile, the other root members approached, having already dispatched the remaining 2 rain ninjas, igniting the base in flames. Kagami-sama, we must dispose of this corpse, the leading root member stated. No. I intend to bring this body back to Konoha for the Yamanaka clan to extract intelligence from its mind. Kagami-sama, we must destroy this body. The root ninjas encircled Uchiha Kagami, drawing their blades. What? Are you suggesting that the weapons provided to you are meant to be aimed at fellow villagers? Kagami was incredulous. Forgive us, Kagami-sama. We must fulfill our mission. As they spoke, one root member swung his blade toward the neck of the corpse in Kagami's grasp, intending to behead it. Kagami swiftly evaded, clutching the body as he retreated. The remaining root members drew kunai, hurling them at Kagami. With no choice, he relinquished the corpse to deflect the incoming projectiles. 2 root ninjas seized the opportunity to throw explosive-tagged kunai at the fallen body. Earth release, earth barrier. Kagami quickly conjured an earth barrier to shield against the kunai. Fire release, great fire annihilation. He then unleashed a sweeping fire technique, forcing the root ninjas back, seizing the rain ninja's corpse and fleeing towards Konoha. Several root ninjas pursued relentlessly, launching shurikens to impede him. It was a frantic chase, as he fled with the body while they closed in. Water release, water severing wave. One root ninja unleashed a water technique aimed at Kagami, who, burdened by the corpse, found his movements severely restricted, leaving him to evade clumsily. At that moment, 2 root ninjas had already caught up, simultaneously swinging their blades towards Uchiha Kagami. The only recourse for Kagami was to drop the corpse he was defending against and brace himself. 2 additional root ninjas surged forward to join the fray, forcing Uchiha Kagami to retreat repeatedly as he fought valiantly against 4 adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, one of the remaining root ninjas affixed an explosive tag onto the face of the fallen rain ninja. Boom! As the explosive tag detonated, the head of the rain ninja's corpse was obliterated. Mission accomplished. The root ninjas swiftly withdrew, blades drawn. I will report this to Lord Third in full. Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth. The root ninjas offered no response, vanishing in an instant. Bastards! Uchiha Kagami was on the verge of exploding with rage. What exactly are you trying to hide, Danzo? In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kagami recounted the events that had just transpired to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As they awaited the summons of Danzo, with a creak, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, and Danzo strode in. What is it, Sarutobi? What do you need to discuss? Danzo asked, feigning ignorance. Danzo, don't you think you owe us an explanation as to why your root ninjas turned against our own villagers? The third Hokage was clearly agitated. What is there to explain? If Kagami hadn't interfered with their mission, they would never have targeted him, Danzo retorted, embodying the essence of a stubborn mule. I tasked you with ensuring that the root ninjas assisted Kagami in eliminating the enemy. Why must they also destroy the corpses? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed. That's just how Root operates. Don't forget, Sarutobi, Root is an assassination unit. Annihilating enemies and erasing their remains is their operational protocol. Root's discipline is stringent, and the penalties for failure are severe. As long as they are alive, they will execute their missions with utmost perfection. Then what about your earlier orders to attack Uchiha Kagami? Sarutobi Hiruzen's frustration was palpable. Danzo scoffed. When was that? I know nothing of it. Do you have evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Danzo's unyielding demeanor and endless rationalizations were exceedingly vexing. Enough, Danzo. I hope you understand the gravity of this situation. You may leave for now. With a huff, Danzo exited the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, there is definitely something amiss here. You cannot allow Danzo to operate unchecked. Uchiha Kagami expressed his lingering concerns. Sarutobi Hiruzen massaged his temples. I will handle it. You should return for now. As Uchiha Kagami walked home, his thoughts were consumed by the notion that Danzo's fervent attempts to obstruct him from acquiring intelligence from the rain ninjas indicated a connection between them and Danzo himself. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, ultimately deciding to infiltrate the root organization for further investigation. That night, Uchiha Kagami donned the attire of the Umbu and stealthily made his way to the root headquarters. Utilizing his vast experience, he infiltrated Danzo's office and, after a meticulous search, uncovered a research report titled Senju Hashirama Cell Cultivation Project. Experimental subjects based on Senju Hashirama's would release: mouse, deceased; dog, rampaged and destroyed; human subject no. 1, deceased; human subject number 2, deceased; human subject number 3, Senju clan bloodline, rampaged and destroyed. Next experimental subject, a direct descendant of Senju Hashirama. Proposed experimental subject, Senju Tsunade. Suddenly, Uchiha Kagami heard a noise behind him. Just as he turned, a poisoned kunai pierced his left eye. Ah! Uchiha Kagami cried out in agony. Kagami, why do you insist on seeking death? Danzo stood before him, brandishing the bloodied kunai that had just struck Kagami's eye. Chapter 8. The death of Danzo. Are you saying that while you were outside the village searching for clues about Rain Village spies, you were ambushed by unknown ninjas? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed sorrowfully at the blinded Danzo and the lifeless body of Uchiha Kagami, whose eyes had also been pierced. Yes, when I arrived, I found Kagami's body. As I approached to investigate, I was attacked and lost my right eye. Had it not been for the protection of my subordinates, I might have met a similar fate. Danzo replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed with frustration. Inform the Uchiha clan. Danzo, you should return and tend to your wounds. For those like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had weathered the trials of battle, witnessing countless farewells had dulled the sting of grief. Returning home from ninja school, Uchiha Akatsuki was met by Uchiha Izumi. Akatsuki, come with me to the shrine. Izumi exclaimed, pulling Akatsuki along. What is going on, Izumi? The clan leader has passed away. Upon hearing this, Akatsuki felt a rush of realization. Indeed, according to the original storyline, Uchiha Kagami died around this time. How could he have forgotten? Akatsuki berated himself for being unable to alter Kagami's fate. Upon arriving at the shrine, they found most of the Uchiha clan gathered. Gazing at the coffin containing Uchiha Kagami's body, Akatsuki's suspicions regarding the perpetrator crystallized. In the original narrative, Danzo had stolen Uchiha Shirsui's eyes before claiming Kagami's. Yet the cause of Kagami's demise had remained ambiguous. It seemed evident that he had fallen at Danzo's hands. Danzo, you have sealed your own fate. Akatsuki condemned Danzo in his heart. Uchiha Yamato, the deputy clan leader, addressed the assembly. The deceased has passed on. The Hokage has arranged for the clan leader's burial tomorrow. Please return home and rest. Those still living amidst the turmoil of war had witnessed too many farewells to dwell excessively in sorrow. They began to disperse. Though the most heartbroken were undoubtedly Kagami's wife, Uchiha Aoi, and their 2-year-old son, Uchiha Ryuka. Akatsuki approached Aoi, who was in tears, offering her soft words of comfort. Alone, Akatsuki found himself beneath the cherry blossom tree by the South Nagakawa River, where he encountered Tsunade. His heart was a tumult of emotions. According to the memories of the body's original owner, Uchiha Kagami had been like a foster father to Akatsuki, and his death inflicted deep pain upon him. Akatsuki, are you alright? Tsunade approached from behind. She had initially gone to Akatsuki's home but, sensing his absence, had guessed he would be here. The two had frequently met at this spot recently. I heard from the family that Kagami has passed away. I came to check on you. Please take care of yourself. Akatsuki managed to smile. Thank you. Tsunade, perceiving his sorrow, took his hand and stood by him in silent support. Akatsuki resolved in his heart, I will kill Danzo. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his eyes. His Sharingan was undergoing a transformation. Ding. Detecting that the host has voluntarily awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The host may choose a Mangekyo technique ability. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Akatsuki thought, Kagami's death has awakened my Mangekyo. If I can choose a technique, I want Kamui. Obito's Kamui was the most formidable of all Sharingan abilities. To eliminate Danzo, Kamui would be essential. Ding. Selection complete. Rewards are being dispensed. Akatsuki's Sharingan instantly transformed into a design akin to Obito's Mangekyo. Sensing a shift in Akatsuki, Tsunade turned to look at him, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing his eyes. Akatsuki, your eyes. Tsunade gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Quickly, Akatsuki deactivated his Sharingan. Tsunade, please keep this a secret. Tsunade nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will keep it confidential. That must be the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? I've heard the elders of the clan say that it requires a profound emotional stimulus to awaken. After such a stimulus, one may undergo significant personality changes. You must be feeling immense pain right now, Tsunade observed, concern etched on her face. Akatsuki placed Tsunade's hand over his heart, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I still have you." Tsunade blushed and nodded in agreement. After escorting Tsunade home, Morningstar arrived at a mask shop, where he purchased a tiger-striped mask akin to that of Toby. However, his version featured 2 eye holes, as he intended to present it to Danzo as a delightful surprise. Upon returning home, Morningstar retrieved a black cloak and utilized a transformation technique to assume an adult's height, draping the cloak over his shoulders and donning the tiger mask. His appearance was reminiscent of Toby's during his initial assault on Konoha. Meanwhile, at the Root headquarters, Danzo lay in the medical room, preparing for the transplantation of Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan. Indeed, Danzo had previously blinded his own right eye as part of a ruse to alleviate Sarutobi's suspicions, while simultaneously paving the way for the acquisition of Uchiha Kagami's remaining eye. "Is everything ready?" Danzo inquired. "Yes, Lord Danzo, we are prepared for the transplant at any moment," replied a nearby medical ninja from Root. "Then let us begin," Danzo said, reclining on the operating table. "Don't be in such a hurry. Shall we engage in a little game?" Morningstar mimicked the voice of Obito. Suddenly, a cloaked figure, masked and robed in black, emerged from a swirling portal. "Who are you, and what audacity possesses you to invade the Root headquarters?" Danzo exclaimed, springing from the operating table and assuming a defensive stance. At the sound of Danzo's outcry, a throng of Root ninjas flooded into the cramped medical room. Danzo, with a sinister glint in his eye, demanded, "Who are you truly?" "I am Neza, the third prince, capable of vanquishing demons and composing poetry. Today, I have come to eradicate evil. Vile creatures, prepare to perish." Morningstar adopted Obito's voice along with Neza's gestures, leaving the rest to the imagination. Danzo barked, "Root members, why do you hesitate? Kill him." In an instant, a barrage of kunai and shuriken hurtled toward Morningstar, all of which passed harmlessly through his form. Realizing that ranged weapons were ineffective, the Root members drew their swords, striking at Morningstar, yet every attack merely traversed through him without inflicting harm. After a brief encounter, Morningstar approached Danzo, ensnaring him within the Kemui dimension, before seizing Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan from the table. In a swirl of space, Morningstar vanished from the sight of the Root members. Within the Kemui dimension, Uchiha Morningstar and Shimura Danzo locked eyes in a tense silence. "Who are you, and why have you brought me to this place?" Danzo finally broke the silence. "I am the one who seeks your life," Morningstar replied coldly, removing his mask and dispelling the transformation technique. "Ah, it's you, the wicked Uchiha brat," Danzo sneered. Morningstar unsheathed his Zanpakutō, Dance Shirayuki. As he uttered the activation phrase, his sword transformed into a pure white blade, Shirayuki, first form of the thunder-breathing, Ice Thunderbolt. With a flash of lightning, Danzo was reduced to a heap of charred ice fragments. Chapter 9. A Token of Affection. The first kiss beneath the cherry blossom tree before the memorial stone of Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Morning Star laid a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. It had been 4 years since Kagami's burial, and after 4 arduous years of study at the Ninja Academy, Morningstar had successfully graduated today. It had been a challenging journey, requiring him to conceal his true abilities to avoid detection. "Morningstar," Tsunade called out, rushing to his side. "Are you here to inform Senior Kagami of your graduation from the Ninja Academy?" Over the years, the young girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. "Indeed, after all, he is my adoptive father," Morningstar responded with a smile. "With your strength, you could have applied for early graduation on your first day. Why waste 4 years at the academy? If you weren't going to graduate early, why not let me do the same?" "I really don't understand you," Tsunade lamented. Morningstar brushed back a strand of her light golden hair. "We are in a time of war, with nations experiencing daily skirmishes. If we graduated early, we would be burdened with missions and have little time for meals. Most days, we would rely on soldier pills for sustenance, and at our age, we need proper nutrition to grow." All right. You always have so many reasons," Tsunade replied, hands on her hips, displaying her defiance. "Now that you've graduated, you must treat me to barbecue." "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request," Morningstar conceded. Their relationship had grown exceedingly close, and hand in hand, they made their way to the Akimichi family barbecue restaurant. "Ah, look who it is, the young couple returning to support my business," the restaurant owner greeted them. The proprietor of the establishments they frequented over the years had become aware of their ambiguous relationship, and upon their arrival, he couldn't resist teasing them. Morningstar took it in stride, having always nurtured Tsunade as his future wife. However, Tsunade, being a shy girl, had transitioned from pouting to blushing defensively. And now she was entirely immune to such remarks. Just as they settled in, Jiraiya walked through the door. Upon seeing them, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Ever since the opening ceremony, Jiraiya had been infatuated with Tsunade, disregarding Morningstar's warnings and relentlessly pursuing her, even though he often faced retribution, whether from Tsunade or Morningstar. Yet, he was undeterred. Ah, what a coincidence. Mind if I join you? Jiraiya asked, plopping down at their table. Get lost. You're not welcome here, Tsunade retorted. Morningstar sighed. How can you be so oblivious to the consequences of your actions? Come on, don't be so cold. We're all classmates here. I'll treat you, Jiraiya countered with a laugh. Morningstar, while exasperated by Jiraiya's audacity, couldn't help but respect him due to the original storyline of Naruto, so he remained polite. Add another order, please, he told the owner. Why do you insist on inviting him to dine with us? I despise him. Tsunade huffed, visibly irritated. Morningstar gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind Tsunade's ear. Enough, we are classmates. Let us celebrate our graduation together. Exactly, my little princess, don't be so fierce. After all, I plan to marry you someday, Jiraiya teased. With a loud thud, Morningstar slammed his hand on the table. How dare you flirt with my fiancé while I'm treating you to barbecue? Morningstar felt a surge of anger rising within him. Jiraiya, either eat or leave. Jiraiya, sensing the tension, fell silent, realizing he may have crossed a line. After they finished their meal, Jiraiya, ever the tactful one, took his leave, leaving Morningstar and Tsunade to arrive at their special place, the cherry blossom tree by the Nakahi River. Morningstar leaned against the tree, with Tsunade resting her head on his shoulder. Whenever they visited, it was always like this. If left undisturbed, they could spend the entire day there. Tomorrow, we will be assigned to our Genin teams. I wonder if we will be placed together, Tsunade mused. Who knows? The higher-ups make those decisions. We have no say in the matter, Morningstar replied. You seem unconcerned about the possibility of being separated. Aren't you worried I might end up on a team with that white-haired fool who might steal me away? Tsunade teased with a playful smirk. That guy? Morningstar scoffed. Haha. Tsunade laughed joyously. By the way, that Kato Dan seems to have a crush on me, but he hasn't dared to confess due to your presence. Imagine if we were placed in the same class. Haha. Morningstar felt a twinge of unease. After all, in the original storyline, Tsunade and Kato Dan were indeed a couple. Well, Dan is someone to be wary of, Morningstar said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat flustered. Haha, don't worry. This lady is not easily swayed, Tsunade declared, proudly lifting her chin. Morningstar thought to himself, worry? How can I not? You, a medical ninja, nearly succumbed to blood phobia because of Dan and have spent much of your life drowning your sorrows in alcohol. How am I supposed to relax? Especially considering that shoujo also plays a part in this. Morningstar turned her head to the side, thinking it best to maintain some distance from Danzo in the future. Tsunade playfully pinched Morningstar's cheek, asking, Are you jealous? Morningstar stammered for a while, but could not articulate a proper response. Tsunade reassured her, Don't worry. I'm still waiting for the day you bring peace between the Senju and Uchiha clans so that I can marry you. I understand this is a daunting task. After all, the hatred that has lingered for so long requires ample time to dissolve. Therefore, as long as you put in the effort, I will marry you. Morningstar gazed at the affectionate girl before her, momentarily lost in thought. Tsunade waved her hand in front of Morningstar's face, exclaiming, Hey, why are you in a daze? Morningstar grasped the girl's hand firmly, declaring, I will surely achieve it. Tsunade smiled and nodded at Morningstar. Over the years of their companionship, she had come to understand Morningstar's background, which made her more willing to believe in his potential to foster peace between the two clans, as his blood carried the essence of both. Tsunade removed the necklace from around her neck and handed it to Morningstar, saying, This is a chakra, or a relic of my grandfather. I gift it to you. Morningstar recognized the significance of this item. The ore contained the chakra of Hashirama Senju, which had previously aided Naruto in suppressing the Ninetales rampage during the early days of the Hokage. Morningstar then took off his necklace, a family heirloom from his father, and presented it to her, saying, This is a relic left to me by my father and Uchiha. I give it to you, as a token of reciprocity. Tsunade accepted the necklace, remarking, You always say the strangest things. She examined the Uchiha clan emblem necklace, pondering whether this constituted a mutual token of affection. Of course, Morningstar replied with a smile. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly as she requested, Please help me put it on. Morningstar reciprocated. You should help me put mine on as well. The two adorned each other with their necklaces and subsequently exchanged their first kiss. Chapter 10. Establishment of Team 7. After parting ways with Tsunade and returning home, Morningstar settled down, suddenly feeling a warm sensation in his chest. Beep. The system has detected Hashirama Senju's chakra. Unlocking hosts would release bloodline. Current affinity, 20. Acquired ninjutsu would release spore technique. Acquired ninjutsu would release mayfly technique. Acquired ninjutsu would release cutting technique. Acquired ninjutsu would release for pillar family technique. Acquired ninjutsu would release wood shield, which can be upgraded to wood release wood ranking technique by increasing wood release affinity. Acquired ninjutsu would release tree sea descent, which can be upgraded to wood release tree realm descent by increasing wood release affinity. Acquired ninjutsu would release wood clone. Acquired ninjutsu would release tree binding eternal burial. Finally, the wood release has been unlocked after 4 long years. Can you imagine how I've endured these for years? Yet, looking at the level of my abilities, I seem to be on par with Yamato. It appears that only by achieving 100% affinity for wood release can one utilize techniques like wood dragon and wood golem. System. Do I need the chakra of another Uzumaki clan member to activate my Uzumaki bloodline? Beep. Not necessarily. The host can also obtain it through system tasks. It seems necessary to seek out the Uzumaki clan members. I wonder if they can help me activate my Uzumaki bloodline. The next day, at the Ninja Academy. Inuzuka Kiba, everyone quiet down. We will now divide the Jin in teams. Team 1, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Team 2, Senja Chikage, Saratobi Asuma, Nara Shikamaru. Team 3, Team 4, Team 5, Team 6, Jiraiya. If only I could be in the same team as Tsunade. With Morningstar absent, I might have a chance. Inuzuka Kiba, Team 7, Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya. Tsunade, Jiraiya, yay? Inuzuka Kiba, Uchiha Morningstar. Jiraiya, Tsunade, yay? Jiraiya, Sensei. Why must you assign me to the same team as Morningstar? Inuzuka Kiba. This is to balance the combat capabilities. Morningstar graduated at the top of his class, while you were at the bottom. Jiraiya, Tsunade. That's fantastic. Morningstar. We're in the same team, but we have the annoying Jiraiya. Morningstar looked at Tsunade with a fond expression, saying, you shouldn't be so harsh on Jiraiya. Although I'm also frustrated with him constantly bothering you. Aside from his lecherous tendencies, he is not a bad person. Tsunade scoffed in disdain. As the various teams were led away by their respective instructors, only Morningstar and his 2 companions remained in the classroom. Jiraiya, why is our instructor taking so long? Tsunade, hands on her hips. It's undoubtedly because our Jonin instructor knows you're the dead weight and doesn't want to come. Just then, the classroom door creaked open, and the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, entered, pipe in mouth. Upon seeing the newcomer, Morningstar thought to himself, as expected, Jiraiya, 3rd Hokage, what brings you here? Where is our Jonin instructor? Saratobi Hiruzen, that would be me. Tsunade Jiraiya, huh? Saratobi Hiruzen smiled at the seemingly unperturbed Morningstar, saying, you don't seem surprised at all. Morningstar, not really. There's nothing to be surprised about. Saratobi Hiruzen, emotionally stable, excellent. Alright, starting today, I am your instructor. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, as I believe everyone knows me. So, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, assemble at the training ground. With that, Saratobi Hiruzen transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Jiraiya, he actually used a shadow clone. How infuriating. Morningstar, alright, we can head back now. Just wait for tomorrow's assembly. The 3 then left in succession. The following morning at the training ground, Saratobi Hiruzen explained the training content to Team 7. Morningstar was well acquainted with this routine, an age-old test of teamwork involving stealing bells. He decided to avoid disrupting the original plot development, as following the established storyline would allow Jiraiya to gain the opportunity at Mayaboka Mountain, which would be pivotal for Jiraiya's future strength. Saratobi Hiruzen, now, the training begins. I have 2 bells here. You need to snatch them from my hands. Since there are only 2 bells, Morningstar, 1 person will be eliminated. Saratobi Hiruzen, haha, you're quite perceptive, Morningstar. If I obtain the bells, you will go out with me, Jiraiya remarked to Tsunade. Tsunade, if you don't get them, you can't bother me anymore. Jiraiya, it's a deal. Morningstar, hey, I'm still here. Saratobi Hiruzen, alright, begin. As soon as he spoke, Morningstar and his 2 companions vanished from their original spots, swiftly hiding and preparing to seize the bells at the opportune moment. From behind a tree, Jiraiya peeked at Saratobi Hiruzen, who was sitting under a training post, enjoying a bento. The bells were carelessly placed beside him. The instructor was wide open. Now is my chance, Jiraiya thought, rushing towards Saratobi Hiruzen to grab the bells. Just as he was about to reach them, he stepped into a trap and found himself hanging upside down from a tree by a rope. Just like in the original plot, Jiraiya always fell for the most obvious traps. ultimately failing to snatch the bells and ending up tied to the training post. Tsunade waved a bell in front of Jiraiya. Teasing, I won the bet, you fool. According to our agreement, you can't bother me anymore. Jiraiya gritted his teeth in frustration. Stop rambling, you flat-chested washboard. What did you say? You lecherous scoundrel. Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, ready to throw a punch. Uchiha Morningstar facepalmed, thinking, Jiraiya, you truly lack discernment. Do you not realize how magnificent Tsunade will be once she fully matures? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alright, enough squabbling. Tsunade and Morningstar, you two may return. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a provocative glance that would irk anyone who witnessed it before leaving the training ground with Morningstar. I wonder what sort of punishment that white-haired fool will face. Tsunade seemed to be in high spirits. Morningstar, who says it must be a punishment? Perhaps Sensei Sarutobi will offer Jiraiya some special treatment. Tsunade merely shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. As the two arrived beneath the cherry blossom tree by the Southie River, Tsunade suddenly inquired, by the way, Morningstar, do you not yet possess a summoning beast? With that, Tsunade performed a summoning technique, conjuring a large scroll. You should sign a contract with the slug. It has been the summoning beast of our Senju clan for generations, hailing from one of the 3 great holy lands. The Wetbone Forest. Its most remarkable ability is healing, and having a slug's assistance in battle significantly enhances survival odds. Morningstar replied, isn't that inappropriate? After all, this is your clan's summoning beast. What will your family think if they find out? Tsunade reassured him, it's of no concern. The slug, and we share merely a contractual relationship. It is a sage from the Wetbone Forest, and it is its prerogative with whom it chooses to contract. The Senju clan cannot dictate that. Hearing Tsunade's words warmed Morningstar's heart. Thank you, Tsunade. A radiant smile graced Tsunade's face. Chapter 11. Summoning Technique. Morningstar accepted the enormous scroll Tsunade handed him and opened it, revealing numerous names, predominantly those of the Senju clan, with Tsunade's name at the very end. Prick your finger and write your name in blood, Tsunade instructed. Although Morningstar, as a transmigrator, was already aware of the procedure, he obediently followed her guidance to preserve her enthusiasm. All done. Now press your handprint beneath your name, and the contract will be complete. Upon pressing his handprint, Morningstar instantly felt a connection to a distant place. Ding. Contract established with the Wetbone Forest. Reward. Would release affinity increased by 10. Current total, 30. Quickly, try summoning. Tsunade urged. As Morningstar completed the summoning hand signs, a loud puff echoed, and a 3-meter-tall slug materialized before them. Tsunade was taken aback, astonished that such a large creature had appeared at his first summon. What's up, little Tsunade? Why did you summon me? A gentle, melodious voice emerged, making it hard to believe it belonged to a slug. It's not me, slug, he summoned you. His name is Uchiha Morningstar, and I am assisting him in mastering the summoning technique, Tsunade replied. Hello, Uchiha Morningstar, I look forward to working with you, the slug said softly. Yes, esteemed slug. I look forward to your guidance, Morningstar responded, and the slug promptly dispelled the summoning technique, returning to the Wetbone Forest, leaving Morningstar and Tsunade in their own world once more. Jiraiya, don't slack off, Tsunade admonished, brandishing a pair of trash pickers at him. Who's slacking? Jiraiya retorted. The trio, Morningstar, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, were wading through the Southie River, each carrying a basket and using a picker to clean the river of debris. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the riverbank, observing them. Jiraiya grew increasingly irritable. Sensei Sarutobi, why must we always engage in these mundane tasks? Can't we be assigned some super S-rank missions instead? Rubbing his temples, Sarutobi thought, here we go again. This was far from the first time he had endured Jiraiya's complaints. The 7th team had recently been relegated to the most menial D-rank tasks, including weeding, cat-catching, and trash collection, which Jiraiya consistently protested against. No task is trivial. You have only just become Genin. You must begin from the bottom to accumulate experience. S-rank missions are reserved for elite Jounin. If you wish to undertake S-rank tasks, Jiraiya, you must train diligently and advance to Jounin. After a morning spent cleaning, it was finally time for Sarutobi to guide the trio in their training. They encircled him, and after a brief close-quarters battle with Kanai, Sarutobi leaped out of the fray and hurled a shuriken at them, swiftly forming hand signs to execute the shuriken clone technique. The trio deflected it with their Kanai, and Morningstar also threw a shuriken while employing the shuriken clone technique. Sarutobi, blocking the incoming shuriken, pondered, did he replicate my shuriken clone technique using the Sharingan? Tsunade, Morningstar, how impressive. Jiraiya, filled with jealousy, exclaimed, I'll show you too. Sarutobi was somewhat astonished, thinking, little Jiraiya can do it too? He watched as Jiraiya threw a shuriken and then formed two hand signs, forgetting how Tsunade and Morningstar had just executed theirs. He then tossed all the shurikens he had on him, declaring, "Shuriken scatter technique. Sarutobi, Tsunade, Morningstar, no doubt, that's Jiraiya for you." Sarutobi announced, "All right. Everyone take a break before we proceed with the next training session." Jiraiya, eager to win Tsunade's favor, trained diligently. While the others rested, he practiced the hand signs and chakra concentration methods for the summoning technique that Sarutobi had recently taught him. Suddenly, he felt he had grasped an essential point. Summoning technique. Seeing this, Sarutobi urgently called out, "No, you can't attempt it, yet if you haven't established a summoning contract." With a poof, before Sarutobi could finish his sentence, Jiraiya vanished in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi was immediately alarmed, thinking, "What now?" However, Morningstar remained unperturbed, contemplating. Finally, it has come. He understood that this was Jiraiya's opportunity. Turning to the anxious Sarutobi, Morningstar remarked, "Sensei, don't worry. This may very well be Jiraiya's chance." After hearing this, Sarutobi relaxed slightly. Inexplicably, he found Morningstar's words very reassuring. A moment later, Jiraiya reappeared. Upon seeing Jiraiya's return, Sarutobi rushed over. "Where did you just go?" Jiraiya replied, "Don't worry, Sensei. I just visited Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great holy lands. The toads there signed a contract with me and even said I could train there whenever I have time." Sarutobi promptly gave Jiraiya a light smack on the head. "In the future, if you come and go recklessly, I'll have a hard time managing you." Morningstar thought to himself, as expected. After concluding today's training, Sarutobi was pleased to learn that Jiraiya had gained the favor of Mount Myaboku, and he took the 3 youngsters to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. At the root headquarters, the disappearance of Danzo had also caused quite a stir. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi mobilized all available personnel for investigation, but could not uncover any leads. According to eyewitness accounts from the root members, the individuals who abducted Danzo were exceptionally skilled in space ninjutsu, but no further information was available. After a month of fruitless investigation with no clues, the higher-ups of Konoha ultimately entrusted the management of Root to Akimichi Torafu, one of the elders. Torafu was a steady and gentle individual, and during his 4 years managing Root, it had become rather orderly, contrasting the previous oppressive atmosphere. After taking charge, Torafu reviewed the prior action reports of Root, uncovering many of Danzo's clandestine dealings. To preserve some semblance of dignity for Danzo, he refrained from reporting them, considering them the actions of a comrade and a bond forged through life and death, many of which had received the 3rd Hokage's approval, even if some were excessively extreme. "Torafu-sama, here is the report you requested." A Root member clad in deep blue attire, distinct from the previous black of the Umbu, presented a document to Torafu. This color change was implemented to differentiate Root from the Umbu. "Thank you. You may leave now." "Yes." The Root ninja swiftly departed. Torafu examined the report in his hands. Prepared for inclusion. Name, Orochimaru Chapter 12. S-Rank Escort Mission at the Uchiha Compound, within Morningstar's home. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Morningstar opened it to find Orochimaru standing outside. "Why are you here, Orochimaru?" During the 4 years at the Ninja Academy, Morningstar and Orochimaru forged a profound friendship. Orochimaru, having lost both parents on the battlefield, exhibited a notably introverted disposition. Familiar with the narrative, Morningstar held no disdain for Orochimaru. Rather, he understood that Orochimaru's tragic path was largely influenced by the absence of familial affection following the untimely demise of his parents. This loss, compounded by his inherently withdrawn nature and the lack of guidance, led him to become increasingly obsessive, developing an almost pathological fixation on power and immortality. With proper guidance, Morningstar believed Orochimaru could have avoided that fateful trajectory, and he resolved to be the person to provide that support. Moreover, another significant reason for Morningstar's protective instinct towards Orochimaru lay in the latter's childhood beauty. He was undeniably enchanting, a striking young man, albeit with notably pale skin. As a time traveler who had reached the age of 30 in his previous life, remaining single and childless, Morningstar felt an overwhelming urge to shield such a captivating boy. The version of Orochimaru depicted in the Naruto anime, which lacked the allure of a handsome man, could be attributed to 2 factors. First, by the time of his initial appearance in the anime, Orochimaru was already in his 50s. Second, his mindset had grown excessively obsessive, rendering his expressions wild and cruel, which ultimately shaped an unfavorable first impression. For reference, one could consider Orochimaru during the Boruto era, where he, through his scientific endeavors, rejuvenated himself and adopted a transformed attitude, appearing remarkably handsome. Throughout their 4 years at the Ninja Academy, Morningstar consistently reached out to the solitary and reticent Orochimaru, engaging him in conversation, training together, and sharing meals. Gradually, Orochimaru lowered his defenses against this cheerful boy, who, like him, was an orphan, and over time, they became friends. As a civilian ninja, Orochimaru possessed minimal ninjutsu skills, with the academy primarily teaching the basic body flicker technique and a few meager C-rank jutsu. Without encountering a capable mentor post-graduation, his prospects for significant achievement appeared bleak. In the original storyline, Orochimaru's teacher was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, who had limited time to dedicate to their instruction. Tsunade, as the princess of the Senju clan, naturally had access to superior training resources that a civilian ninja could not match. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stumbled upon the great sage of Mount Myaboku and received invaluable tutelage from Fukasaku and Shima. In stark contrast, Orochimaru, lacking familial heritage and opportunity, gradually descended into an obsession with power. During this period, Morningstar, aware of the unfolding events, endeavored to draw Orochimaru from his isolated world while imparting the ninjutsu he had acquired from the system over the years. Morningstar was committed to teaching Orochimaru anything he was capable of learning. Deep down, Orochimaru felt immense gratitude toward Morningstar, and each time he received a new jutsu, he would beam with joy, akin to a child who had just discovered a treasure. Morningstar welcomed Orochimaru into the living room and poured him a glass of water. "Is Tsunade not home?" Orochimaru's inquiry caused Morningstar to blush fiercely. "Orochimaru, you've changed. You can now tease others. What brings you here so late?" Orochimaru replied, "Today, Lord Fuyamanaka sent someone to speak with me, hoping I could join the Roots Research Division. I wanted to seek your opinion." Unsure of his decision, he sought counsel from his closest friend. "What are your feelings on it?" Morningstar asked. Orochimaru shook his head. "I am uncertain and hoped you could provide some advice." Morningstar contemplated. "You have always had a knack for research, and you possess a passion for it. Joining the Roots Research Division would allow you to better utilize your talents. However, that place is exceedingly isolated from the world. I cannot ascertain whether it would be beneficial or detrimental for you. If you truly decide to join Root, I ask only one thing. Remain the same person you are now." After pondering Morningstar's words for a moment, Orochimaru replied, "I think I will go and try it out for a while." Morningstar considered before responding, "Very well, if you have decided, go ahead. Gaining some experience would be beneficial. I also plan to establish my own research institute in the future, and I would love to have you assist me then." Orochimaru's excitement was palpable. "I will definitely come to help you." With their plans solidified, Orochimaru bid farewell to Morningstar. Morningstar felt at ease allowing Orochimaru to join Root, as he had a fair understanding of Fuyamanaka's character. If it had been Danzo, Morningstar would have resolutely prohibited Orochimaru from going. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Orochimaru reported to Root. Meanwhile, Team 7 received a notification to report to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving, Morningstar found Tsunade and Jiraiya had been waiting for some time. "You overslept again," Tsunade chided. Morningstar sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "My apologies, I was helping an elderly lady cross the street, which caused a delay." Tsunade and the others were well aware of Morningstar's tendency to oversleep. His tardiness had become a familiar occurrence during their time at the Ninja Academy. With a dismissive glance, they chose not to comment further. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe against the table. "I've summoned you here for a B-rank escort mission that requires your involvement. Are you willing to accept?" "Of course," Jiraiya exclaimed. "Finally, we can avoid those tedious tasks." Hiruzen sighed. "While it is classified as B rank, it might well escalate to A rank or even S rank. You must consider this carefully. Typically, escort missions are C rank. But due to the nature of this task, you could encounter hostile ninjas along the way, warranting an elevation to B rank. Should you face ninjas of significant strength, the mission could rise to A rank or S rank, levels reserved for Jonin." Jiraiya, undeterred, appeared eager for the challenge, dismissing the task's rank as long as it was not mundane labor. Tsunade turned her gaze towards Morningstar, who spoke up. "If it's so dangerous, why are we the ones being sent?" Hearing this, Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Morningstar for a moment, until the latter felt an uncomfortable pressure, prompting Hiruzen to speak. "Morningstar, have you been concealing your strength, thinking I wouldn't notice? If I am not mistaken, you now possess at least special Jonin-level capabilities." Morningstar felt a flicker of concern. He had hidden his abilities well, yet Hiruzen saw through his facade. However, his assessment was incorrect. He was at the level of a Hokage. "Impossible," Jiraiya exclaimed. "Morningstar has Jonin-level strength?" Hiruzen interjected. "Enough, Jiraiya. No need to make a scene. Come in." The door to the Hokage's office swung open, revealing a red-haired girl, approximately 5 or 6 years older than Team 7, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hiruzen introduced, "This is the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water, along with her escort. You are tasked with safely escorting her back to the Land of Water." Chapter 13. Encountering an attack. This is the S-rank escort mission. Tsunade, clad in a bathrobe, kicked a stone towards Jiraiya, who was sneaking a peek at the women's hot spring. "Shall we disguise ourselves as tourists?" Jiraiya rubbed his head. "Must you be so violent?" Then he lowered his voice. 3 o'clock, bottom of the pool. Tsunade, somewhat impatient, remarked, "Why does Miss Shizuka Neo insist on soaking in the hot springs every day? What should have been a journey of 7 or 8 days has now extended." Morningstar sighed, "Just bear with it. After all, she is the client. There's little we can do. We should arrive before nightfall tomorrow." Team 7 had been escorting Miss Neo for 15 days, and her daily requests to soak in the hot springs were wearing on their nerves. Throughout the journey, they had sensed the presence of someone tailing them, keeping Team 7 on high alert. Tsunade resumed her close protection of Miss Neo at the women's hot spring. Suddenly, with a thunderous clap of lightning, shouts and the sounds of battle erupted from within the hot spring, prompting everyone to flee in a frenzy. Hearing the commotion, Morningstar dashed inside, thinking to himself, "Has the time finally come for action?" Jiraiya rushed in without hesitation. At that moment, Tsunade was protecting Shamo, her bathrobe soaked in crimson, surrounded by a handful of corpses, including several female guests and a ninja adorned with a Kumogakure headband. "Are you all right?" Morningstar dashed to Tsunade's side. "I'm fine." Tsunade ripped open her blood-soaked robe, revealing a gruesome, charred wound on her snow-white shoulder. Her palm glowed with a faint green chakra aura as she placed it over the injury, gradually healing it under the effects of her medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, Shamo began to cough violently, dark red froth splattering onto the cobblestones with a corrosive hiss. Jiraiya swiftly unfurled a sealing scroll to cover the blood droplets, turning to Morningstar in astonishment. "The blood she spits can burn through granite. Is she really just a mere noble's daughter?" Morningstar activated his Sharingan, peering through the mist to discover a curled-up orange chakra beast deep within Shamo's chest. A chakra entity 100 times weaker than the Ninetales, yet equally ferocious. Ding warning. Uncontrollable tailed beast chakra detected. Host, please exercise caution. Morningstar was momentarily stunned, thinking, tailed beast chakra? This is far from an ordinary escort mission. Suddenly, the rocky wall exploded, and a blade enveloped in lightning cleaved through the hot springs curtain. As Morningstar pivoted to push Tsunade down, the lightning blade grazed his back, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. "Found you, little mouse from Konoha." A pair of twin ninjas materialized, their identical silver hair standing on end in the electromagnetic field. The ninja on the left, Iryu, stood over a lifeless body, Shamo's guard. Baru, while the one on the right, Erda, cast a disdainful glance at Morningstar and his companions, flanked by 9 more ninjas. Morningstar struggled to rise. 2 elite jonin. 9 regular jonin. Be careful, the battle ahead will not be easy. Seeing the ghastly wound on Morningstar's back ignited Tsunade's fury. "Damn bastards. I want you dead." Tsunade's fist was faster than her roar, striking Iryu, whose arm was charred black from the impact against the lightning armor. Seizing the opportunity, Erda's lightning blade lunged, only to be intercepted by Tsunade's Zanpakutō. The clash of lightning erupted in a blinding arc, illuminating the entire hot spring gorge. "Get Shamo out of here first," Morningstar shouted at Jiraiya. Without hesitation, Jiraiya scooped up Shamo and dashed away. Iryu, having been knocked back by Tsunade but protected by his lightning armor, pursued Jiraiya, who was sprinting with Shamo in his arms. Thanks to the enhanced agility from the lightning armor, Iryu quickly appeared in front of Jiraiya, forcing him to halt. "Damned Konoha brat. Put her down. I'll make your death quick," Iryu snarled. Jiraiya positioned Shamo behind him. Shamo, distressed, cried to Jiraiya, "Just leave me to him and escape. If they capture me, they won't pursue you any longer. I've had enough of this life." Yet Jiraiya offered her a radiant smile. "Don't worry. My mission is to escort you safely to the land of hot water. As long as I'm alive, I will complete my task." Shamo stared at the younger boy, bewildered. "Why?" "Because I am a ninja. Rest assured, I'm destined to become Hokage. There's no way I will die here." Iryu's cold gaze fixed on Jiraiya, preparing to strike. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Jiraiya unleashed a stream of flames that successfully repelled Iryu. Seizing the opportunity, he bit his finger, smeared blood onto his palm, and formed a series of seals, slamming his bloodied hand onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. A set of runes unfurled beneath Jiraiya. Boom. The massive toad, Gamabunta, appeared in a cloud of white smoke, landing atop Jiraiya and Shamo. Jiraiya, what hast the summon for? Gamabunta inquired. Gamabunta, help me take down the ninjas ahead. The toad looked disdainfully at Iryu. You can't handle such weaklings and still expect me to assist? When I return, I'll make sure Lord Fukasaku gives you a proper training session. Jiraiya murmured. Iryu, you must regret coming here alone. Gamabunta remarked, use your fire jutsu. I need to rest afterward. Oh, with a massive expulsion of oil, Gamabunta unleashed a fireball. Jiraiya combined it with his own fireball jutsu, sending a towering inferno towards Iryu, who had no chance to evade and could only activate his lightning armor in a desperate attempt to defend. However, the heat of the fireball was too intense, and in an instant, Iryu was reduced to ashes. Phew, finally dealt with that, Jiraiya sighed, lifting Shamo from Gamabunta's head. Thanks, Gamabunta. Next time you come to Mount Mayaboku, be prepared for Lord Fukasaku's rigorous training. You better be ready. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya's dejected demeanor elicited laughter from Shamo. Jiraiya created a shadow clone to check on Morningstar and the others before settling beneath a tree with Shamo to rest briefly before continuing their journey. I must say, Miss Shamo, as a lowly genin, this escort mission feels a bit beyond my capabilities. Shamo lowered her head. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. There's no need to apologize. Rest assured, we will get you safely to the land of hot water. Chapter 14. The illegitimate daughter with Jiraiya carrying Shamo away. Morningstar and Tsunade finally unleashed their full might in battle. A few cloud ninjas attempted to pursue, but a massive indigo fist thundered down. You won't lay a finger on my comrades. Morningstar glared coldly at the cluster of cloud ninjas from within his Susanoo. That ninja I knocked away seems to have chased after them, Tsunade remarked anxiously. Don't worry, with Jiraiya there, he's quite formidable, Morningstar reassured her. Tsunade scoffed. You certainly have faith in him. Ding, system task issued. Please ensure that all Cloud Village ninjas before you are filled with despair and eliminate them. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique. Morningstar was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement, pondering why he needed to break their spirits before killing them. Activating his half Susanoo, he charged through the Cloud Ninjas, their various lightning jutsu failing to breach his defenses. Morningstar frowned, sensing their lingering defiance. Wood Clone Jutsu. His back swelled, and 4 wooden clones burst forth, surrounding the Cloud Ninjas alongside Morningstar's true form. Standing within the Susanoo, he taunted, Can my clones use Susanoo? The Cloud Ninjas remained silent. The answer is yes. Erda swallowed hard. Now, will I use it or not? The answer is yes. As soon as Morningstar finished speaking, all 4 wooden clones manifested their own half Susanoo, encircling the Cloud Ninjas. Clang. One of the Cloud Ninjas dropped his kunai to the ground, murmuring, a monster. He is a monster. Boom. The 5 half Susanoo simultaneously descended with their fists, pulverizing the 9 regular jonin into a gruesome mess. Erda watched in horror, gripping his kunai crackling with lightning as he attacked Morningstar. Crack. Erda's kunai shattered, yet failed to breach Morningstar's Susanoo. Inwardly, Morningstar mused, so, it's not only Danzo who can pierce Susanoo. He looked down at Erda with an air of arrogance. Do you wish to dance as well? Erda was on the brink of despair as the indigo hand of Susanoo clasped him. Crack. Erda's life came to a swift end. As the peril dissipated, the wooden clone and the half-bodied Susanoo surrounding Morningstar vanished in an instant. A searing pain coursed through his eyes, and the wound on his back threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. He had been enduring this agony until now. Morningstar silently berated himself. Emulating Madara's bravado comes at a cost. Then, everything faded from his awareness, save for the faint recollection of Tsunade's choked voice calling his name just before his consciousness slipped away. Underneath a tree, Jiraiya engaged in conversation with Cheyenne, suddenly pausing in astonishment. He turned his gaze towards the direction of Morningstar and murmured, Morningstar, just how strong have you become? It turned out that Jiraiya's clone had just arrived at the scene, witnessing the spectacle of Morningstar summoning 5 Susanoo avatars. Tsunade instructed him to take Cheyenne back first, as they needed to recuperate. Morningstar required rest. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya's clone dispelled itself, and the memories naturally returned to his original form. As Morningstar's consciousness gradually returned, he felt an unbearable dryness in his throat, and when he opened his eyes, his vision remained somewhat blurred, an aftereffect of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. The more one utilized it, the faster one's eyesight deteriorated, leading ultimately to blindness. Unless one evolved to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding. Host detected as conscious, Flying Thunder God technique has been activated. Instantly, all information regarding the Flying Thunder God technique flooded Morning Star's mind. He surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in an unfamiliar environment, lying on a bed. The wound on his back had completely healed, likely thanks to Tsunade's treatment. Feeling somewhat drained, the parched sensation in his throat prompted him to seek water. Turning his head, he noticed Tsunade sleeping beside him. He raised his hand and gently placed it on her head, rasping her name softly. Tsunade, Tsunade. Tsunade stirred, her eyes widening in excitement upon seeing him awake. Morning Star, you're awake. Water, Morning Star managed to croak out. All right, wait here, I'll get you some. Tsunade replied hurriedly as she went to fetch water. The sweet, clear water soothed his throat gradually, revitalizing him almost instantly. How long have I been asleep? Morning Star asked, propping himself up, feeling utterly devoid of strength. 5 days. I was beginning to worry about what to do if you didn't wake up, she replied. Morning Star thought to himself, 5 days? No wonder I feel so weak, it must be hunger. What about Jiraiya and Cheyenne? He inquired, scanning the room, which contained 4 beds. They went to get something to eat. They'll bring back food, Tsunade reassured him. She gazed at Morning Star intently, her voice softening. You must promise me not to act so recklessly in the future. Morning Star scratched his head sheepishly. It was an emergency. Tsunade's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out. If you act so recklessly again, I'll use medical ninjutsu to stick you to the bed. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Morning Star panicked. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll be more careful from now on. Wiping away the tears threatening to spill, Tsunade turned her head away, sobbing. I wouldn't cry over a fool. Morning Star recalled her saying something similar when they first met, and he felt a mix of tenderness and amusement. How had the boisterous, strong-willed 5th Hokage turned into someone so sentimental? He took her hand gently and spoke softly. First, I intend to be your husband in the future. Second, as the captain of Team 7 for this mission, I have a duty to protect both of you, for personal and professional reasons. Don't you agree? Creaking open, the door revealed Jiraiya, carrying 2 lunchboxes alongside Cheyenne. Upon noticing Morning Star had awakened, Jiraiya beamed with joy. Without exchanging pleasantries, Morning Star seized a lunchbox and devoured it ravenously. He hadn't eaten in 5 days and could hardly contain his hunger. After finishing the meal, he finally regained some strength and let out a satisfied burp before inquiring about the events of the past few days. Tsunade explained. During the time we spent accompanying Cheyenne to the hot springs, we didn't sense any surveillance like before. The previous incidents must have involved all of them. Jiraiya and I will remain here with clones to guard, and everything has been normal. Morning Star replied. We completely annihilated the ninjas from the hidden cloud village. The information reached them for a while, but that may change in a few days. Cheyenne, don't you have anything to say? Cheyenne hesitated, looking down. I see you have a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra sealed within you. The individuals from the hidden cloud village are likely after this. Don't you think it's time to explain? Morning Star pressed. As the captain of this mission, I must ensure the safety of my team. Cheyenne remained silent for a long moment before finally confessing. I am the illegitimate daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water. As Morning Star and the others listened to Cheyenne recount her story, she continued, I was born of my father and a maid. He never cared for me, and I held no position in the household. When I was 6, he took me to a place resembling an altar where they intended to perform some ritual on me. My father made me lie in the center of the altar and then summoned a beautiful woman with red hair. Miss Haruka, I apologize for the trouble. The daimyo of the Land of Water spoke. Are you certain about this? She is still just a child, Haruka replied. It is of no concern, Miss Haruka. As a noble descendant, she must make sacrifices for the family, the daimyo insisted. Haruka, after hearing this, said nothing further. Accepting the sealing scroll handed to her by the daimyo, she began the sealing ritual. As the ritual progressed, a surge of orange-red chakra poured into Cheyenne's body. Once the flow ceased, Haruka prepared to complete the sealing process. Let go of my child. A woman, battered and frantic, burst into the altar, interrupting Haruka's sealing. It was Cheyenne's mother. In the ensuing struggle, the guards inadvertently killed the woman. Witnessing this, the partially sealed Nine-Tails chakra within Cheyenne erupted violently. The orange-red chakra enveloped her, morphing her hair into a blood-red hue, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that toppled everyone present. In a flash, Cheyenne appeared before the guard responsible for her mother's death, delivering a fatal blow to his head. Terrified, the daimyo of the Land of Water scrambled away from the altar, shouting, Haruka, think of something. Hearing her father's voice, Cheyenne shifted her focus towards him. Just then, Haruka unleashed 2 golden chains that ensnared Cheyenne, restraining her to the altar as she sought to complete the unfinished sealing. At the moment of sealing completion, Cheyenne managed to free one hand from the golden chains and pierced Haruka's body. The sealing was finalized, and the orange-red chakra surrounding Cheyenne dissipated entirely. Haruka gently caressed Cheyenne's cheek, whispering, "I'm so sorry, my child. You must be in so much pain." As Cheyenne gazed at the gentle woman she had just harmed, tears streamed down her face. Cheyenne revealed, "That woman, named Haruka, told me my body was insufficient to contain this power and that I needed to soak in hot springs daily to suppress it using the geothermal energy. From that day on, my hair changed to this color." She brushed her fingers through her crimson locks. "Father has always viewed me as a biological weapon, treating me as his trump card. He feared my power and thus hid me far away in the land of fire, hiring numerous ninjas to protect me. Recently, there have been subtle indications that the land of thunder harbors intentions to annex the land of soup. My father intends to use me as a means of deterrence against the land of thunder. However, somehow, my predicament has come to their knowledge. Consequently, the feudal lord of the land of thunder dispatched ninjas from the hidden cloud village to attempt my assassination. Most of the ninjas hired by my father have been slain, leaving only Baruto, who, out of necessity, has come to Konoha to issue a request for assistance." Upon hearing Shao's account, Tsunade and Jiraiya expressed deep sympathy for her plight, while only Morningstar's expression darkened ominously. "What is the name of the woman who placed the seal upon you?" Morningstar inquired, his voice trembling slightly. "I heard my father refer to her as Miss Haruki," Shao began, but before she could finish, Morningstar seized her by the throat, his Sharingan activated. "Morningstar, what are you doing?" Jiraiya exclaimed, startled by his actions. Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly intervened, pulling Morningstar away, while Shao collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat and coughing violently. Jiraiya assisted her in rising. Morningstar, though reluctant to act in such a manner, found himself powerless to control his body. It must have been the influence of the original personality. After calming himself, Morningstar solemnly bowed to Shao and apologized. "I am truly sorry, Miss Shao. I lost control of my emotions." Shao did not hold it against him, sensing that Morningstar's outburst stemmed from some underlying reason. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged puzzled glances, equally bewildered by Morningstar's behavior. He sighed and stated, "Konoha Haruki is, in fact, my biological mother." "What?" they exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing this, Shao's expression dimmed, and she lowered her gaze. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally taken aback. While Tsunade was aware of Morningstar's lineage, she had not known his mother's name. Realizing now the tragic circumstances of her demise, tears welled in Shao's eyes as she choked out, "I'm sorry." Morningstar approached her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Miss Shao, you bear no blame in this matter. You must be suffering as well. I was indeed out of line earlier. The one who should apologize is I." Hearing Morningstar's comforting words, Shao's spirits lifted considerably. "Now, let us strategize our next course of action. It has been 5 days since our encounter with the Cloud Ninjas. Although we managed to annihilate the enemy, such a passage of time raises concerns about whether the hidden cloud has received word of our victory. My body is still not fully recovered, so facing a large number of Cloud Elite ninjas would be perilous for the three of us. Therefore, my plan is as follows." The three awaited Morningstar's next instructions. "We shall remain on standby and rest for one more day." Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged puzzled glances. "Why must we remain idle? Should we not hasten to return Miss Shao to the land of soup before the Cloud Ninjas arrive?" Jiraiya queried, confusion etched upon his face. Tsunade also gazed at Morningstar with uncertainty. "Rest assured, I have my reasons, and there are matters I need to confirm." Tsunade and the others chose not to press further, recognizing that Morningstar was their leader and they must obey his orders. Thus, that evening, it was Tsunade and Jiraiya who accompanied Shao to the hot springs while Morningstar stayed behind at the inn. "Jiraiya, if you dare to peek at me again today, I will kill you," Tsunade declared, clad in a bathrobe, shaking her fist at him. Upon entering the women's bath, Tsunade found no trace of Shao, causing her to panic and rush out. "Jiraiya, Miss Shao is missing," Tsunade exclaimed anxiously. "What? Could she have been captured by the Cloud Ninjas?" Jiraiya responded, bracing for the worst. Just then, Shao approached them, her expression troubled. "What troubles you?" she asked, noticing their worried faces. Upon seeing her, Tsunade and Jiraiya sighed in relief. "Miss Shao, where have you been? You mustn't wander off. We were so worried," Tsunade admonished. Shao's expression became slightly awkward as she replied, "I just went to the restroom. I'm sorry to have worried you." "Well, since everything is fine, let us return to the hot springs," Tsunade suggested. "Yes," Shao agreed. Chapter 16. The Cold-Blooded Father. The following morning, in a wooded area outside the feudal lord's estate in the land of soup, a young boy suddenly appeared. With eyebrows like stars and a strikingly handsome face radiating an undeniable aura of sunlight, complemented by his short, dark hair. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Morningstar's wood clone. Morningstar surveyed his surroundings, clearly observing the feudal lord's estate not far off through the gaps in the trees. This must be the place. With that, he placed his hand upon a tree. And when he lifted it, a lightning-shaped flying thunder god seal appeared on the trunk. Having completed this, Morningstar infiltrated the feudal lord's estate. Ding! A system task has been issued. Please repel the invading cloud ninjas from the land of soup, and ensure Shao Kyuto ascends as the feudal lord of the land of soup. Reward: randomly obtain one ability from the Mangekyo Sharingan. As Morningstar contemplated the system task in the inn, it became evident that the situation in the land of soup was far from simple. Later that evening, Tsunade and Jiraiya returned with Shao from the hot springs. Miss Shao, have you been living like this all these years? Tsunade asked, her gaze filled with sympathy. Shao, blushing, nodded, revealing that she had been using a secret technique to seal her lower body during her monthly cycle to avoid discomfort while soaking in the hot springs, which explained her sudden disappearance the previous day. Noticing Shao's discomfort, Morningstar inquired, "What is happening?" Shao's face turned even redder. "Oh dear. Matters concerning girls are not for boys to question," Tsunade interjected. Morningstar looked quizzically at Jiraiya, who shrugged in confusion, indicating he was equally in the dark. Having lived for 30 years in his previous life, Morningstar quickly understood the situation and chose not to pursue the matter further. "All right, everyone gather your things. We are heading to the feudal lord's estate in the land of soup," Morningstar announced. "Huh, now, why must we travel at this late hour? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Jiraiya protested. Morningstar smiled and replied, "Who said we need to travel? You three, hold hands and form a line." Jiraiya immediately reached for Tsunade's hand, only to be sent flying by her punch. Morningstar face-bombed, insolent. Jiraiya sheepishly approached Shao and took her hand, while Tsunade also grasped Shao's hand, and Morningstar joined Tsunade's hand. In a flash, the trio vanished, reappearing in a wooded area. Tsunade exclaimed, "This is the flying thunder god technique of my great-uncle. You previously used your grandfather's wood clone technique. Morningstar, you are truly remarkable." Morningstar basked in Tsunade's praise, enjoying the admiration, for what man does not appreciate compliments from his beloved? Jiraiya, on the other hand, wore a disgruntled expression. Turning to Shao, Morningstar stated, "Miss Shao, I must inform you of something crucial. The one who revealed your whereabouts and secrets to the land of thunder is none other than your father." Shao appeared slightly surprised, but did not show much agitation. "There is nothing to be astonished about. He must have struck some form of deal with the land of thunder," she replied. Morningstar was taken aback by Shao's calmness at this revelation. According to the investigations conducted by Morningstar's wood clone, the land of soup concealed a nationwide network of magma energy veins, which accounted for its abundance of hot springs. The crystals extracted from these veins contained a wealth of chakra energy, serving as a power source for various industrial facilities. The feudal lord of the land of thunder planned to have the ninjas from the hidden cloud village forcibly seize the land of soup to claim these energy veins for themselves. Although the land of soup also had ninja villages, their strength paled in comparison to that of the 5 great nations' ninja villages. Nonetheless, if only the hidden cloud village were to attack, the land of soup would not fall easily. However, Shao's father did not wish for conflict, hence his collaboration with the cloud. In a bid to send the pseudo-Jinchuriki Shemu, who harbors a portion of the Nine Tails chakra, to the hidden cloud village while granting them the liberty to exploit energy mines, all in the hope that they would refrain from invading the land of water. The third Raikage, A, found himself in a most agreeable position, willingly signing this unequal treaty detrimental to the land of water. These developments were the fruits of investigation conducted by the wood-released shadow clones of Morningstar, which, unlike the shadow clones, could share memories with the original without the need to dissolve. Upon hearing Morningstar elucidate the circumstances, Shemu managed a desperate smile and remarked, "Heh, I should never have come into this world," as tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. The members of Team 7 watched her in deep sympathy. Morningstar then inquired, "Miss Shemu, do you live for your father?" Taken aback by the question, Shemu shook her head. Morningstar continued, "Then why not try to live for yourself?" Shemu gazed at Morningstar blankly for a moment, but soon her expression transformed into one of resolve. "I will live for myself." The despair in her eyes dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination. In truth, Morningstar had ulterior motives for revealing the truth to Shemu at this juncture. Firstly, it was to fulfill a system task. Had he disclosed the truth at the inn, she might have faltered, contemplating escape. However, now that they were near the feudal lord's estate, her inclination to retreat would significantly diminish. Secondly, Morningstar deemed it time to begin establishing his own faction. By positioning Shemu as the feudal lord and assisting her in securing her position, she would surely feel grateful, thus ensuring that the Land of Water would become a reliable ally in the future. Morningstar advised Shemu, if you wish to break free from these shackles, the only way is to ascend to the position of feudal lord. Do not think of fleeing. Escape is ultimately not a lasting solution. At this, Shemu smiled, declaring, I will no longer run. I've escaped enough. Satisfied with her response, Morningstar nodded and turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya, stating, I have decided to abandon this mission to assist Shemu in becoming the feudal lord. You may return. I will take full responsibility for this operation. Tsunade approached, pulling on Morningstar's ear. What are you saying? If you're going to help, we should all do it together. Why boast alone? Jiraiya chimed in, exactly. I've long been displeased with that feudal lord of the Land of Water for using his own daughter as a bargaining chip. I must give him a good thrashing. The group quickly reached a consensus. As Shemu gazed at Morningstar's handsome face, she silently murmured, thank you. In the reception hall of the feudal lord's estate, the third Raikage, A, was seething with rage as he confronted the feudal lord of the Land of Water. I say, my lord, why did you hire the ninjas from Konoha without informing me? You have caused me to lose many capable subordinates. The feudal lord, his corpulence trembling, stammered, Raikage-sama. I genuinely had no knowledge of this. It must have been that girl Shemu who hired them herself. Please, do not be angry. Whether he was angry or not, I know not. But the fact that this old fool would use his own daughter as a bargaining chip infuriates me. The speaker was none other than Uchiha Morningstar. Chapter 17. Shemu becomes the feudal lord. At this moment, Morningstar appeared in the reception hall of the feudal lord's estate, donned in Tobi's guise. Without a word, the third Raikage activated his lightning release chakra armor mode and hurled a punch, which passed directly through Morningstar's body, crashing into the wall behind him. The wall crumbled under the force, and the Raikage, covered in dust and debris, rose in disbelief, staring at Morningstar. Who are you? He roared in fury. Morningstar paid him no heed and strode toward the feudal lord of the Land of Water. The Raikage, incensed by Morningstar's disregard, activated his lightning release chakra armor at full power and swung again, employing the same formula, the same tactic, and once more demolishing a wall with his strike. The Raikage, now standing, shouted in rage, a coward who dares not fight. Finally, Morningstar turned to cast a glance at him, and with a colossal azure Susanoo fist, he struck the Raikage into the ground. Despite the protection of his lightning release armor, the force of the blow caused the Raikage to spit blood, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Morningstar ignored him and continued toward the feudal lord, taunting, such mere grains of sand are not even worth a fraction of my might. Although the Raikage was left injured and bleeding, he was not gravely harmed, for his lightning release armor provided formidable defense. Yet, his temper, ever volatile, began to cool as he recognized that the individual before him was no ordinary foe. Reaching the feudal lord, Morningstar found him sprawled helplessly on the ground. You truly are a wretched soul, he remarked, placing a hand on the feudal lord, who then vanished in a whirl of energy. Morningstar turned to face the Raikage. Do you still wish to dance? He asked, as his half-formed Susanoo coalesced behind him. Meanwhile, two of Morningstar's would-release clones, also disguised as Tobi, had arrived at the camp of the hidden cloud ninjas, unleashing a rampage with their half-formed Susanoo. Each shuriken wielded by the Susanoo harvested the lives of numerous cloud ninjas. Meanwhile, Morningstar's other would-release clone remained with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shemu in the forest, roasting the wild rabbit they had just caught. Jiraiya queried, Morningstar, weren't we supposed to confront Shemu's father? Why are we waiting here? Morningstar replied, you must wait until I have repelled the cloud ninjas. Otherwise, how can we negotiate? We could go too. Wouldn't it be faster to fight together? Jiraiya suggested. Tsunade smacked Jiraiya on the head, admonishing, you fool. Participating in the conflict between the hidden cloud and other nations as Konoha ninjas would only bring the flames of war to our doorstep. Jiraiya protested, rubbing his head. But Morningstar is going. Morningstar interjected, I have disguised myself using transformation jutsu and donned a mask. At this moment, the Raikage was in a dire state. Although he had sustained no significant injuries due to his lightning release armor, he was now panting heavily from exertion, unable to breach Morningstar's defenses. The third Raikage, renowned as the strongest among Raikages, wielded the mightiest lightning release armor, while Uchiha Susanoo was famed for its absolute defense. Morningstar, too, was not in an optimal condition. He felt his vision blurring, and a throbbing pain in his eyes indicated that he was nearing his limit. Were it not for his lineage from the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans, he might have already succumbed. The Raikage straightened up, activating his lightning release chakra armor to its fullest, pointing a finger toward Morningstar. Morningstar recognized this technique. It was the Rakeage signature move, the Hell's piercing stab in its most potent form. Once charged, the Rakeage lunged at Morningstar, who commanded his Susanu's arm to intercept the Rakeage's attack, causing the Rakeage's arm to bend awkwardly and the piercing strike to impale his own chest. Stunned and unwilling to accept defeat, the Rakeage gazed at Morningstar in disbelief before collapsing heavily to the ground. Morningstar dispelled his Susanu, gasping for breath. Did you think I was unfamiliar with the world of shinobi? While he could have sent the Rakeage flying, Morningstar preferred not to engage in a prolonged struggle, for killing him would lead to a true state of enmity between the hidden cloud and the land of water. He needed to facilitate a retreat, thus opting for a strategy that would turn the Rakeage's own strength against him. After catching his breath, Morningstar activated his Susanu once more, lifting the severely injured Rakeage by one leg and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the camp of the Hidden Cloud Ninjas. At this point, Morningstar's two would-release clones had already exited the battlefield, maintaining their Susanu forms and observing the Cloud Ninjas. Thanks to their shared memories, they were aware that the original was approaching. With the Rakeage in tow, Morningstar coldly addressed the gathered Cloud Ninjas. Should you dare to invade the land of water again, I will slay as many as come. With that, he tossed the injured Rakeage towards them. The Cloud Ninjas, witnessing this, hastily rushed to provide emergency aid to the Rakeage before promptly retreating. As the Morningstar dissipated, Susanu gasped for breath, then dispelled the two wood-clone avatars on the battlefield and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Tsunade and the others. He subsequently transported them to the ravaged reception hall. The group gazed at the desolate scene, all turning their eyes towards the Morningstar. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with this. Most of it was caused by the Rakeage." The Morningstar instructed his wood-clone to don Obito's guise, while his true form reverted to its original appearance. He then summoned the feudal lord of the land of hot water from the Kemui dimension. The lord, filled with trepidation, stared at the Morningstar, dressed as Obito. He had witnessed this man summon a monstrous being that had single-handedly vanquished the Rakeage, having remained in the Kemui space and unaware of subsequent events. The wood-clone of the Morningstar coldly remarked, "You, who seek to sell your daughter for personal gain, are unworthy of the title of feudal lord. Let Shamo take your place." Tsunade and Jiraiya then approached, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to vent their frustrations on Shamo. The feudal lord, now terrified, hastily summoned all high-ranking officials of the land of hot water for a meeting to discuss the new lord's succession ceremony. As the high-ranking officials gradually assembled, in the conference room, Shamo occupied the main seat, with the wood-clone of the Morningstar standing at Shamo's right, while Shamo's father trembled at her left. The remaining seats were filled with officials from the land of hot water, and Tsunade and her companions were placed in a designated lounge as Konoha's assigned ninjas. Shamo's father, shaking uncontrollably, declared, "I have decided to abdicate the position of feudal lord, allowing my daughter Shamo to succeed me." A disdainful official, appearing to be in his 40s with a face full of blubber, scoffed, "What qualifications does that illegitimate child have to inherit the title of feudal lord? If you've truly held that position long enough, why not allow me?" Before he could finish, a massive indigo hand seized him and crushed him before the eyes of the assembly, causing several timid officials to soil themselves in terror. Such displays were unfamiliar to these pampered aristocrats. The wood-clone of the Morningstar declared, "Shamo shall ascend as feudal lord. Who is in favor, and who opposes?" Chapter 18. System Upgrade. The Morningstar led with his fists, silencing the officials, who dared not utter a word. "Trash should behave like trash. You will do as I command," he stated coldly. One particularly rotund official, irate, retorted, "Who are you calling trash?" In an instant, the Morningstar unleashed half of Susanu, stating icily, "Do not misunderstand. I do not refer to you as trash, but rather to all present." The overwhelming aura of Susanu left everyone gasping for breath. "Very well. I will ask once more. Shamo shall become the feudal lord. Who is in favor, and who opposes?" The room fell into an eerie silence. "Speak." The Morningstar amplified his voice with chakra, causing the assembly to tremble, even startling Shamo beside him. "I am in favor." An official's voice broke the silence, prompting a chorus of affirmative responses from the others. Over 3 days, Shamo meticulously eradicated all corruption among the officials of the land of hot water with an iron fist. Her decisive actions earning the Morningstar's respect. Her regal presence was unmistakable. As her father's disgraceful actions of selling his daughter for personal gain and offering energy mines were revealed, along with evidence of corrupt officials, public outrage surged. Coupled with Shamo's implementation of numerous pro-people policies, the call for her ascension reached a crescendo. 3 days later, Shamo South coronation ceremony took place at the coronation square of the Land of Hot Water, the traditional site for the crowning of feudal lords. Team 7, along with the wood clone of the Morning Star dressed as a Beto, presented the symbolic crown of the feudal lord to Shamo. Shamo introduced the four to the gathered crowd, saying, "These three are ninjas from the village hidden in the leaves, who came to undertake a mission, and they are my saviors. Without them, I would have fallen into the hands of the Cloud Village ninja long ago. They are all exceptionally skilled ninjas." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Shamo then pulled the Morning Star's wood clone forward, stating, "This is a dear friend I met while in seclusion. He is an immensely powerful ninja who came specifically to assist me. Just a few days ago, he single-handedly repelled the army of Cloud Ninjas, nearly defeating the Third Raikage. He will be residing in our Land of Hot Water from now on." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They were aware of the formidable forces stationed there and the strength of the Third Raikage, astonished that a mere masked man could have accomplished such a feat. The audience erupted once more into a thunderous applause. "I wish to express my gratitude for their assistance and thank all of you for your support. I hope that through our collective efforts, we can forge a better Land of Hot Water." More resounding applause followed. Ding! System task completed. Rewards are being distributed. Drawing. Acquired. Jinjutsu. Tsukuyami. Upon hearing the system notification, the Morning Star scoffed. Jinjutsu seemed rather useless to someone who preferred a direct approach. Ding! A new system task is being issued. Please absorb the residual energy of the 10 tails in the energy crystal mine of the Land of Hot Water. Reward, system upgrade. The Morning Star was left bewildered by the task. Was this a reward for him, or for the system itself? After the celebration banquet, the Morning Star ventured alone to the underground energy crystal mine. The pure fire attribute energy within the mine was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to breathe. He proceeded towards the area with the densest energy, where a massive energy crystal seemed to encase something within it. It appeared that the entire subterranean energy veins of the Land of Hot Water were birthed from this single, colossal energy crystal. System, what is encased within? Ding! It is a fragment of the Ten Tails body. A fragment of the Ten Tails body. No wonder it could catalyze so many energy crystals. If I take it, won't this underground mine be rendered useless? Ding! That will not be the case. The chakra leaking from the Ten Tails body fragment has already fully crystallized into energy crystals. The energy within this fragment is nearly depleted. Even if left untouched, it will not produce more energy crystals. Thus the mine will remain unaffected. Very well, system. What must I do? Ding! Please place your hand upon the energy crystal. The Morning Star pressed his palm against the energy crystal, and shortly thereafter, a beam of white light surged through his hand and into his body. Ding! A small fragment of the Sage of Six Paths will has been received. The system is beginning to upgrade. The entire upgrade process will take approximately 2 hours, during which the system will disable all functions. Please exercise caution. Upgrading. A fragment of the Sage of Six Paths will? What on earth? Confused. The Morning Star decided not to dwell on it further and teleported back to the room prepared for them by Shamo, quietly awaiting the system upgrade. Ding! System upgrade complete. New summoning mode added. System, what does this summoning mode entail? Ding! It allows the host to summon the system using summoning technique, enabling the system to assist the host with tasks externally. That sounds good. Let me give it a try. Summoning technique. Upon executing the summoning technique, a 2-finger-tall humanoid spirit-like entity floated before the Morning Star, its smooth surface revealing no discernible gender. However, given that the system had always spoken in a feminine electronic voice, it was likely female. System, what is this appearance? Ding! It is merely an avatar for ease of movement. Please do not concern yourself with its appearance. The system's conjured spirit then vanished. Ding! A new system task is being issued. Please assist Shamo in perfectly controlling the chakra of the Nine Tails. Reward. A fragment of the Nine Tails chakra. What on earth is a fragment of the Nine Tails chakra? Ding! Collecting a sufficient amount of Nine Tails chakra can form a chakra sphere of the Nine Tails. Gathering each type of tailed beast chakra sphere will allow entry into the Sage of Six Paths mode. Sage of Six Paths mode? This resembles the post-Fourth Shinobi World War scenario where Naruto receives the power of Yang from the Sage of Six Paths, which I find quite appealing. System. How can I assist Cheyenne in perfectly mastering the chakra of the Nine Tails? Beep. The system can aid the host in eliminating the ferocious aura of the Nine Tails chakra within Cheyenne, transforming it into pure chakra energy, which, with training, can be perfectly controlled. That sounds splendid. I shall give it a try. Morningstar approached Cheyenne's room and knocked on the door. Upon her opening it, Morningstar noticed Tsunade was also present in the room. Stepping inside, She inquired curiously, "What brings you here?" Tsunade instantly bristled. "Oh, am I interrupting something? Should I leave?" Morning Star, aware of Tsunade's misinterpretation, quickly replied, "That would be inappropriate. If you leave, it would just be the two of us, and should others find out, it could adversely affect Cheyenne's reputation. After all, she is now a prominent figure." Tsunade sneered, "If I weren't fortuitously here, wouldn't it truly be a solitary male and female together?" Morningstar retorted, "Tsunade." Tsunade pinched Morningstar's ear, saying, "Have you been led astray by that rascal Jiraiya? Now, tell me, what business do you have with Cheyenne?" "Ouch, that hurts. Please let go. I genuinely have something important to discuss," Morningstar pleaded. Tsunade released her grip. Rubbing her ear, Morningstar solemnly stated, "I possess a method to assist Cheyenne in mastering the Ninetales chakra." Upon hearing this, both women's eyes lit up with intrigue. Tsunade exclaimed in delight, "Really? Does this mean Cheyenne won't have to soak in hot springs every day anymore?" "Cheyenne?" Morningstar was taken aback by Tsunade's informal address. "What's wrong? Cheyenne and I are now close friends," Tsunade declared with a proud stance. Cheyenne chuckled softly. "You could call me that too, Tsunade. After all, aren't we friends? You've both helped me immensely. It feels distant always to refer to me as Miss Cheyenne." Morningstar smiled. "Very well, Cheyenne, I shall comply with your wishes. It brings me joy to see you so much brighter." Cheyenne replied, "That is all due to your efforts." Tsunade pressed, "Morningstar, you mentioned you could help Cheyenne control the Ninetales chakra. Let us get started." Morningstar began to summon the system internally. "System, what should I do next?" "Beep. Please have Cheyenne remove her upper garment, ensuring it is completely off," Morningstar exclaimed. "System, are you jesting?" Setting aside whether Cheyenne would agree, "I would likely be beaten to a pulp by Tsunade." "Beep. The system expresses concern for the host's intellect. Why not summon me first and step outside to allow me to speak with them?" Morningstar, summoning technique. "Wow. What is this? So adorable." As Morningstar summoned the system, Tsunade immediately took a liking to the little creature, embracing it and showering it with affection. "What a cute little prince. This is my new summoning beast," Morningstar explained. The system retorted, "You, human girl, are quite rude. It is a young lady." Upon hearing this, Tsunade morphed into a love-struck admirer. "That makes it even cuter." Another round of affectionate cuddling ensued. As Tsunade continued her relentless adoration, the system fled from her embrace, hiding behind Morningstar and whispering, "Let us abandon this mission." Morningstar turned to Tsunade, "All right, enough frolicking. The method I mentioned for Cheyenne to master the Ninetales chakra is her." "Little one, I still don't know your name," Tsunade remarked, attempting to seize the system once more, which scurried away in panic. "Just call me Little Six," the system said while escaping. "Now, follow her instructions. I cannot remain for the ensuing process." After stating this, Morningstar proceeded toward the door. "Why not?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. Morningstar opened the door, glanced back, and replied, "You'll find out shortly." With that, she closed the door and ventured to Jiraiya's room, intending to converse with him while awaiting Cheyenne and Tsunade's session to conclude. Upon knocking and entering Jiraiya's room, Morningstar was momentarily stunned by the scene before her. Jiraiya was seated, a stack of draft papers in hand with a pencil between his lips, surrounded by crumpled papers strewn about. Morningstar picked one up, opened it, and found it contained a partially abandoned plot titled The Tale of the Steadfast Ninja. Morningstar pondered, has Jiraiya begun writing that novel which could reshape the ninja world? Meanwhile, back with Cheyenne, Tsunade had caught the system again, cradling it with great affection. The system, in a childlike voice, urged, "Focus on the task at hand. Miss Cheyenne, to control the Ninetales chakra, you must first remove your upper garment." Cheyenne's cheeks flushed crimson, her hesitation evident. Tsunade, however, eyed the system warily. "You little imp, don't harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise, I will flatten you." The system anxiously retorted, "I have no malicious intent. This is a scientifically necessary step. Miss Cheyenne, I will shortly release a special energy that will envelop you. It's a purification technique that must directly contact your skin for optimal effect. Don't be shy. This is essential for controlling the Ninetales chakra." Though Cheyenne's face was burning with embarrassment, she understood the necessity. Resolute in her desire to control the Ninetales chakra, she steeled herself and agreed to proceed with this unique treatment. Tsunade stood protectively in front of Cheyenne, shielding her as she began to disrobe, her gaze still keenly fixed on the system. The system then radiated a shimmering light, releasing energy that enveloped Cheyenne, with runes flickering within the energy. As it approached her, the Ninetales chakra within Cheyenne surged violently, yet the system's energy proved more potent, gradually taming it. In a short while, Cheyenne's furrowed brow relaxed. A gentle smile gracing her face as she successfully controlled the Ninetails chakra. Tsunade watched intently, hoping Cheyenne would seize control of her inner power. "It is done," announced the system as its energy dissipated, and Cheyenne donned her attire once more. "From now on, simply channel your thoughts, and you shall wield this power at your command." Upon completion, the system, eager to evade further torment from Tsunade, transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Cheyenne attempted to follow the system's guidance to harness the Ninetails chakra. Suddenly, a golden chakra cloak enveloped her, and she felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her being. Beep. The system task has been completed, and a thread of Ninetails chakra energy has been released. As the system's notification chimed in her mind, Morningstar promptly pulled Jiraiya, who was still in a daze, towards Cheyenne's room. Upon reaching Cheyenne's door and knocking, Tsunade opened it, nodding at Morningstar as they entered. The moment they stepped inside, they beheld Cheyenne adorned in a magnificent golden chakra cloak, radiating beauty that elevated her recently developed queenly aura. Jiraiya, transfixed, remarked to Morningstar, "Is this what you meant by Cheyenne perfectly mastering the Ninetails chakra? She looks stunning." Tsunade swiftly struck Jiraiya on the head. "It's not Miss Cheyenne. It's Sister Cheyenne." Turning to the transformed Cheyenne, Morningstar inquired, "How do you feel, Sister Cheyenne?" Cheyenne raised her hand into a fist and declared, "I feel my body brimming with power." Excited, Cheyenne gazed at Morningstar, overwhelmed with gratitude for all that she had done for her. At this moment, she felt she could do anything for Morningstar, even at the cost of her own life. Morningstar smiled. "Let my wood-release clone remain here to teach you ninjutsu and training. I believe you can become a formidable ninja. Now it's getting late, Sister Cheyenne. Please rest well. We shall return." As soon as she exited the room of the misty fog, Tsunade seized Morningstar by the ear, exclaiming, "Ah, so you were aware from the very beginning that Sister Samwee's treatment required disrobing. Speak. Were you planning to linger had I not been present?" Morningstar, wincing in pain, replied, "Ouch, ouch, this is unjust. Am I truly that kind of person?" Tsunade retorted, "In the past, I knew you were not. But after spending so much time with Jiraiya, I can no longer be certain." Jiraiya. The playful bickering continued as they returned to their respective chambers. Chapter 20. Meeting the parents at the entrance of the daimyo's residence, the three members of Team 7 were prepared to return to Konoha. Samwee gazed longingly at them. "Are you truly not staying a few more days?" Morningstar replied, "No, we have already delayed for quite some time. It is time for us to return to Konoha and submit our mission report. Initially, we believed this mission to be a failure. Yet it appears we have achieved a perfect completion, for we have successfully brought you back to the land of hot water, and you are now safe." After bidding farewell, Team 7 commenced their journey back to Konoha. Watching them depart, Samwee waved her hand and called out to Morningstar and the others, "Make sure to visit the land of hot water often. I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Morningstar harbored no concerns regarding Samwee's position as the daimyo. With his wood-release clone present, any troublemakers would be promptly dealt with. In the Hokage's office, Team 7 was submitting their mission report. After reviewing it, Sarutobi Hiruzen assessed the mission's rank as A-class. Naturally, the report did not mention Morningstar's role in aiding the land of hot water in changing its daimyo and repelling the Cloud Ninja. Instead, it referred to a mysterious individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "You have all worked hard. Take 3 days to rest and return home. Morningstar, I would like you to stay behind." After Tsunade and Jiraiya exited the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Morningstar and said, "I believe you have questions for me." Morningstar replied, "Teacher Sarutobi, you must be aware of my relationship with Miss Samwee. Otherwise, why would you have assigned Team 7 to undertake this mission?" After discovering the entirety of Samwee's circumstances, Morningstar surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen must possess some knowledge. Otherwise, their encounter would have been far too coincidental, as if scripted. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood and gazed out the window. Years ago, Samwee's father entrusted Konoha with that sealing mission. At that time, I sought out Lord Mido, who recommended your mother. Although Haruka is of Senju and Uzumaki descent, she perfectly inherited the Uzumaki clan's vitality. Following the death of Yen, she fell into a deep despair because your father had promised to return and marry her once the mission was complete. Tragically, he never returned, and Haruka, unwilling to remain in Konoha, a place filled with sorrow, returned to the Uzumaki clan while pregnant with you. This is why so few people know of your lineage." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and continued, "After returning to the Uzumaki clan, your mother struggled greatly until you were born. Perhaps it was a mother's love that brightened Haruka's spirits. Lord Mito wished for her to venture out more often, which led to her being recommended for that mission. Yet we never anticipated such a grim turn of events. Morningstar inquired, "Is the teacher concerned about how I might act toward Miss Samui after learning the truth? After all, I am a member of the notorious Uchiha clan, and you fear I may take actions detrimental to the village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff from his pipe, remaining silent, indicating tacit agreement. Morningstar was not surprised. From the Hokage's perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not erred. "Teacher, you must understand that I have not seen my parents since childhood. It was Elder Kagami who raised me, and thus, I shall carry forth his will," Morningstar stated calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded appreciatively. "It is commendable that you possess such thoughts. I am gratified. Now, go and rest well. You have worked hard." Just as Morningstar stepped out of the Hokage's office, a notification resonated. "Ding, a system task has been issued. Visit Lord Mito Uzumaki. Reward, awakening of the Uzumaki clan's vitality." Momentarily taken aback, Morningstar recognized this as an opportune reason to pay a visit. Exiting the Hokage building, Tsunade was waiting at the entrance. As she spotted Morningstar, she approached him eagerly. "What did the teacher say?" Tsunade inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Morningstar recounted the events to Tsunade. "How could the teacher do such a thing?" Tsunade exclaimed indignantly. Morningstar replied, "The teacher has not erred. After all, it is for the sake of the village. You must have heard tales of the Uchiha clan from your own kin." Tsunade fell silent. Morningstar gently ruffled her hair and said, "Is Lord Mito present? I wish to pay her a visit." Tsunade smiled and took Morningstar's hand, saying, "Of course. I shall take you there." Upon arriving at the Senju clan's residence, Morningstar, an Uchiha, naturally drew many disapproving glances, though not too many, as the Senju clan had dwindled significantly. Due to the intermarriage policies implemented by the first and second Hokage, very few individuals still bore the Senju name. The clan had fragmented into obscurity, nearly becoming extinct. Even Tsunade's Senju blood was quite thin, yet she retained the surname due to being the granddaughter of the first Hokage. The pair approached a large estate, and Tsunade called out, "Grandma, I am home." Tsunade's parents had both perished in the war, and Lord Mito had cared for her since. "Sister, you have returned." A boy of about 5 or 6 years old dashed into Tsunade's embrace, her younger brother, Shoju. Tsunade wrapped one arm around Shoju while playfully ruffling his hair with her fist. "You little rascal, did you miss me?" Shoju replied, "Sister." "Ouch." He quickly wriggled free from Tsunade's grasp and approached Morningstar. "Greeting. Good day, brother Morningstar." Having met him before, Shoju was excited to see him again. "Welcome back." A woman's voice resonated. A woman with 2 buns and striking red hair emerged, radiating an air of nobility. Although in her 50s, she appeared quite youthful, embodying the grace of Tsunade's grandmother, Lord Mito Uzumaki. "Grandma," Tsunade exclaimed, rushing into Mito's embrace as she affectionately stroked Tsunade's hair. After releasing her hold, Tsunade turned to Morningstar and said, "Grandma, this is my friend who wishes to pay you a visit." "Greetings, Lord Mito. I am Uchiha Morningstar." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Morningstar said politely, bowing respectfully. One must joke that in order to marry Tsunade, one must first secure a favorable relationship with Lord Mito, for with her parents gone, it would ultimately be Lord Mito's word that would determine any future union. Upon hearing Morningstar's name, Mito paused. "Ah, are you the child of Haruka?" "Yes," Morningstar affirmed. Mito nodded. "It seems you are already aware. Please, come inside." She then affectionately patted Tsunade's head, saying, "You may take Shoju to play for a while. I would like to converse with Morningstar." Tsunade protested. "I already know everything about Morningstar. What is there to discuss behind my back?" Upon hearing this, Mito cast a curious glance at Morningstar, who nodded in confirmation. Seeing him agree, Mito's expression turned playful. "Are you two truly just friends, so simply?" she inquired. "Grandma." Tsunade's face flushed crimson as she took Shoju by the hand and dashed away. Morningstar, feeling a sudden rush of tension, thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel as if I am meeting my girlfriend's parents?" Chapter 21. Lord Mito's approval seated across from Lord Mito at a tatami table. Morningstar felt particularly anxious, akin to a nervous suitor visiting for the first time. Mito poured him a cup of tea, her gaze lingering on the necklace around his neck, the very one that once belonged to her husband, her smile radiating warmth and affection. "Ding, the system task has been completed, and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan has awakened. The host has acquired the bloodline powers, Kagura's heart eye, and adamant sealing. Ding. It has been detected that the Indra and Azura genes within the host have fully awakened. The host has achieved a compatibility level of 1 with the Sage of 6 Paths. In an instant, Morningstar felt that the upper limit of his chakra had increased tenfold or more. He called out to the system in his heart. System, the Uchiha clan is descended from Indra, while the Senju and Uzumaki are descendants of Asura. Since I was born with the bloodlines of both Uchiha and Senju, and I have just awakened the Uzumaki bloodline, should I not directly awaken the Sage of Six Paths and unlock the Rinnegan? Ding. The host is not a reincarnation of Asura or Indra, and lacks the soul energy of both, hence cannot directly awaken the Sage of Six Paths or the Rinnegan. Kagura's hard eye of Uzumaki Mito sensed that the child before her had suddenly become unfathomable, his chakra surging with immense power. Morningstar, what just happened? Uzumaki Mito inquired. Still immersed in the joy of the system's rewards, Morningstar was momentarily taken aback by Mito's question. After a moment's thought, he decided to no longer conceal his strength. If he intended to marry Tsunade, he must eliminate the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, even if he could not entirely resolve it. Demonstrating sufficient power would certainly intimidate everyone. The Senju clan was dwindling in numbers, and under these circumstances, Morningstar was confident he could persuade them. As for the Uchiha, it was well known that they revered strength above all. Morningstar was certain there was no one in the Uchiha who surpassed him. Lady Mito, just now I felt a resonance with the bloodline power within you. It seems my Uzumaki bloodline has awakened. Morningstar could only fabricate a lie, as he could not reveal that his abilities were granted by the system. Uzumaki Mito was momentarily stunned by Morningstar's words. Before she could express her doubts, golden chains suddenly coiled around Morningstar. Following that, he unleashed a wood-release clone. Mito gazed in astonishment at the swirling golden chains around him, then glanced at the wood-release clone, and upon turning back to Morningstar, she found a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. Morningstar showcased his newfound strength before retracting all his abilities. Mito's emotions were beyond mere shock. The prodigious talent displayed by this boy, not yet 12, had completely shattered her worldview. The bloodline powers of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans coalescing in a single individual made her ponder that this child might one day surpass her husband and become the next god of shinobi. When do you plan to marry Tsunade? Morningstar nearly choked on the tea he was drinking. Lady Mito, what do you mean? Realizing her slip, Mito quickly amended. You're still too young for such talk. We can discuss it later. By the way, you needn't call me lady anymore. From now on, just call me grandma like Tsunade and the others. Yes, Grandma Mito, Morningstar replied, feeling a surge of delight. With Mito's approval, he was now nearly certain of securing Tsunade's hand. After a brief, symbolic inquiry about his mother, and upon learning what he already knew from the third Hokage, Morningstar took his leave. As he opened the door, he saw Tsunade standing outside, covering Shotri's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded him. From Tsunade's expression, Morningstar knew she had overheard his conversation with Mito. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he chuckled. Haha, Tsunade, make sure to rest well. I'm heading back now. And with that, he hurriedly fled the scene. Not far from the house, he heard a shout behind him. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Thud. Morningstar could easily guess what had just occurred and quickened his pace, feeling that if he lingered any longer, he would surely be the next target of their antics. Back at home, lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, Morningstar felt a surge of satisfaction. Having gained Uzumaki Mito's endorsement, marrying Tsunade would pose little trouble, especially with Mito's significant influence within the Senju clan. Her words held weight not only among the Senju, but throughout all of Konoha. The third Hokage's rise to power was closely tied to Mito. When the second Hokage's bodyguards returned from battle, they claimed he had sacrificed himself to protect them and had left orders for the third to succeed him. Regardless of whether this was true, the fact that the bodyguards abandoned the Hokage would invite scrutiny, yet it was Mito's decisive intervention that secured Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. Therefore, having Mito's support meant that not only could he marry Tsunade, but he was also qualified to become Hokage himself. After dinner, Morningstar visited Orochimaru's home to see how he was faring. To his surprise, he found Orochimaru just returning home, not yet through the door. Orochimaru, he called out, and upon hearing his name, Orochimaru turned to see Morningstar approaching. Why are you back so late? Morningstar inquired. I lost track of time while conducting experiments. Orochimaru replied. When did you return to the village? Just today. I came to check on you. As Orochimaru opened the door, the two settled in the living room. How are you adjusting to life at Root? Morningstar asked as Orochimaru poured them both a glass of water. Not too bad. I can immerse myself in my interests. Orochimaru said, taking a sip. What project are you researching lately? Morningstar inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. But keep this confidential. Though he shouldn't have disclosed such sensitive information, he felt no need to withhold it from Morningstar. Morningstar thought to himself, as expected, how is your research progressing? Have you made any breakthroughs? None at all. I've exhausted all possible methods, but there are always rejection reactions. Only some cells from the Senju clan show slightly less rejection. If I could find a subject whose cells are not rejected, I believe I could find a breakthrough. As he listened to Orochimaru speak passionately, Morningstar thought, please don't grow into the kind of Orochimaru who regards human life as mere fodder. Orochimaru, I want you to always remember one thing. Never regard life as inconsequential. Orochimaru seemed taken aback, unsure why Morningstar would say such a thing, but he nodded resolutely. I understand. Morningstar smiled and asked, do you have any test tubes for storing blood samples? Of course, Orochimaru replied, handing him a test tube. What do you need it for? Morningstar grinned at Orochimaru, filled the test tube with his own blood, and said, try using my blood cells. But this must remain a secret known only to you. Orochimaru accepted the test tube with a serious nod. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Morningstar walked home. Ding! A new system task has been issued. Intimidate the elders of the Uchiha clan to attain an elder position. Reward, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 22. The elder position of the Uchiha. Lying in bed at home, Morningstar pondered how to intimidate the Uchiha clan into granting him an elder position. This reward was crucial for him, as his eyesight had significantly deteriorated. Morningstar thought to himself, I should pay a visit to the clan leader tomorrow. The following day, Morningstar arrived early at Uchiha Shanji's residence. Without preamble, he declared, I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and promptly activated it. Uchiha Shanji's face was one of disbelief. Yet he knew that Morningstar was not there to boast. Curious, he asked, what do you want? I seek an elder position, Morningstar replied. Morningstar. Uchiha Shanji said, the position of elder is determined by a clan meeting of the elders. They are all respected veterans of the Uchiha clan. And you are still too young. No elder would agree. Let strength speak for itself. I do not believe any elder possesses greater power than I. Uchiha Shuji gazed at Uchiha Morningstar, and in the depths of the child's eyes, he perceived unwavering determination. Well, since you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you are indeed worthy. I shall summon the elders to the council, and I will inform you when the time comes. Bidding farewell to the clan leader's residence, Morningstar arrived at the home of Uchiha Kagami to visit his wife and son, for she was his foster mother, and he often came to pay his respects. Ryokai was still at school, so Morningstar conversed with Uchiha Aoi for a while, sharing news of his recent endeavors before taking his leave. Morningstar. As he was walking home, he was suddenly called out. Turning towards the voice, he discovered it was Uchiha Izumi, now an adult. Izumi had blossomed into a graceful and beautiful young woman. Under Morningstar's tutelage over the past few years, she had mastered all the techniques of lightning breathing and had now attained the rank of Jonin. Good morning, Izumi-ne. It's been a while. Morningstar greeted her with a smile. Currently, Izumi was not working in the police force during this period. The Uchiha clan had not yet been marginalized to such an extent. With the downfall of Danzo, who had perpetuated their marginalization, many Uchiha ninjas were being reinstated by Sarutobi to undertake missions for the village, and Izumi was among them. Since becoming a Jonin, she had been stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire, rarely returning to the village. Izumi approached and ruffled Morningstar's hair, saying, You've grown taller. She pinched his cheek and added, And you've become quite handsome. Morningstar did not mind the playful teasing. He was quite fond of this older sister who had always treated him as a younger brother, perhaps because they both shared the experience of growing up as orphans. Izumi-ne, even while stationed at the border, you must remember to eat on time. You've lost weight since the last time I saw you. Izumi paused, her hand lingering on Morningstar's face. Having lost her parents at a young age, she found solace in the warmth of family when she was with Morningstar, which is why she always made it a point to visit him whenever she returned to the village. Izumi patted Morningstar's head again, sighing. Life at the border is tough. It's a desolate place. Just having soldier pills to eat is a blessing. By the way, I saw you just returned from the clan leader's home. What were you doing? You're not thinking of joining the police force, are you? I must tell you, that line of work is best avoided, as it only leads to trouble. Izumi held a deep disdain for the duties of the Uchiha police force, viewing them as thankless and fraught with conflict. Morningstar shook his head and replied, No, I went to apply for a position as an elder. Upon hearing this, Izumi's expression relaxed, relieved that he was not seeking a position in the police force. That's good. Then, coming back to her senses, she exclaimed, What? An elder? Have you lost your mind? You're still so young. Izumi swallowed the words she had intended to say next as she noticed Morningstar's Mangekyo Sharingan. shaking her head. She looked at him with a hint of fondness and said, "I'd almost forgotten how remarkable you are. At 6, you defeated 3 Chunin from the Rain Village, developed an S-rank lightning release technique on your own, and now, at 12, you've awakened the Mangekyo. I suppose it's not that surprising. I'm not yet 12, Izumi-ne." Morningstar received another playful pinch on the cheek. "Don't get too carried away, you little rascal. But why do you so desperately covet the position of elder?" "Well, Izumi-ne, you know that I made a promise to Tsunade when we were young that I would marry her. However, the ongoing conflicts between our families have always posed an obstacle. To marry her in the future, I must possess influence within the clan." After listening to Morningstar, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Izumi's eyes. "I didn't realize you had such a sense of responsibility." Morningstar immediately quoted Naruto's famous words. "Of course. To speak frankly and to follow through on one's word. That is my ninja way. Come on, Izumi-ne, let us head to my house. I will prepare a sumptuous meal for you." Izumi raised both hands in delight, exclaiming, "Hooray!" She was well aware of Morningstar's culinary skills. Every time she dined at his home, he would prepare such delicious dishes that she would leave feeling completely stuffed. After having lunch, the two rested at Morningstar's home. However, Izumi was so filled that she felt too lethargic to move. At that moment, a Uchiha clansman arrived to inform Morningstar that it was time to gather at the clan meeting place, likely regarding the discussions among the elders about granting him an elder's position. Morningstar exchanged glances with Izumi before heading towards the clan meeting place. Curiously, he asked, "Izumi-ne, why are you coming along? I'm here to cheer you on. What's wrong? Do you resent my presence?" Morningstar smiled, but said nothing. He understood that Izumi was worried about him. Upon arriving at the meeting place, as soon as they entered, they heard Uchiha Shana scoff. "You think you can claim an elder's position? What gives a mere child the right to stand among us?" Morningstar remained silent, awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan and activating Tsukuyami. In that instant, the previously dismissive Uchiha Shana was now bent over the conference table, gasping for breath in agony. This was the power of Tsukuyami. Though only a fleeting moment had passed in reality, in the realm of Tsukuyami, Uchiha Shana had endured 7 days of torment at Morningstar's hands. Uchiha Shana staggered to his feet, furiously pointing at Morningstar. "You little brat. How dare you use ninjutsu on me?" Morningstar drew his Zanpakutō, pointing it at Uchiha Shana. "If you have the courage, repeat what you just said." Everyone was taken aback by Morningstar's assertiveness. Having witnessed him decisively defeat the elder with ninjutsu, now seemingly poised to eliminate him entirely, Izumi too was astonished to see her usually warm and sunny brother exhibit such intensity, thinking to herself, "He is willing to go this far for Tsunade." Another elder shouted, "Uchiha Morningstar, you're going too far. How dare you lay a hand on an elder? This is utterly outrageous." Morningstar retorted, "I'm merely teaching a lesson to someone who looks down on others. What is your problem? Today, I will take that elder's seat. If any of you elders have objections, let us settle it in the training ground. If you can't even defeat a mere child, then you have no right to complain here." With that, Morningstar dragged Izumi out, and as they reached the door, he turned back to coldly regard the elders. "If any of you lack the courage to come forward, then I see no reason to occupy the elder's position. The Uchiha clan does not require the presence of the worthless." Chapter 23. Becoming an elder of the Uchiha clan. Morningstar instructed Izumi to watch from outside the training ground while he stood in the center, wielding his Zanpakutō as the elders arrived one after another, with Uchiha Shana being supported. Elder Uchiha Shingetsu stepped forward, standing opposite Morningstar. "Arrogant little wretch. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Release, sleeve of white snow." Morningstar unleashed his Zanpakutō. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Several dragon-headed flames surged towards Morningstar, who swirled sleeve of white snow, releasing a wave of cold air that formed an ice wall to block the attack. However, unbeknownst to him, this fire technique was merely a feint, as Elder Shingetsu was already closing in. Initial dance of the white moon. Morningstar slashed forward, causing the ground before him to freeze, instantly covering an area of approximately 10 meters in diameter. Elder Shingetsu, witnessing the ice beneath his feet, hesitated and leaped into the air. Suddenly, the freshly frozen ground transformed into a towering ice pillar, trapping Elder Shingetsu within. Next, Morningstar remained unfazed and lifted his hand to dispel the ice pillar. Elder Uchiha Mito entered the training ground first, initiating with Uchiha's shuriken technique. Launching a dozen shurikens at Morningstar, he stood still, allowing all the shurikens to pass harmlessly through him. Elder Mito was momentarily taken aback before beginning to weave hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Elder Mito unleashed a fireball feint and leaped into the air. Fire release, Great fire extinguishing technique. He executed a follow-up fire technique while airborne. When both fire techniques dissipated, Morningstar remained standing, now adopting a stance for Thunder Flash. Breath of Lightning, first form, Thunder Flash. Morningstar vanished in a flash of lightning, appearing before Elder Mido, the tip of sleeve of white snow resting against his throat. Next, the remaining elders exchanged glances, realizing none dared to step forward. They had witnessed Morningstar's prowess and deemed themselves unworthy opponents. The Uchiha ninjas, when faced with ordinary shinobi, rely on the dynamic visual acuity of their Sharingan, along with their Jinjutsu and replication abilities, to maintain a semblance of invincibility. However, against a figure like Morningstar, who never performs hand seals and possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, such advantages fall woefully short. It seems the Elder Council is in dire need of a reshuffle. Those who wield their authority as elders with such arrogance within the Uchiha clan, only to reveal this level of competence, are nothing more than grains of sand, insignificant and lacking in substance. With such meager strength, their incessant bravado is laughable. A pack of broken-backed hounds dare to bark before me, and I have never encountered such shamelessness. As the crowd around the training ground swelled, the elders grew increasingly agitated. Their faces flushed with embarrassment from being berated by a mere child not yet 12. Elder Uchiha Seiji, his face reddening, retorted, "Boy, do not be so smug. Are you brave enough to face us in unison? If you can defeat us collectively, the position of elder shall be yours." The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves at the absurdity of several elders uniting against a child, their disdain palpable. Yet, Morningstar calmly replied, "Do you speak the truth?" The elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Morningstar continued, "Very well, I hope you will not renege on your word." As the elders took their positions in the training ground, Morningstar, with a flash of white snow from his sleeves, lunged towards them with a burst of electricity. Breath of Thunder, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Morningstar darted around the elders like a bolt of lightning, who found themselves repeatedly struck by his electric assaults. Initial dance, White Moon. While the elders struggled to withstand the relentless lightning, Morningstar unleashed a towering ice pillar that encased them all. Breath of Thunder. Fifth form, Heatwave Thunder. A colossal bolt of lightning shattered the ice, leaving the elders sprawled on the ground, their bodies charred. Sheathing his blade, Morningstar looked at the elders who were now helping each other to stand. "I haven't even exerted myself, and you have already fallen?" he scoffed. The elders glared at him through gritted teeth. Morningstar remarked, "It appears you remain unconvinced. Shall we continue?" No sooner had he spoken than a half-formed Susanoo of deep blue manifested around him, leaving the elders, as well as the clan leader Uchiha Yamaji and Uchiha Izumi beside him, utterly astounded. The Uchiha clan members gathered around the training ground gaped in disbelief. In the distance, two members of the Umbu exchanged glances, and one of them vanished in an instant. Standing within the Susanoo, with arms crossed, Morningstar coldly addressed the elders. "Do you wish to continue your dance?" The elders exchanged looks, no longer daring to defy him. Elder Uchiha Shana declared, "We all agree to grant you a position as elder." Morningstar dissipated the Susanoo and approached Uchiha Yamaji with a smile. "Respected clan leader, what do you think?" This beaming, sunlit smile was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Uchiha Yamaji contemplated reprimanding the boy, but ultimately thought better of it. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Uchiha Morningstar has passed the trials set by all the elders, and is hereby granted the position of Uchiha Elder, with the right to partake in clan matters." The training ground erupted in chaos, with applause, cheers, and a cacophony of excitement, none more fervent than Uchiha Izumi, who clapped and danced with unrestrained joy. Morningstar caught sight of Uchiha Aoi in the crowd, smiling back at him, and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head in return. "Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have completed the system task. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been granted." Suddenly, Morningstar's vision became strikingly clear, restoring the sight he had lost for some time, and his ocular power surged exponentially. Just as he joined in the revelry with the clan, the Umbu member who had previously vanished reappeared before him. "Uchiha Morningstar, the Hokage requests your presence in the office." Upon hearing this, Izumi expressed concern. "Why does the Hokage suddenly seek you out? Is it because of the commotion you caused earlier?" Morningstar replied, "Perhaps, but fear not. The third Hokage is my mentor. He will likely only offer some words of admonition." With that, Morningstar bid farewell to the crowd and made his way to the Hokage building. Upon arriving at the office door, he knocked lightly. "Enter," came the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Morningstar stepped inside. "Teacher, you called for me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in paperwork, not lifting his gaze. What transpired earlier in the Uchiha compound? Morningstar scratched the back of his head and replied, well, I sought a position as an elder and sparred with the other elders. It got a bit loud. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to focus on his documents. Why would a child your age desire an elder's position? Morningstar faltered, fumbling for words, thinking, I can't just tell you I'm completing a system task. Noticing Morningstar's hesitance, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, looking up at him. Is there something you find difficult to articulate? It's not that difficult to say, Morningstar finally stammered. His cheeks flushing as he confessed, I wish to marry Tsunade. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the floor, astonished. What? Chapter 24. The revelation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the boy before him, somewhat bewildered. He bent down to retrieve the fallen pipe and spoke slowly. At such a young age, your aspirations reach quite far. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily found himself at a loss for words due to Morningstar's unexpected declaration, he soon grasped the situation at hand. The ambiguity of Morningstar's relationship with Tsunade was no longer a secret within the village. Had Danzo still been alive, his relentless instigation would have led Sarutobi Hiruzen to further distance himself from the Uchiha, but with Danzo's demise, his suspicions had diminished. He believed he could facilitate the Uchiha's integration into the village. If Danzo had been alive, he would have certainly obstructed any relationship between Morningstar and Tsunade, seeking every means to thwart them. Morningstar had saved Tsunade from Rain Shinobi when he was merely 6 years old, and their bond had been forged since that day. Now, over 5 years later, they had not hidden their relationship, making it a well-known fact. The uproar caused by Morningstar in the Uchiha compound, all for the sake of an elder's position, had made Sarutobi Hiruzen aware of his intentions. After all, the rift between the Uchiha and Senju clans was profound, and Morningstar's desire to be with Tsunade would face considerable obstacles from both clans. Thus, Morningstar required a voice within the Uchiha clan. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen had pieced together the situation, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. Instead, he continued, it seems you have awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? What you exhibited today in the Uchiha compound was the Susanoo once wielded by Uchiha Madara, was it not? Morningstar nodded, not concealing the truth. When did you awaken it? On the day of Elder Kagami's passing, Morningstar replied. To Morningstar's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of shock. Witnessing his teacher's composed demeanor instilled a sense of foreboding within Morningstar. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and resumed his paperwork, plunging the Hokage office into a heavy silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Does the death of Danzo have any connection to you? After what felt like an eternity, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke again. Morningstar felt a jolt run through him, thinking, this is bad. There were many witnesses when I killed Danzo, and they all witnessed the power of Kamui. Furthermore, I inadvertently used its phasing ability in the Uchiha compound today. If the Umbu report this and connect the dots, it won't be difficult to suspect me. At that moment, the tension in the Hokage office plummeted to absolute zero, colder than the absolute zero of his ice release. Speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly slammed his hand on the table, shouting. Morningstar lowered his head, remaining silent, a tacit admission of guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at his student before him. And to be honest, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sorrow. After all, since childhood, Akatsuki had already caught the attention of the higher-ups, and Hiruzen had always held high hopes for his prodigious talent, eager to nurture it. He admired Akatsuki's bright and cheerful demeanor. So it was utterly shocking to discover that he had committed acts of murder against the higher echelons of Konoha. Hiruzen softened his tone and said, give me a reason. Because he deserves to die? Impudent. Hiruzen slammed his palm onto the table with fervor, nearly reaching the boiling point of his anger. Why was this child so obstinate? Could he not simply explain himself? Hiruzen rubbed his temples and stated, I need you to clarify this matter. Akatsuki produced from the system space the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami, which had been extracted by Danzo and was intended for transplantation. He had preserved this Sharingan in a glass storage container within the system space. Subsequently, Akatsuki recounted the events surrounding Danzo's intentions regarding Kagami's eyes in vivid detail. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. Connecting the dots from the past events, the conflict between Kagami and Root, Danzo's deliberate concealment of certain truths, and the fact that Kagami's corpse was brought in by Danzo the very next morning, made it evident that Kagami must have stumbled upon some dark secrets, leading to his untimely demise at Danzo's hands. Although he had pieced together the general outline of the situation, Hiruzen found it hard to believe that Danzo could have truly committed such an act. After all, Kagami had been a comrade with whom they had faced life and death together. You should have reported this to me instead of taking matters into your own hands. Hiruzen said, massaging his temples. Sensei, how would you have dealt with Danzo if I had reported it to you? Would you have executed him? Certainly not. For Kagami is already dead. You wouldn't execute another high-ranking member for this. If that were the case, any punishment you might impose on Danzo would hold no significance for me. Sensei, I have never known my parents. Kagami was like a foster father to me, and I refuse to let him die without justice. Your overly gentle nature means you will always opt for conciliatory measures, and you invariably heed the decisions of the higher-ups, even when your own judgment is sound. Consequently, Danzo would evade the punishment he deserves. A murderer must be dealt with decisively, which is why I have taken on this role. Furthermore, I have my reasons for deeming Danzo deserving of death. You can have Aikido bring all the records from Root under Danzo's management. I believe you will be quite surprised. Listening to Akatsuki's words, Hiruzen found himself uncertain of whether Akatsuki was right or wrong. He then summoned a member of the Umbu, instructing him to go to Root and request that Aikido bring all the records from before his tenure, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Before long, Aikido arrived with a substantial stack of documents. Upon seeing Akatsuki standing in the office, he paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Lord Aikido, Akatsuki greeted him politely. Hiruzen took the heap of documents from Aikido's hands and began to peruse them. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Forced recruitment into Root, execution of dissenters, human experimentation on ordinary citizens, and the use of members from the Senju clan for grotesque experiments. All these heinous acts included the report detailing the circumstances that led to Kagami's tragic fate. Upon seeing this report, Akatsuki felt that Danzo's death would be far too lenient a punishment. Hiruzen, having seen the report, finally understood the full sequence of events. Why the people of Root had insisted on destroying the body, why Kagami had attracted such peril, and everything became clear. Hiruzen now felt utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by the weight of his responsibilities as Hokage. He massaged his temples and addressed Aikido. Aikido, take these documents back and secure them all. But do not destroy them. No one is to view them without my express command. Aikido nodded and departed with the documents. Hiruzen turned to Akatsuki. How do you wish for me to handle you? I shall fully comply with your arrangements, Sensei. Chapter 25, House Arrest regarding his student. Hiruzen now felt a tumultuous mix of love and resentment, grappling with how to proceed. Executing him seemed unthinkable, especially given that such a promising talent was at stake. Ignoring the situation altogether was not an option. The truth would inevitably come to light. Hiruzen observed Akatsuki, acutely aware that he possessed the ability to flee the village and become a rogue ninja, yet he chose to remain, awaiting the judgment of his teacher. You are to return home and remain under house arrest until I determine how to proceed. I will assign someone to watch over you. Now go, Hiruzen instructed. Supporting his forehead. Understood, Akatsuki replied, bowing respectfully before departing. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Akatsuki was en route to his home when a youthful voice called out, Akatsuki and I. He turned to see a small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, running toward him. As the boy reached him, Akatsuki affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling as he asked, Little Fugaku, did you train well today? Indeed, the boy was Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the next Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Shanji, and the father of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Yes, today I learned the great fireball technique. Little Fugaku proudly replied. My father told me that Akatsuki and I is now an elder. Congratulations. Thank you, Little Fugaku. I will train diligently to become the next clan leader and make the Uchiha clan even stronger. Akatsuki felt a twinge of exasperation, thinking to himself, whether you can strengthen the Uchiha clan is of little concern to me, as long as you don't lead your son to slaughter the entire clan. I'll consider it a blessing. Regardless of his thoughts, Akatsuki encouraged little Fugaku earnestly. Upon returning home, Akatsuki found Izumi waiting in the courtyard. Izumi-ne still waiting for me? He asked. Seeing him return, Izumi sighed in relief. So, what did Hokage-sama say? Before Akatsuki could respond, 2 Umbu appeared in the courtyard, having been dispatched by Hiruzen to keep watch over him. Upon witnessing this scene, Izumi cast a puzzled glance at Akatsuki. It's nothing, Izumi-ne. I'm just under house arrest for a while. No need to worry. Izumi sensed that Akatsuki was keeping something from her, but since he chose not to divulge it, she refrained from pressing further. She simply nodded and said, Take care of yourself. I'll be heading back to carry out a mission tomorrow. I just wanted to let you know. Well, I'll take my leave now. With that, Izumi turned to leave. Wait, Izumi-ne. Akatsuki quickly grabbed her arm, pulling her into the house. He then produced a kunai engraved with the lightning-shaped flying thunder god seal and handed it to her. Izumi looked at him in confusion as Akatsuki threw another flying thunder god kunai toward the opposite side of the room. Whoosh! Akatsuki appeared at the kunai's landing point. Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Shoo! Akatsuki placed a finger to his lips, gesturing for her to remain quiet. Izumi nodded solemnly, carefully stowing the kunai away. Izumine, if you find yourself in danger, infuse chakra into the mark above, and I will sense it. Izumi nodded earnestly before departing from Akatsuki's home. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Tsunade intended to invite Akatsuki to accompany her on a shopping trip. However, as she pushed open the door to his home, she was greeted by the sight of two umbus stationed at the entrance. A sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to rush inside to ascertain what had transpired with Akatsuki. The umbu did not obstruct her. Their orders were simply to ensure Akatsuki remained indoors, with no restrictions on visitors. Tsunade entered Akatsuki's bedroom to find him soundly asleep, snoring loudly. She swiftly yanked him up by the shoulders, shaking him. Wake up! Stop sleeping! Groggily, Akatsuki squinted at Tsunade and mumbled, Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a bit longer. He attempted to lie back down. Tsunade, undeterred, pulled him up once more. No more sleeping. Why are you so carefree? It's already this late, and you can still sleep soundly? What is going on outside with the umbu? Morningstar, realizing that sleep was a futile endeavor, let out a resigned sigh. He shook off his drowsiness and replied, It's nothing. I've merely been placed under house arrest by the teacher. House arrest? Why? Tsunade inquired, taking a seat beside him. Morningstar fell silent, hesitating on whether to reveal the matter to Tsunade. Observing his expression, she discerned that he was concealing something, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, she pressed. What could possibly be so significant that you would hide it from me? With a sigh, Morningstar utilized his Sharingan to impart the entire sequence of events into Tsunade's mind. Upon absorbing the information, Tsunade's mouth fell agape in astonishment. After gathering her thoughts, she turned to him. What do you think the teacher will do next? Well, she left the rest unsaid. Morningstar replied, I don't believe it will be anything severe. Otherwise, the teacher would have placed me in a prison instead of confining me at home. Yet Tsunade remained unconvinced, stating, No, I must have Granny speak to the teacher. Wait, Tsunade. Before Morningstar could stop her, she dashed out of his home. He truly wished to keep this matter from Uzumaki Naruto, as he had only just begun to earn her favor, and he feared she might develop a distaste for him. After Tsunade departed, Morningstar changed his clothes, washed up, and consumed a slice of bread for breakfast while contemplating how Sarutobi Hiruzen would handle his situation. Suddenly, his Kagura Shinai sensed that Uzumaki Naruto was approaching with Tsunade. Shortly thereafter, he heard the voice of two umbu members at the door, calling in unison, Lady Naruto. Morningstar hurried out to greet them, finding Uzumaki Naruto standing outside with Tsunade. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she was typically forbidden from getting too close to the Uchiha clan, let alone visiting their territory, yet no one dared to stop her, for she was Uzumaki Naruto. Lady Naruto, what brings you here? Morningstar quickly invited her inside. Uzumaki Naruto replied, Tsunade said you were put under house arrest and insisted I come to ask the third Hokage to lift your punishment and not allow any consequences to befall you. When I asked her what was going on, she wouldn't tell me, so I had to come find you. I need to know what happened. Morningstar truly did not wish to disclose the matter to Uzumaki Naruto. He feared that if she were to be utterly disappointed, it would be disastrous. He stammered, struggling to find his words. Uzumaki Naruto, noticing his demeanor, reassured him, Don't be anxious. I know you're a good child. Due to my connection with the Nine Tails, I can sense the malice in others, and you carry none. Speak freely. Tell me what transpired. Encouraged by her words, Morningstar mustered his courage and, using the same method with his Sharingan, relayed the entire story to Uzumaki Naruto. After she finished listening, she fell into deep thought while Morningstar stood there with his head bowed, resembling a child awaiting reprimand from an elder. After considerable contemplation, Uzumaki Naruto remarked, I don't believe you were in the wrong, but I equally don't think your actions were entirely justified. Chapter 26. 1,000 Years of Pain. Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the handsome youth before her, aware that his current strength was undoubtedly among the elite in Konoha. His choice not to eliminate all witnesses after killing Danzo, nor to abandon the village, indicated his enduring affection for it. Though he may have harbored grievances, he was still expressing goodwill towards the village. The act of killing Danzo symbolized his discontent. Refraining from fleeing the village demonstrated his good intentions. Furthermore, the fact that he only killed Danzo without slaughtering the remaining witnesses proved he was not a mindless killer. He understood the distinction between enmity and justice. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto sensed no malice emanating from him, signifying that he bore no hatred towards the village. While his actions against Danzo were indeed radical, they were not without cause. And thus there remained room for negotiation. Very well, reflect on your actions at home for a few days. I will have a discussion with the third Hokage. In the future, learn to consult your friends before acting impulsively. Collaborating with others opens up multiple avenues. There's no need to be so extreme. As Morningstar listened to Uzumaki Naruto's gentle admonishment, he felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. This elder genuinely cared for him. He bowed deeply, expressing earnestly, "I understand, Lady Naruto." Pleased with his response, Uzumaki Naruto nodded and rose to depart, while Tsunade made a playful face at Morningstar as she left. After sending Tsunade back, Uzumaki Naruto walked alone towards the Hokage Tower, observing the village gradually reviving post-war. She felt immense satisfaction at the flourishing scene before her. The streets, once desolate, were now bustling with activity. Children frolicked joyfully, and passers-by greeted her warmly. Having become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto had long been preoccupied, and it had been ages since she had witnessed such a vibrant atmosphere. As the wife of the first Hokage, she had dedicated her life to Konoha, fostering the alliance between the Land of Water and Konoha through her marriage to Senju Hashirama, and using her formidable sealing abilities to help him capture all the tailed beasts for sale to other nations. She resolutely became the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which is why her esteemed position in Konoha was attributed not only to being Hashirama's wife, but also to her significant contributions. Upon arriving at the Hokage office, she knocked on the door. "Come in," Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice called out. As she entered, he immediately rose to greet her. "Lady Naruto, what brings you here unexpectedly?" In her presence, he dared not assume the airs of the Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. "I was just out for a stroll, and I noticed that the village's post-war reconstruction is nearly complete. It seems lively here. You've managed Konoha well, monkey." Hiruzen scratched his head awkwardly. "Thank you, Lady Naruto. But this is not solely my achievement." Seated comfortably on the couch, Uzumaki Naruto got straight to the point. "I have come to discuss my future granddaughter's fiancé." Hiruzen's mind struggled to keep up with her words. Future grandson-in-law? Connecting this to Morningstar's recent declaration about marrying Tsunade, he suddenly understood she was referring to him. "I've gathered all the details from Morningstar. While his actions may have been somewhat extreme, they were not without justification. He has clear distinctions between grievances and justice regarding Danzo's deeds. If he had wished to erase all witnesses, he could have done so effortlessly, and I sense that he is not a malicious person. Therefore, what is the third Hokage's stance?" Hiruzen thought to himself, "A stance? With my future grandson-in-law being brought up, how could I possibly object? Then, Lady Naruto, should I go ahead and lift his house arrest?" Uzumaki Naruto replied, "That may not be necessary. Allow him to reflect at home for a few days. Just ensure he doesn't become too pent up. The decision is yours. I won't intrude on your duties." With that, she stood and left the Hokage office. Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his brow, internally lamenting, "Morningstar, you've done well. You managed to get Lady Naruto to back you up." He then summoned an Umbu, instructing him to notify the two Umbu monitoring Morningstar at his residence that his house arrest had been lifted. At home, Uchiha Morningstar noticed the two Umbu watching him were called away by another Umbu, realizing that Uzumaki Naruto had gone to speak with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time, he had been saved by Uzumaki Naruto's influence. Otherwise, his punishment, while not fatal, would not have been light. Let us not forget that the higher-ups included both Uzumaki Mido and Uchiha Koharu, who often sought compromise. The 3-day respite for Team 7 swiftly came to an end. The trio, accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen, returned to the long-awaited training ground to commence today's training. Upon seeing Hiruzen produce the familiar bells, Jiraiya was the first to voice his complaint. "Teacher, why are we doing the bell test again?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "It's to assess your progress, as per usual. Morningstar, you are prohibited from using your Mangekyo Sharingan. Begin." The trio of young ninjas swiftly retreated, forming a triangular formation to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya brandished his kunai and leaped forward, only for Sarutobi to nimbly evade him. Tsunade followed suit with a powerful punch, yet Sarutobi adeptly sidestepped once more. Meanwhile, Chunsheng hurled shuriken and unleashed the shuriken shadow clone technique, sending a flurry of shuriken hurtling towards Sarutobi, who countered with his own shuriken for defense. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya began forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flaming sphere hurtled towards Sarutobi, who promptly unleashed a water-style technique to counteract it. Tsunade capitalized on the distraction to leap into the air. Painful heaven kick. Her leg descended with tremendous force, prompting Sarutobi to leap away just in time. as Tsunade landed. The sheer power of her attack fractured the ground beneath her. Chunchung, wielding his Zanpakutō, charged at Sarutobi, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange, creating distance between them. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Chunchung shattered the ground beneath him and transformed into a streak of lightning racing towards Sarutobi. With a resounding crash, Sarutobi transformed into a wooden stump, his true self appearing where Chunchung had previously stood. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi unleashed a torrent of fire, with 3 fire dragons converging from different angles toward Chunchung. With a puff of smoke, Chunchung vanished, revealed to be a shadow clone. Before Sarutobi could comprehend the situation, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and Chunchung emerged from the earth. Konoha's secret ninjutsu, the ultimate technique, Millennium Kill. Chunchung formed the tiger seal, thrusting towards Sarutobi's rear. Sarutobi was sent flying, crashing face first into the ground. Tsunade and Jiraiya erupted in laughter. Tsunade approached and confiscated the bell from Sarutobi's waist, declaring victory for the trio, albeit with a rather unrefined finishing move. Rubbing his behind, Sarutobi glared angrily at Chunchung. "Is this what you trained for? Tell me, did you invent this technique? Or did some imbecilic teacher from the Ninja Academy teach you?" Chunchung sheepishly scratched his head. It was just a spontaneous idea. He mused silently, pondering whether he should reveal that the creator of the Millennium Kill technique was merely 5 or 6 years old. In truth, the Millennium Kill was invented by Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, later inherited by Kakashi and popularized by Naruto. During the Chunin exams, Naruto employed a shadow clone to distract Gaara while his real self executed the technique, striking at the weakest point of Gaara's sand defense, resulting in the immobilization of Gaara's lower half. Humorous tales suggest that those who have fallen victim to the Millennium Kill have become shadows themselves, including Naruto and Kakashi, who narrowly avoided it, as well as Gaara. Of course, such claims are mere fabrications. Having concluded Sarutobi's training, Jiraiya ventured into Mount Myaboku for further training, while Chunchung and Tsunade retreated to their favorite rendezvous spot for relaxation. The ensuing days were filled with monotonous D-rank missions, with the trio of Team 7 grumbling about each task, only to be scolded by Sarutobi before they begrudgingly set off to fulfill their duties. Finally, one morning, Team 7 was summoned to the Hokage's office. Once everyone had gathered, Sarutobi tossed a mission scroll to Chunchung, signaling him to open it. Upon unfolding the scroll, Chunchung read aloud, "B-rank mission. Escort a sealed box to the land of whirlpools. Ding. System mission activated. Host, proceed to visit the land of whirlpools. Reward, randomly drawn Sharingan ability." After Chunchung finished reading the scroll, Sarutobi handed him the box that needed to be escorted. The wooden box, no larger than 2 palms, was a rich reddish-brown, exquisitely crafted, and covered in dense sealing symbols, indicating it contained something of great importance. Be aware, there may be attempts to seize this box along the way. Your task is to ensure its safe delivery to the land of whirlpools. Stay vigilant. Bidding farewell to Sarutobi, Team 7 departed the Hokage's office, preparing for their journey to the land of whirlpools. Chunchung stowed the box in his Kamui space for absolute security. After 5 days of brisk marching toward the land of whirlpools, they approached the area where they would need to board a boat. As the land of whirlpools was situated on a solitary island accessible only by water, suddenly, Chunchung raised his hand, signaling Tsunade and Jiraiya to halt. 12 o'clock. Enemy ambush. Prepare for battle. One could not deny the exceptional acuity of his senses. As the trio readied themselves, voices emerged from the surrounding woods. "Little brat, you managed to detect us. Impressive." With that, dozens of ninjas emerged from both sides of the forest, encircling the trio, approximately 30 in front, with nearly 20 on either flank. These ninjas bore no identification from any ninja village, their faces obscured, indicating they were likely mercenaries or rogue ninjas. In this era, having just emerged from a world war, many smaller nations had yet to be consolidated, resulting in a plethora of wandering ninjas outside the 5 great nations, individuals devoid of principles or loyalty, willing to undertake any task for the right price. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, you handle the enemies on the sides. I'll take care of the ones in front. Is that all right?" "Absolutely." Tsunade and Jiraiya responded in unison. As a gust of wind rustled the leaves, one leaf danced gracefully to the ground, seemingly signaling the onset of battle. Tsunade leaped into the air, painful heaven kick. As her foot descended, the group of ninjas on the left staggered, with several falling lifelessly to the ground. Tsunade charged into the fray, employing her incredible strength and chakra-infused strikes as she navigated through the chaos with ease. On Jiraiya's side, he initiated with fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Several ninjas were ignited, rolling on the ground in panic. The remaining ninjas, undeterred, retaliated with shuriken. Secret technique, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair rapidly grew, enveloping his body and deflecting the incoming shuriken with a clanging sound. Frustrated by their ineffectiveness, several ninjas drew kunai, intending to engage in close combat. Secret technique, Lion's Mane technique. Encased in his flowing hair, Jiraiya unleashed a counterattack, piercing through all attackers, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes. As he glanced over at Tsunade, he noted that her skirmish had also concluded. These rogue ninjas had received little formal training, their abilities barely exceeding that of a genin, making them no match for Tsunade and Jiraiya. In contrast, Chunsheng had already incapacitated most of his adversaries, each one writhing on the ground in agony, much like the defeated foes surrounding him. The few remaining ninjas launched ferocious attacks at Chunsheng, yet he neither dodged nor evaded their strikes, allowing them to penetrate his form. As they met his gaze, each attacker succumbed to the effects of the Tsukuyami, collapsing like their fallen comrades. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, shaking their heads in exasperation at Chunsheng's ethereal combat style. Once all of Chunsheng's foes lay defeated, he summoned Tsunade and Jiraiya to his side. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A colossal wave of flames surged forth, swiftly cleansing the battlefield. As the daylight began to fade, the group resolved to set up camp for the night, planning to resume their journey on the morrow. 3 of them erected a tent, while Jiraiya took on the task of kindling a fire. Meanwhile, Chunsheng and Tsunade ventured nearby to lay traps to guard against potential assaults from ninjas and wild beasts. A fundamental procedure taught at the Ninja Academy for camping in the wilderness. Chunsheng noticed that Tsunade appeared somewhat unwell, her complexion lacking its usual vigor, and her spirits seemed notably low. "Tsunade, what's the matter? You look rather pale," Chunsheng inquired, concern etched upon his face. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit under the weather." "The traps are nearly set. Let us head back," Tsunade replied, turning towards the campsite. As Chunsheng followed behind, he caught a glimpse of blood trickling down the inner side of Tsunade's thigh, startling him. He feared she had sustained an injury during their recent skirmish and was about to approach her for clarification. Tsunade also halted, realizing something was amiss as she felt warmth trickling down her leg. She touched it, and upon seeing the blood, her eyes widened in shock. She had been certain she had not been wounded. Chunsheng rushed over, his voice laced with urgency. "Tsunade, are you injured? You are bleeding profusely. Let me see your wound." Initially, she shook her head in confusion, for she was not hurt, but suddenly the realization dawned on her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Seeing her lost in thought heightened Chunsheng's anxiety, prompting him to urge, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly use your healing jutsu to close the wound. You're still bleeding." "How can I heal this, you fool?" she retorted, her face flushed, before dashing into the woods. Chunsheng was about to pursue her, but halted abruptly. A sudden realization causing his face to redden. He understood that this was the onset of her first menstruation. Chapter 28. Uzumaki Kushina. Chunsheng waited patiently for Tsunade, and before long, she emerged from the woods, her cheeks still flushed from the earlier embarrassment, casting him a playful glare. Chunsheng felt a twinge of awkwardness in his concern. He had misinterpreted the situation, believing her to be injured from their battle, never considering such a possibility. "Come on, let us head back. What are you standing there for?" Tsunade beckoned, leading the way back to the campsite. Upon their return, Jiraiya had successfully ignited a fire, while Chunsheng retrieved a large iron pot and various ingredients from a storage scroll to prepare a hearty soup, which they savored with great delight. As a modern-day individual traversing this world, Chunsheng's culinary skills far surpassed those of the inhabitants of the Naruto universe. Even a simple soup, enhanced with his specially concocted seasonings, proved to be exceptionally delectable. He created 3 wood clone jutsu to stand guard for the night, and after a long day of travel, the weary companions retired to their tents for rest. The night passed in silence. Gentle rain disrupted the tranquility of the morning, and the thin mist enveloped the forest in a dreamlike haze. After gathering their belongings, the group set forth once more towards the land of whirlpools. Tsunade, having had a restless night due to persistent abdominal discomfort, appeared quite fatigued. As the rain continued to fall softly, Chunsheng, worried she might catch cold, draped his outer garment over her shoulders. "Just hold on a little longer. Once we reach the dock, we can rest in the cabin," he reassured. Tsunade nodded in agreement. The boat rocked incessantly on the water's surface, with Tsunade quietly resting in the cabin while Jiraiya leaned over the side, succumbing to seasickness. "Chunsheng, why must we take a boat? Can't you just use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport us directly?" Jiraiya lamented, looking rather pale. I haven't marked the land of whirlpools with the flying thunder god seal, so that is not an option, Chenxing replied with a sigh. With a thud, the boat finally docked, and Jiraiya staggered off, relieved to be free from his torment. The land of whirlpools lacked the bustling energy of Konoha, having recently endured the ravages of war. The recovery of these smaller nations was not as swift as that of the 5 great nations. Moreover, the formidable sealing abilities of the Uzumaki clan attracted envious glances from many nations, resulting in frequent attempts to abduct their people, either for personal gain or to study their powerful techniques. Thus, the inhabitants of the land of whirlpools remained exceedingly vigilant towards outsiders. As Team 7 disembarked, they were met by a patrol team that inquired about their purpose. Upon learning they were ninjas from Konoha, the patrol's demeanor shifted to one of cordiality, escorting them to meet the clan leader of the Uzumaki, the current ruler of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Banji. Uzumaki Banji welcomed them warmly, and after a brief introduction, Chenxing summoned a sealed box from the Kemui dimension and presented it to him. Ding. System task completed. Extracting rewards. Extracting congratulations. Host has acquired the Sharingan ability, Amaterasu. Instantly, Chenxing felt an unusual sensation in his eyes, and a new form of Susanoo began to coalesce in his mind. While Chenxing introduced himself, a woman in her 40s within the reception room suddenly brightened, regarding him with a smile. This was Uzumaki Donglan, an elder of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Banji remarked, "You've all worked hard. I'll arrange accommodations for you. Feel free to enjoy your stay in the land of whirlpools." The relationship between the land of whirlpools and Konoha had always been one of friendly alliance, and the Uzumaki were known for their hospitality towards Konoha's ninjas. Chenxing did not decline the offer. Tsunade indeed needed rest, and Jiraiya was still suffering from seasickness. Furthermore, Chenxing was eager to see what this nation, which had faced annihilation in the annals of Naruto history, was like, hoping to avert such a fate if possible. Chenxing and Tsunade returned to the accommodations arranged by the Uzumaki clan, while Jiraiya wandered off to a local bookstore, hoping to discover novels not available in Konoha to enrich his writing knowledge. Knock, knock, knock. Chenxing opened the door to find Uzumaki Donglan, the elder who had greeted them earlier in the reception room, standing before him, accompanied by a 3-year-old girl who peeked shyly from behind her. "Are you an elder of the Uzumaki clan? What brings you here?" Chenxing invited them inside to sit. Noticing his slight unease, Uzumaki Donglan smiled reassuringly. "No need to be nervous. I came to see you. Earlier, you mentioned your name is Uchiha Chenxing. Is your mother Senju Haruka?" "Yes. Do you know my mother?" Chenxing inquired. "Indeed. Not only do I know her, but by kinship, you must call me Great Aunt. Your grandmother is my sister." Chenxing quickly extended his greetings, realizing this was his mother's little aunt. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his pant leg and looked down to see the little girl staring up at him curiously. With her strikingly large eyes blinking and her characteristic red hair, she was undeniably cute. Chenxing couldn't help but gently pat her head. Uzumaki Donglan chuckled at his gesture, saying, "This is my granddaughter, Uzumaki Kushina. She can also be considered your sister. Her parents passed away due to unforeseen circumstances, and I have been raising her." Chenxing was taken aback, thinking, Uzumaki Kushina. This is the future mother of the main character, Uzumaki Naruto. Wait, that means Naruto is my nephew? As he grappled with the intricate web of relationships, Chenxing felt somewhat overwhelmed. After conversing with Uzumaki Donglan about recent events, she took Kushina and prepared to leave, telling Chenxing, "If you need anything in the coming days, don't hesitate to seek me out." Chenxing nodded, watching them depart, observing little Kushina glancing back at him repeatedly, and thought to himself, "This little girl seems to take quite a liking to me." Ding. Gained Tsunade's affection level. 20. Determined to be in love. After several days of rest and care from Morningstar, Tsunade had largely regained her former vitality, and their relationship had rapidly blossomed. Except for the brief moment when Tsunade scolded Morningstar for suggesting she drink more hot water, everything was progressing well. As they strolled through the land of whirlpools, the streets were not as alert as those outside the village. Rather, they were quite lively. The architectural style of Yuzushiogakure was markedly different from that of Konohagakure, with the former exuding a more ancient charm, while the latter leaned towards modernity. Morningstar took Tsunade around Yuzushiogakure, occasionally purchasing unique trinkets and delectable snacks that were unavailable in Konoha. As they wandered to a secluded corner, they witnessed a darkened nook where a girl of about 5 or 6 was being abducted by 2 masked figures. Morningstar and Tsunade exchanged a glance and immediately gave chase. Chapter 29. The Fading Life of Izumi. Stop. Morningstar and Tsunade pursued the 2 ninjas who had kidnapped the girl. "What is happening?" Several patrolling members of the Uzumaki clan rushed over to inquire. 2 ninjas have taken a little girl. Quickly, inform Chief Hanji. We will pursue them, Morningstar urged, already moving away with Tsunade. Though the Uzumaki clan possessed formidable sensing abilities, they could not detect malice. Incidents of foreign ninjas infiltrating their territory were not uncommon, particularly due to the Ninetales' influence. The 2 assailants were no ordinary ninjas, and Morningstar and Tsunade found themselves falling further behind. This won't do, Tsunade. I will go after them. You stay back and wait for support. With that, Morningstar ignited with electrical energy, activating the full concentration of thunder breathing. In an instant, he transformed into a brilliant blue lightning bolt and surged forward. During the chase, Morningstar refrained from launching an attack out of fear of harming the little girl being carried by the ninja ahead. They plunged deeper into the forest. And realizing that Morningstar was closing in, one of the ninjas instructed the other to take the girl and flee while he stayed behind to delay Morningstar. Water release, hidden mist technique. As the ninja unleashed his jutsu, the entire forest was enveloped in thick fog, causing him to vanish within it. Is this the silent assassination technique of the Mist Village? It appears our adversaries hail from there, Morningstar thought, halting to remain vigilant. Suddenly, a katana slashed toward Morningstar's throat. He swiftly drew his Zanpakutō to block. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons resonated throughout the forest. To think he could pinpoint my location, Morningstar mused as the Mist Ninja once again disappeared into the fog. The Mist Village's techniques could even affect the Uchiha clan Sharingan, but thanks to his Uzumaki clan's Kagura heart, Morningstar discerned the hidden ninja's exact position. The Mist Ninja prepared to stab Morningstar from behind. Fire release, great fireball technique. Before the Mist Ninja could advance, Morningstar unleashed a massive fireball that obliterated him. As the fog dissipated with the ninja's demise, Morningstar sensed that the remaining kidnapper was nearing the shore, and at least 20 others awaited him there. Activating thunder breathing once more, Morningstar raced toward the coastline. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Hanji had received word and dispatched several combat ninjas to join Tsunade in pursuit of Morningstar. The Uzumaki clan was not known for their combat prowess. Their strength lay in sealing techniques, resulting in a limited number of combat ninjas in Uzushigakure. Upon reaching the seaside, Morningstar noticed the kidnapper had rendezvoused with a group of mist ninjas. One of them cast the hidden mist technique to provide cover for their escape. Blossom Dance, White Snow Sleeves. Morningstar unleashed his Zanpakutō, summoning a low-temperature domain that eradicated the mist. He then hurled a kunai, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The kunai multiplied into dozens, hurtling toward the mist ninjas, who frantically wielded their blades to defend themselves. One kunai flew toward the kidnapper carrying the girl. Just as he was about to react, in a flash, Morningstar appeared before the kidnapper, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to snatch the girl from his grasp. With a swirl of vortex energy, he transported the girl into the Kimui space, casting a cold glare at the gathered mist ninjas. Damn it, kid. Mind your own business. The mist ninjas unsheathed their blades and charged at Morningstar. Tsunade and the Uzushigakure ninjas were hastening toward Morningstar's location when a thunderous sound echoed ahead, causing them to halt. They looked up to see a massive red Tengu giant descending and swinging its blade. The Uzushigakure ninjas were taken aback. They had heard of this technique, once wielded by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Glancing at each other, they pressed onward. When they arrived, Morningstar was seen cradling the girl and advancing towards them. After relaying the events, they all returned to Uzushigakure. On the way back, the girl gradually regained consciousness. Seeing a stranger holding her, she became quite anxious. Don't be afraid. You are safe now, Morningstar reassured her with a smile. The girl looked around at the Uzumaki ninjas beside her and began to calm down. Brother, did you save me? She asked. Morningstar nodded with a smile. What is your name? I am Uzumaki Raku. Thank you, brother, she replied. Upon hearing her name, Morningstar paused, reflecting, Uzumaki Raku, how serendipitous. While the name may not resonate with everyone, Uzumaki Nagato is well known, and indeed, Raku is the name of Nagato's mother. As they returned to the village, Raku's parents rushed over, gratefully accepting her and showering Morningstar with thanks, nearly bowing in gratitude. Following this tumultuous event, Morningstar and Tsunade lost their enthusiasm for further exploration and opted to visit a bookstore, intending to invite Jiraiya to join their return to Konoha. Jiraiya had spent his days in the land of whirlpools engrossed in the bookstore, as it housed many rare novels not found in Konoha. Unable to purchase them all, he resolved to read as much as possible during his stay. Upon hearing of their return to Konoha, Jiraiya promptly acquired the remaining novels he had yet to peruse and set off with Morningstar and Tsunade to bid farewell to Hanji. During this time, Morningstar also took a moment to say goodbye to Uzumaki Doran. After their farewells, Team 7 found a secluded spot. With a swift motion, Morningstar activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Tsunade and Jiraiya to a forest not far from Konoha. Upon their return, they submitted their mission reports and each headed home to rest. As Morningstar prepared to return home, he suddenly froze before vanishing from the spot. He reappeared in a dimly lit cave, its walls adorned with moss and droplets of water cascading from the ceiling. In the farthest corner of the cave lay a woman, battered and bruised, with multiple wounds from sharp objects and burns. The color of her blood suggested poisoning. Izumi. Indeed, it was Uchiha Izumi, barely clinging to life, her hand tightly grasping the Flying Thunder God kunai that Morningstar had given her. Morningstar rushed to examine her injuries, his heart sinking as he realized her life signs were rapidly fading. Her heartbeat and breathing were growing weaker, and she appeared to be on the brink of death. Haha, little girl, let us see where you run this time. At that moment, voices echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 30, Tsunade in the Bath Summoning Technique. Morningstar summoned a slug. Great Lord Slug, please help me assess if Izumi still has a chance of survival. The slug ascended upon Izumi's body to commence its healing. While I could mend her external wounds, the poison coursing through her veins was beyond my capacity. It was imperative for Xiao Qinqing to urgently escort her back to Konoha for detoxification. Fear not, I shall keep her alive. With my presence, she shall not perish. Upon hearing the slug's assurance, Qinqing exhaled in relief. As long as she would survive, that was sufficient. Then, esteemed slug, please attend to her healing while I confront the enemy, he declared, striding toward the cave entrance, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. This malevolence was so palpable it seemed almost tangible. Following Danzo, this marked the first time Qinqing had unleashed such formidable killing intent. To Qinqing, Izumi was akin to an older sister who had cared for him since childhood. She held immense significance in his heart. Ever since he moved out of the Uchiha Mirror's home at 6 years old and became neighbors with Izumi, she had treated him as her own younger brother. Cooking for him, however, upon realizing her culinary skills paled in comparison to his, she eventually let him take over the cooking. They shared meals and training sessions daily. Although Uchiha Mirror provided various supplies for the war orphans in their clan, Izumi always set aside a portion of her own provisions for Qinqing, reminding him to adjust his clothing with the changing seasons, and even spending her own money to buy him clothes, fearful that her younger brother, who was 5 years her junior, might suffer. It is worth noting that at that time, Izumi herself was only 11 years old, caring for Qinqing solely because they both had lost their parents and lived next door to one another, and because he was merely 6. Now, with eyes blazing with fury, Qinqing glared at a ninja standing at the cave's entrance, his rage almost igniting flames. This ninja commanded a puppet, his dwarf-like stature paired with an unsightly visage, adorned with a scratched forehead protector from Tsunade, suggesting he was a rogue puppet master from the Sand Village. Upon witnessing Qinqing emerge from the cave, the puppet master appeared perplexed. Who are you? Your demise, Qinqing retorted, advancing towards the puppet master with measured steps. The puppet master, undeterred, summoned 2 additional puppets to flank Qinqing. Ignoring them, Qinqing continued his approach. How dare you underestimate me? Prepare to die. The puppet master directed the 3 puppets to attack in a triangular formation, brandishing their blades toward Qinqing. Huh, you dare to belittle me. Qinqing effortlessly passed through the puppet's form, closing in on the puppet master. What on earth are you? The puppet master exclaimed, persistently directing his puppets to assault Qinqing. Yet no matter the onslaught, Qinqing remained unscathed, resolutely advancing toward him. Realizing the youth before him was formidable, the puppet master maneuvered the puppets into a triangular encirclement, raising their arms to unleash a torrent of toxic smoke toward Qinqing. Observing the smoke engulf Qinqing, the puppet master revealed a maniacal grin. Aha! Surely this time you will perish. With a single sweep of the crimson Susanoo arm, the 3 puppets disintegrated, revealing Qinqing enveloped in the skeletal form of Susanoo. Black flames of Amaterasu clinging to the skeletal structure. Any toxic mist that approached was incinerated. The red Susanoo arm swiftly ensnared the puppet master, who gazed in disbelief and terror at the youth before him. He attempted to break free from the Susanoo's grip, but it was futile. Qinqing elevated the Susanoo arm high and hurled the puppet master violently to the ground. Thud! The fallen puppet master coughed up a mouthful of blood. His bones shattered and immobile, gazing at Qinqing as though he were a demon. At this moment, fear consumed him. Please forgive me, I was wrong, spare my life. Qinqing clenched the Susanoo arm into a fist, coldly regarding the puppet master. No worries, in your next life, be cautious. Boom. The Susanoo's fist descended upon the puppet master, shaking the very earth beneath them. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, until the puppet master's form became indistinguishable to the naked eye. Chinching finally relented. Releasing Susanoo, he dashed back toward the cave. Esteemed slug, how is Izumi doing? Chinching inquired anxiously. Do not fret, young Chinching. Her external wounds have been treated. Once the poison is neutralized and she recuperates for a spell, she shall be well, the slug assured him. Hearing this, Chinching's heart finally settled, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Izumi to his home. In a flash, Chinching then appeared before Tsunade, having previously inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on her hand with her consent. Instantly, he found himself in a misty chamber, locking eyes with Tsunade, who stood beneath a shower head. Chinching's face flushed crimson, and he fled the bathroom in a panic. Hearing Tsunade's shriek, Uzumaki Naruto rushed over, only to find a flustered Chinching standing outside the bathroom, bewildered, as Tsunade's fury echoed from within. Chinching, you lecherous brat, you're finished. Why can't you learn anything good from Jiraiya? Jiraiya, engrossed in solitary reading at home, sneezed. Who just praised me? Uzumaki Naruto asked. Chinching? What on earth happened? Chinching stammered. Grandma Naruto, allow me to explain. It was entirely unintentional. A situation arose. At that moment, Tsunade emerged, her face flushed and seething, and upon seeing Chinching, she swung a fist at him, only for it to pass harmlessly through. You dare evade me. Wait. Tsunade, please don't strike me. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Once this is resolved, you may punish me as you wish, Chinching hurriedly replied, grasping Tsunade and vanishing from sight. Uzumaki Naruto mused. This child has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique as well? Impressive. Naruto's fondness for this future grandson-in-law grew. Chinching materialized in his home, where he found Izumi lying on the bed with the slug nestled on her chest. Tsunade, puzzled, asked Izumi, wasn't she stationed at the border? What transpired? Chinching recounted the entire sequence of events to Tsunade, who promptly examined Izumi's condition, momentarily forgetting her intention to chastise Chinching. It's somewhat serious, but I have a remedy. Tsunade concluded after her inspection, allowing Chinching to finally relax. Let us transport Izumi to my medical research room. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Chinching swiftly lifted Izumi and exited. In the medical room, Tsunade drew a vial of blood from Izumi, concocting an antidote capable of neutralizing most of the toxins to alleviate her condition, before commencing the analysis with Izumi's blood. After a series of tests, Tsunade successfully formulated a suitable antidote, administering it to Izumi via and for drip. Done. After this treatment, with 10 to 15 days of rest, she should be just fine. Observing Izumi's complexion gradually regaining its color, Chinching smiled. Now, shall we address your unauthorized intrusion into my bathroom? Tsunade glared at Chinching, her fists cracking ominously. Chinching, now genuinely fearful, stammered. Tsunade, please hear my defense. No. Allow me to explain. Very well, I shall listen to your defense. Tsunade approached Chinching with deliberate steps. It was truly a situation of necessity. I never anticipated you would be bathing in broad daylight. When I encountered Izumi, she was on the brink of death. To you, it may have seemed merely poisoning, but her condition was dire. Chinching recounted Izumi's injuries and her near expiration. If you do not believe me, ask the esteemed slug, right, esteemed slug? As he turned, the slug wisely dissipated into a puff of white smoke. Are you done with your excuses? Tsunade had now reached Chinching, her fist poised to strike. Resigned, Chinching closed his eyes. A fierce gust of wind from a punch swept across Morningstar's cheek, yet the anticipated pain did not ensue. Cautiously, he opened his eyes, clearly perceiving Tsunade's fist hovering a mere 0.01 centimeters from his nose. Given your earnest intent to save lives, I shall spare you this time, Tsunade said, retracting her fist and casting a sidelong glance at him before returning to her seat. Morningstar exhaled a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping disaster. A soft moan emanated from the adjacent hospital bed where Izumi lay. Izumi, are you all right? Morningstar whispered, approaching her swiftly. As Izumi gradually opened her eyes and beheld Morningstar, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, like pearls slipping from a broken string. Do not cry, Izumi. You are safe now, he gently reassured her. Tsunade approached with a glass of water, suggesting that drinking it would greatly alleviate Izumi's discomfort. After she had sipped the water, Tsunade assisted her in lying back down. Izumi, how do you feel now? Morningstar inquired with concern. I feel a bit dizzy and can barely move, Izumi replied, her voice exceedingly weak. Rest well for now. Once the antidote is administered, I will take you home, Morningstar assured her. What about that rogue ninja from the Land of Wind? Izumi asked feebly. I have dealt with him, Morningstar replied. But what transpired? How did you end up in such a state? Izumi managed a bitter smile and shook her head. My two comrades and I discovered the rogue ninja attempting to escape to the land of fire. Since we had found him, we could not let him pass. A battle ensued. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, his use of poison was exceptionally skilled. We all fell victim to it. Our chakra became nearly impossible to mobilize, and our bodies gradually succumbed to paralysis. My comrades fell one after the other, and I eventually fled to a cave, desperately channeling what little chakra I could into the kunai you had given me. After that, I remember nothing until waking up here. I thought I would never see you again. Tears flowed freely as she recounted her ordeal, prompting Morning Star to offer gentle comfort. Izumi, could you please report this to Lord Hokage for me? I am in no condition to do so, Izumi requested. Morning Star's expression darkened. What do you mean by trouble? Izumi, if you speak to me like that again, I shall be upset. Once the antidote had been administered, Morning Star prepared to escort Izumi home. I shall take Izumi back now. Tsunade, I truly appreciate your assistance, he expressed sincerely. Tsunade smirked. Have you forgotten what you just said to Izumi? Morning Star paused, then chuckled lightly. In a flash, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Izumi back to his home, laying her gently on the bed. Izumi, given your current condition, it would be best for you to stay here so I can care for you, he stated. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Izumi replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Morning Star sighed in exasperation. Izumi, I just told you not to say that. Rest for now. I must report your situation to my teacher, Morning Star said, leaving a wood clone to attend to Izumi while he headed to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Morning Star announced, Teacher, I have something to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up with curiosity. Morning Star recounted every detail of Izumi's ordeal. Hiruzen mused, if I understand correctly, you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Morning Star thought to himself, you sly old man. Is that really the crux of this matter? It was not Hiruzen's fault. The time from when Morning Star submitted his mission report to his return had been under 4 hours. A feat only possible through the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Hiruzen remarked, Morning Star, I find you increasingly perplexing. What other powers do you conceal? Morning Star sighed. Wood clone technique, he declared as his back swelled, and 4 wood clones materialized in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen stood in shock, stammering, why you? Teacher, you just said you wouldn't be surprised. Do not forget, I too possess the bloodline of the Senju clan. A mere wood release is nothing to marvel at. Morning Star quipped, provoking Hiruzen's ire. Hiruzen had suspected such a possibility since reviewing Morning Star's medical records from when he was 6. He was astonished to find it was indeed true. Very well, you little rascal, you may return. I am aware of Izumi's situation. Ensure she recuperates properly within the village. I will dispatch someone to handle the matter concerning the fallen comrades at the border, Hiruzen said, regaining his composure. Morning Star nodded and departed the Hokage's office. As he walked home, he purchased ingredients, having learned from his conversation with the wood clone and Izumi about her current cravings. She needed proper nourishment during her recovery, and he was determined to prepare her a delightful meal. Upon returning to the clan compound, Morning Star spotted a youthful Fugaku sprinting home. The sight of him evoked images of a future where he would tragically slaughter their entire clan. This scenario bore a somewhat narrative-driven quality. A boy not yet 20 would silently annihilate the Uchiha. Thus, attempting to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan by preventing Itachi's birth would be futile. The root of the issue must be addressed, lest another Itachi arise. Now a respected elder within the Uchiha, it was time to instigate change. Chapter 32. The democratic system. Through Morning Star's diligent care over the past few days, Izumi's health had gradually improved, aside from lingering weakness. She was no longer in dire straits. Izumi, rest well at home today. I will discuss matters with the clan leader, he informed her. All right, return early, she replied. Morning Star made his way to Uchiha Yamado's residence, greeted warmly by fellow Uchiha clan members along the way. Many admired this 12-year-old prodigy who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Who wouldn't appreciate a young genius in their midst? The Uchiha had always valued strength above all. Upon his arrival, Yamado welcomed him with enthusiasm, recognizing Morning Star's potential. Elder Morning Star, what brings you here so early? He inquired with a smile. After leading Morning Star to his reception room, they both took their seats. Clan leader, do you believe it is beneficial for the Uchiha to maintain sole control over the police force? Morning Star asked. Yamado paused, unsure of Morning Star's intent. Are you suggesting we relinquish our authority over the police? He queried. Not relinquishing, but rather adapting, Morning Star clarified, sipping his tea. As you are aware, the Uchiha are not well regarded in the village. Many villagers express grievances against the police's heavy-handed enforcement, feeling that they lack flexibility. This makes it difficult for the Uchiha to integrate into the community. I assume there are numerous complaints against the police daily? Yamato poured more tea, contemplating. That is an unavoidable circumstance. We enforce the rules as dictated, and we have not erred. Complaints are simply part of the norm. However, this deepens the villagers' prejudices against the Uchiha, making integration increasingly difficult. Over time, the Uchiha may find themselves isolated and without intervention. Morningstar left the thought hanging in the air. Sanji felt a chill run down his spine as he pondered Morningstar's words. The implication was unmistakable. If the Uchiha clan were to be ostracized for an extended period, they would gradually find themselves on the periphery of the village. The more radical factions within the clan would undoubtedly grow discontented, and the likelihood of a coup d'etat would rise, which would bode ill for the entirety of the Uchiha lineage. Sanji remarked, however, if we relinquish our authority over the police force, we will lose all influence within the village. When Q was alive, he held a prominent position in Konoha, but with his passing, our power has dwindled to merely that of the police force. Morningstar sipped his tea with a smile and replied, I never suggested we abandon our rights over the police force. Sanji inquired, what do you mean then? Morningstar explained, we ought to rename the police force to the Konoha police force. After all, the police exist to serve the village. Yet the villagers often direct their ire solely at the Uchiha. This is because the force is currently called the Uchiha Police Force, and all its members are Uchiha clan members. However, if we allow members from other clans to join the police force, the villagers will cease to single out the Uchiha. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sanji acknowledged that while this approach might weaken the Uchiha's authority within the police, it presented a viable means for the clan to integrate more fully into the village. I concur with your perspective, said Sanji, but I fear the elders may have differing opinions. Morningstar chuckled. If they cannot discern what is best for the clan, they are unworthy of their positions as elders. Very well, I shall convene a clan meeting forthwith. In the Uchiha clan assembly hall, Sanji sat at the conference table alongside several Uchiha elders, who regarded Morningstar with expressions of discontent, their faces twisted in displeasure. Uchiha Shana was the first to speak. Elder, what is the purpose of this summons? Sanji wasted no time, laying bare the plan he had devised with Morningstar, expressing his intention to petition the Hokage to allow other clans to join the Uchiha police force. The trio of elders led by Uchiha Shana voiced their opposition, unwilling to concede any authority to other clans, while three others maintained a neutral stance. Only Morningstar and Sanji were in agreement. Morningstar anticipated the resistance but remained undeterred, believing that the path to compliance could be paved through forceful persuasion. Rising from his seat, he declared, those who cannot even discern what is in the best interest of the Uchiha clan no longer deserve to occupy these elder seats. Uchiha Shana, incensed, retorted, you insolent child. Do not presume that your strength grants you the right to act with impunity. The Uchiha are not solely governed by your whims. Morningstar, initially inclined to respond with action, found amusement in Shana's words. Since the elder has spoken so boldly, let us put it to a vote among all clan members. How does that sound? The elders exchanged glances, unable to refute the proposal. Rejecting the notion of democratic voting would indeed jeopardize their positions. Morningstar continued, in that case, we shall gather all clan members. If my proposal and that of the clan leader are accepted, I urge all elders to resign from their posts, including myself. Henceforth, all matters concerning the Uchiha will be decided by a unified vote from all clan members, for with you elders in place, the Uchiha are destined to fragment. The elders found themselves trapped, acutely aware that acquiescing to this plan would likely cost them their esteemed positions. Many ordinary clan members sought to integrate peacefully into the village, and the voting outcome would likely favor Morningstar's proposition. However, the prospect of Morningstar relinquishing his elder status further complicated their position. Sanji felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Morningstar's words. As clan leader, his desire was for the members to flourish. Yet he often found his decisions hindered by the elders, leaving him feeling frustrated. Now, with Morningstar's backing, a resolution seemed within reach. The three elders who had previously remained neutral quickly approached, attempting to flatter. Elder Morningstar, we wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. There's no need to trouble the clan members. Morningstar fixed them with a cold gaze. Did you only come to offer your support now that a child has perished? Where were you moments ago? Morningstar showed no leniency toward their behavior. Sanji ignored the elders' attempts at flattery and initiated the assembly signal. Once all clan members had gathered, Morningstar presented his proposal along with its implications. As he concluded his speech, he added, by the way, should my proposal pass, the elder system will be abolished, and all future Uchiha affairs will be determined by democratic voting. Now, let us commence the voting. Those in favor of my proposal, please stand on the left, those opposed. On the right. Chapter 33. Morningstar. Yu and Orochimaru in the Hokage's office. Morningstar and Sanji were submitting their application for the Konoha police force. Indeed, Morningstar's proposal had garnered nearly unanimous support within the Uchiha clan, making him the shortest-serving elder in the clan's history. Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the report in his hands. Feeling a sense of joy, the Uchiha's willingness to integrate indicated a genuine desire to blend into the village, alleviating his need to expend energy guarding against them. Earlier, when the Umbu reported the urgent assembly convened by the Uchiha, he had felt a twinge of concern, but now he could finally relax. Sanji, who proposed this idea? Sarutobi inquired, taking a puff from his pipe with a smile. This was Morningstar's suggestion, and I wholeheartedly support it, Sanji replied candidly. Hiruzen glanced at Morningstar and asked, which clans do you plan to invite into the police force? Morningstar responded, Sensei, I intend to recruit members from the Senju, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. Hiruzen chuckled, you have quite the ambition, young man. Pray, enlighten me as to your reasoning. Certainly, Sensei. My aim in inviting the Senju clan into the police force is to foster close interactions between our clans to gradually resolve any familial tensions. The Hyuga clan possesses a dojutsu akin to ours, adept at reconnaissance. Additionally, the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans have secret techniques that also lean towards investigative work. They would all be well suited for the responsibilities of the police force. Hiruzen took another puff from his pipe, contemplating Morningstar's words before exhaling slowly. Bring them in. An Umbu member knelt before him, appearing in an instant at the Hokage's desk. Notify the clan heads of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, as well as the two Hokage advisors, the root leader Akimichi Torafu, and Lord Uzumaki Mido to convene at the Hokage's office. Uzumaki Mido was the current representative of the Senju clan. Before long, the office was filled to capacity as everyone gathered. Mido, upon noticing Morningstar, smiled at him. Good afternoon, Grandma Mido, Morningstar greeted warmly. The others in attendance were taken aback by Mido's friendly demeanor towards Morningstar. She took a seat on the sofa while everyone else, including the two Hokage advisors, stood, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once everyone was assembled, Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the table, sharing Morningstar's plan for the Konoha police force with the group. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances at Uchiha Sanji, astonished that the Uchiha were willing to relinquish some of their authority. Mido, as well as Yamanaka Kyuka and Inuzuka Shouten, expressed surprise at the Uchiha's decision, while Akimichi Torafu remained relatively unfazed. Mido, intrigued, cast an interested glance at Morningstar, suspecting that he was the mastermind behind the proposal, thus growing fonder of her future grandson-in-law. I have no objections, Mido declared first, offering her endorsement for Morningstar. With her support, the proposal was virtually assured of approval. The heads of several clans and the three high-ranking officials of Konoha originally harbored no objection to this matter. Upon hearing Vortex Mido's words, they all expressed their agreement. Thus, the matter was settled, and the clan leaders returned home to select suitable members before reporting to the security team. Due to the gathering, the replacement of Uchiha members in the security team was nearly complete, with most planning to leave the team. Frankly speaking, dealing with numerous complaints from villagers daily had made the Uchiha personnel in the security team quite miserable. Thus, this reform was most welcomed by them. After 2 weeks of meticulous arrangements, the new security team operations had stabilized, and all departments had returned to normal working conditions. Each patrol team within the security force was now composed of a balanced configuration, with one member from each clan. The emblem of the security team had also been changed. The former emblem, featuring a 4-pointed star with the Uchiha crest in the center, had now been replaced with the symbol of Konoha. The Uchiha ninjas who were replaced by the security team had been assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to various squads to carry out tasks for the village. The Uchiha clan had officially begun to integrate into the village. The root cause of all this, however, was still the demise of Danzo at the hands of Morningstar. After a period of recuperation, Izumi had fully recovered, and with Morningstar's daily culinary delights, she appeared to have gained a noticeable amount of weight. Gazing into the mirror at her gradually rounder face, Izumi felt a sense of helplessness. At this rate, I shall be fed into becoming a plump individual. Once her health was restored, Izumi reported back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, preparing to resume her border duty. At the village gate, Morningstar was seeing Izumi off as she was about to head to the border. They shared an embrace, and Izumi gently pinched Morningstar's chin before planting a kiss on her forehead. Take care in the village while I'm gone. Just as Izumi was about to depart, Morningstar held her back. Confused, Izumi looked at Morningstar. who slowly raised one of Izumi's hands and pressed a lightning-shaped mark onto her hand's surface. It was his flying thunder god mark. Sister Izumi, be cautious. I do not wish to witness anything like that happen again. Hearing this, Izumi smiled and nodded solemnly before swiftly leaving Konoha with a standard ninja run. Ding. System task issued. Increase wood release affinity to 100. Reward. Mastery of wood release techniques. As Morningstar was about to head home, he froze momentarily. How on earth am I supposed to accomplish this task? Ever since acquiring the necklace of Senju Hashirama and unlocking wood release, he had found no means to enhance his affinity. The system's sudden demand to elevate his wood release affinity to 100 seemed utterly unreasonable. As he walked towards the village, he inquired of the system. I say, system, isn't this a tall order? I have yet to discover a way to improve my wood release affinity, and your previous tasks never offered rewards related to it. Currently, my wood release is merely at a large-scale level, and I feel embarrassed to utilize it in front of others. Ding. The host may attempt to learn the sage art of the wetbone forest. The sage art of the wetbone forest? Morningstar understood. This was indeed the means to enhance his wood release affinity. It seemed he would need to find time to visit the wetbone forest. Arriving at the route headquarters, Morningstar intended to see Orochimaru. After a brief announcement from the guards, Orochimaru soon emerged, visibly excited as he grasped both of Morningstar's hands. His complexion flushed. Morningstar, I've succeeded, thanks to you. Orochimaru was in a state of exhilaration. This scene was witnessed by Tsunade, who had just purchased some dumplings. Upon seeing Orochimaru's flushed face as he held Morningstar's hands, she dropped the dumpling she was holding onto the ground. Hearing the sound, Morningstar turned to see Tsunade's incredulous expression. Tsunade, UU2 Chapter 34. Neither initiating, nor refusing, nor committing, nor being responsible. Tsunade. UU actually at this moment, Tsunade's mindset began to unravel as she conjured a series of scenarios in her mind. No wonder during their time at the Ninja Academy, he was the only one willing to approach the reclusive Orochimaru, constantly inviting him to meals and training together, and teaching him ninjutsu. So that was it. So that was how it was. Morningstar, noticing Tsunade's rapidly shifting expressions, realized she had misunderstood and hurriedly began to explain. After Morningstar's clarification, Tsunade finally comprehended that it had been a misinterpretation, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Well, you can talk to Orochimaru first. I shall take my leave. With that, she disappeared in a flash. Morningstar pondered, did I truly clarify everything? Orochimaru, tell me about your research findings. Orochimaru glanced around and said, this isn't suitable. Morningstar instantly grasped the implication. After all, it was confidential research. With a swift motion, Morningstar used the flying thunder god to take Orochimaru to his home, seating him down and gesturing for him to proceed. Orochimaru nodded. I fused your blood cells with those of the first Hokage, and astonishingly, there was no rejection. I compared them with various samples that had previously shown rejection reactions, and upon meticulous analysis of the data, I discovered that the chakra attributes of water, earth, and yang within both your cells and those of Lord Hashirama can blend together in a remarkably balanced ratio, something other individuals find exceedingly difficult to achieve. All previous experiments that ended in chaos were due to an imbalance in chakra ratios, and many lacked the simultaneous presence of these three chakra attributes. If I can find that balance using a specimen endowed with all three attributes, I can merge Hashirama's cells with any organism without eliciting a rejection response. Having grasped the essence of Orochimaru's words, Morningstar understood that Hashirama's cells were akin to the nature of the sage art of Myobokuzan, necessitating an appropriate ratio for fusion. To merge Hashirama's cells, both the cells and the specimen must reach that equilibrium. Therefore, selecting the experimental subjects became crucial. They must possess the water, earth, and yang chakra attributes simultaneously, and that was merely the entry condition. In his previous life, while watching Naruto, Morningstar had pondered this very issue. Why did Yamato state that wood release was a combination of water release and earth release? Yet Mei Terumi's combination of water and earth release produced lava release? The answer lay in the yang release. Have you considered conducting human experiments? Morningstar asked, curious about Orochimaru's current stance, especially since in the original storyline, Orochimaru had been led by Danzo to capture ordinary people for human experimentation. Orochimaru contemplated and replied, if I can stabilize the violent reactions of Hashirama's cells, I believe I could recruit volunteers. However, initially, I think it best to apply for experiments involving death row inmates. Once the subjects stabilize and safety is ensured, we can then recruit volunteers. Hearing this, Morningstar felt a wave of relief. It seemed that without Danzo's manipulation, Orochimaru would not stray down a dark path. After discussing for a while longer, Orochimaru expressed urgency to return to his research, and Morningstar escorted him back to the entrance of the root headquarters. As they were parting, Morningstar looked at Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru, I remember you once told me that you began studying ninjutsu after your parents passed away. What was your purpose? To resurrect them? Orochimaru paused for a moment, shaking his head. I am merely perplexed by the fragility of life. Upon learning that ninjutsu could empower individuals, I sought to utilize it to unveil the truths of the world. I wish to know whether ninjutsu can grant eternal life. It has been said that death is the most precious gift bestowed upon humanity by the heavens, for eternal life is the true curse. Morningstar patted Orochimaru's shoulder and departed. Orochimaru, reflecting on Morningstar's words, fell into deep contemplation. Myobo-cousin. At this moment, Jiraiya was diligently studying sage techniques under the tutelage of Fukasaku, his face bearing the marks of a brutal beating. This was the result of his frequent miscalculations in channeling sage chakra, which led to him transforming into a frog, a process that Fukasaku would inevitably intervene in, often with a strike. Jiraiya was seated cross-legged beside the toad oil pool, his eyes closed in concentration, when, in a fleeting moment, his visage morphed into that of a frog. Smack. Ah, that hurts. Fukasaku wheezed in exasperation. How can you be so utterly stagnant? At this rate, I shall not endure much longer. Rubbing his swollen face, Jiraiya protested, I can't help it. It's simply too challenging. Lord Fukasaku. Lord Fukasaku. The elder has awakened and wishes to see Jiraiya. A frog leapt from the distance, hopping and calling out. Upon hearing this, Fukasaku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he led Jiraiya to meet the great sage toad. In the great sage toad's palace, the enormous figure of the sage reclined on a platform, observing Jiraiya below. I have had a prophetic dream, the sage began. Jiraiya interjected, I know, I will travel and write books, and my apprentice will become the prophesied child who saves the world. Little Jiraiya, be not disrespectful, Fukasaku admonished. The aged visage of the great sage toad trembled slightly as he continued, no, the dream has altered. The great battle has been advanced. The prophesied child is no longer your apprentice, yet remains connected to you. As he spoke, the great sage's voice dwindled, and just before drifting into slumber, he murmured incoherent words that no one could decipher. Meanwhile, the prophesied child, Uchiha Sasuke, lay in bed at home, lost in thought. The lingering scent of Uzumaki Karen's still present on the sheets. He felt a sense of melancholy, as his wood-release clone in the land of hot water had recently developed an increasingly ambiguous relationship with Shizune, leaving him uncertain about how to navigate the situation. The thought of upsetting Shizune or incurring Tsunade's wrath sent shivers down his spine. I must clarify things with Shizune. I cannot afford to be a person who neither takes initiative nor refuses, who neither commits nor takes responsibility. With a swish, he arrived at the very tree where he had marked with Flying Thunder God during their previous mission in the land of hot water. While the initial intention was commendable, upon arrival, he found himself utterly at a loss. Just as he contemplated returning home to gather his thoughts, he suddenly exclaimed in frustration, this old trickster really gets on my nerves. Meanwhile, Shizune was engaged in training with Sasuke's wood-release clone, skillfully throwing shuriken at a training post before swiftly enveloping them in Phoenix Fire technique, a combination ninjutsu known as Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Observing her diligent practice, Sasuke's clone was about to speak when he suddenly froze, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he said, my true self has arrived. Chapter 35. The powerful, mysterious person Sasuke was particularly impressed by his clone's cunning behavior, as he now found himself unable to retreat. With a flicker, the wood-release clone materialized before him, and Shizune immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. Sasuke's immediate thought was, so fragrant, so soft. He quickly extricated himself from her embrace, wiping the blood from his nose, and smiled at her. Shizune, it has been a while. Upon hearing this, Shizune glanced between Sasuke's wood-release clone and the real Sasuke, chuckling. Ah, I meant you and my true self have not seen each other in ages. Ha ha ha. An awkward atmosphere ensued. Alright, enough of this awkward chit-chat. You share memories with your clone. There's nothing you don't know. So let us head back to the daimyo's mansion, she said, leading him away. Sasuke's wood-release clone returned to his usual spot for chakra recovery. Shizune guided Sasuke to the reception hall of the daimyo's mansion, which had been completely rebuilt, erasing all traces of the previous battle with the Raikage. Now tell me, what matter is so pressing that you needed to come in person? Couldn't your clone have conveyed it? Having been single for 30 years in his past life, Sasuke now found it more daunting than ever to reject a girl, not wishing to hurt Shizune, disappoint Tsunade, or jeopardize their bond with the land of hot water. He found himself in a predicament, wanting everything, a true scoundrel in love. Just as he was racking his brain to find a gentle way to decline Shizune's feelings, a flustered staff member rushed in. "Daimyo, it's bad. Several unidentified individuals have appeared near the hidden hot water village, and the village's ninjas are engaged in combat with them. The enemy is extraordinarily powerful, and the village is at a disadvantage. The Tsuchikage has requested the assistance of Lord Yama." Yama was the alias Sasuke's would-release clone used. Sasuke's heart soared with joy. Just when he was troubled by how to handle his feelings for Shizune, this incident arose, as if a pillow had been delivered to a sleepy head. Little did he know, soon enough, his smile would fade. "Understood. You may leave now," Shizune instructed the staff member. Sasuke nodded to her, indicating he would handle it, and promptly activated his transformation technique, seamlessly transitioning into the guise of the elder. Arriving near the hidden hot water village, he found the area in disarray. Unmistakably the aftermath of a fierce battle. 5 figures cloaked in black robes stood in the distance, observing, while one of the black-robed individuals engaged in combat with the village ninjas. This formidable opponent dispatched numerous ninjas with ease, incapacitating each one with a single strike, be it a punch or a kick. The 5 mysterious onlookers noted Sasuke's approach, and one of them remarked in a grim tone, "He has finally arrived. Let us see how formidable he truly is." The mysterious figure, who had been toying with the hot water ninjas, noticed Sasuke and swiftly appeared before him. "Hey, I waited for you for ages, thinking you might not dare to come." The voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. Sasuke's alertness heightened. These individuals were indeed here for him. "Who are you, and why are you seeking me?" he inquired, brow furrowed in confusion. "Ha!" The black-clad figure laughed heartily. "Defeat me, and I shall tell you." With that, the mysterious figure launched a punch at Sasuke, only to pass right through him. The figure, puzzled, attempted a sweeping kick, which also failed to connect. "Something's amiss." The figure leaped back from the fray. "You are rather disappointing. If we are to fight, let it be a proper fight." A dark blue Susanoo arm materialized, striking toward the mysterious figure. A shockwave of energy radiated from the collision. Yet the mysterious figure effortlessly blocked Sasuke's Susanoo attack with a single finger. Sasuke's mind faltered. He could hardly believe anyone could withstand Susanoo's might with such ease. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before Sasuke's eyes, displaying an urgent warning. Ding! Warning! Abnormal dimensional turbulence energy detected near the host. One of the observing figures in the distance remarked quietly, and then beckoned with a finger. "Please, host, please, please." The system's voice faded. And for the first time since his arrival in this world, Sasuke felt a wave of fear. He decided not to take any further chances and activated his complete Susanoo. The colossal dark blue Yatagarasu emerged, towering above, as Sasuke stood within the 5-pointed star on its forehead, regarding the mysterious figures with grave concern. "Now, this is more like it." The mysterious figure who had just battled Sasuke laughed before leaping into the air, delivering a punch aimed directly at the Yatagarasu's face, moving with such speed that Sasuke could hardly react. With a crisp crack resonating through the air, the Susanoo began to fracture at the point where the mysterious figure's fist struck, the fissures gradually spreading across its entire form. In an instant, the deep indigo crow Tengu Susanoo dissipated into gaseous energy, leaving the morning star to stare in terror at the enigmatic figure before him. "Pathetic, boy. Is this all you are capable of?" The mysterious figure taunted, shaking his head with a series of sharp clicks. At that moment, Shemu, draped in a cloak of golden chakra, materialized beside the morning star, her expression grave as she regarded the mysterious individual. From a distance, several more enigmatic figures appeared beside the one engaged in battle with the morning star. "Enough, this is sufficient," one of them declared. Turning to the morning star, the speaker added, "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to assess your strength." With that, he snapped his fingers, releasing a wave of energy that instantly healed all the injured ninjas from the hidden hot springs village, even restoring the damaged buildings to their former glory. Lowering his arm, he addressed the morning star once more. "We shall meet again." Suddenly, a rift in space appeared, and the mysterious figures filed into it, vanishing as the rift closed behind them. The morning star exchanged a stunned glance with Shemu, both reflecting the shock in each other's eyes. The morning star began to call upon the system within his mind. "System, what was that just now?" "Beep." The system is unaware of what the host is referring to, came the mechanical reply. "Who were those individuals clad in black robes?" He pressed further. "Beep." The system did not observe any black-robed figures. It only noted the host's own black cloak. It responded. The Morning Star sighed internally, realizing that relying on the system was futile and that he would have to investigate on his own. As he and Shemu returned to the daimyo's reception hall, they remained ensnared in the aftermath of the recent encounter. The Morning Star gazed at Shemu, who had steadfastly stood by his side during the perilous moment, and found it difficult to voice his rejections to her affections. Meanwhile, far away at the underground dragon vein of the ancient nation of Lulon, as the Morning Star battled the mysterious figure, a surge of power erupted, and a sphere of purple-black energy shot forth, racing towards the distant land of hot water. Chapter 36. Reunion in the land of hot water. Calming his tumultuous thoughts, the Morning Star resolved to clarify matters with Shemu. Sister Shemu, the truth is. I understand, she interjected before he could finish. You need not worry. I can see that your clone has been deliberately avoiding me. I am not foolish, and I am well aware of your feelings for Tsunade. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any distasteful behavior. The Morning Star was momentarily at a loss for words, observing the slight disappointment on Shemu's face, which weighed heavily on his heart. Sister Shemu, actually. Enough, do not say it. Startled by Shemu's sudden outburst, the Morning Star was taken aback, and Shemu quickly recognized her own lapse in composure. I'm sorry, she murmured apologetically. The Morning Star sighed deeply at Shemu's state, realizing that they had yet to clarify their feelings. Shemu adeptly shifted the conversation. Could you bring Tsunade and Jiraiya along? It has been quite some time since I last saw them, and I miss them dearly. The Morning Star nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall fetch them. With that, he produced a flying thunder god kunai and handed it to Shemu. Take this. The mysterious figures from earlier were formidable. If they return, a single clone of mine may not suffice to hold them back. When that happens, simply infuse chakra into the flying thunder god seal above, and I shall sense it. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. The Morning Star reappeared in Konoha, seeking out Tsunade at the Uzumaki residence. After the previous incident involving an unexpected bathroom intrusion, he dared not teleport directly this time. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido was in the garden, watering various flowers, and upon seeing the Morning Star, her face broke into a warm smile. Grandma Mido, is Tsunade home? I have matters to discuss with her. Mido nodded and instructed a servant to summon Tsunade. Morning Star, what brings you here? Tsunade exclaimed, bounding over with enthusiasm. Sister Shemu mentioned she misses you and Jiraiya. She asked me to bring you both to the land of hot water as guests. The Morning Star refrained from mentioning his encounter with the mysterious figures. Tsunade's face lit up at the news, eager to see Shemu again. The two bid farewell to Uzumaki Mido and promptly set off to locate Jiraiya. Jiraiya had just returned from Mayaboka Mountain and was currently at home, applying a warm towel to his pig-like face when there came a knock at the door. Rising to answer, he found the Morning Star and Tsunade waiting outside. Tsunade, unable to recognize Jiraiya in his current state, exclaimed, "Who are you? And why are you in Jiraiya's house?" Jiraiya sighed, and the Morning Star placed a hand on Tsunade's shoulder. This is Jiraiya. After scrutinizing him closely, Tsunade finally recognized her old friend. Haha, Jiraiya, what happened to you? She laughed heartily. The Morning Star, finding Jiraiya's appearance amusing, remarked to Tsunade, "You should treat Jiraiya. He cannot possibly go to meet Sister Shemu looking like this." Jiraiya perked up at the mention of Shemu. Meet Sister Shemu? He inquired. The Morning Star explained the invitation extended by Shemu. Under Tsunade's capable care, Jiraiya soon returned to his usual self. After all, her medical ninjutsu could effortlessly mend such minor injuries. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a paragon among medical ninjas in the ninja world. In a flash, the Morning Star, along with Tsunade and Jiraiya, materialized before Shemu. Sister Shemu, Tsunade cried, leaping into Shemu's arms, who affectionately ruffled her hair. I missed you so much. Did you miss me too? Tsunade nestled into Shemu's embrace, a gesture that would have certainly drawn reprimands if it were a male. Jiraiya stepped forward to greet her. Sister Shemu, it has been a long time. Shemu smiled warmly and nodded at Jiraiya, holding fond memories of him, especially the time he had sheltered her from the pursuit of Cloud Village ninjas. Turning her gaze to the Morning Star, he subtly shook his head, indicating that she should refrain from disclosing the matter of the mysterious figures. Shemu quickly understood, acknowledging his silent message with a slight nod. After exchanging pleasantries, Shemu led the trio to joyfully explore the rich culture and customs of the land of hot water. Truth be told, after assisting Shemu with the issues in the land of hot water, the Morning Star and his companions had hurriedly departed, leaving them with little experience of the local populace's living conditions. Today, they were finally able to witness it firsthand. The towns in the land of hot water buzzed with activity, with the hidden hot springs village situated at the northernmost edge, forming the very foundation upon which the entire town was built. Fortunately, the earlier confrontation with the mysterious figures had not affected this vibrant locale. The town was alive with commerce, filled with an array of shops, predominantly centered around the hot spring industry due to the geothermal energy veins in the area. The majority of the townsfolk recognized the trio, knowing them to be the ones who had helped reshape the fate of the land of hot water, and greeted them warmly. Even those unfamiliar with the Morning Star would express enthusiasm upon seeing him alongside the daimyo, clearly indicating that Shamu had won the hearts of her people in the land of hot water. Shamu led them to one of her favorite hot spring establishments, intending to treat them to a moment of relaxation. For the four of them, the hot springs held a special significance. They were a place where bonds had been forged. Shamu had relied on the hot springs to suppress the chakra of the nine tails within her, while the Morning Star and his companions had accompanied her daily to ensure her safety. The proprietor of the hot spring, thrilled to host the daimyo herself, welcomed them with open arms. As they donned their bathrobes in preparation to enter the springs, Shamu mischievously teased, "This place offers mixed bathing. Would you like to give it a try?" As Morning Star and Tsunade shook their heads in refusal, only Jiraiya exhibited an eagerness to partake in the endeavor, yet ultimately succumbed to Tsunade's threatening glare and the cracking of her knuckles. Tsunade, luxuriating in the warm embrace of the hot spring, wore an expression of profound satisfaction. Shawu remarked, "I frequent this hot spring nearly every day. I find its temperature most agreeable." Tsunade replied, "Sister Shawu, have you not mastered the control of the nine tails chakra perfectly?" Shawu smiled softly, casting her gaze toward the sky, her face tinged with melancholy. "It has become a habit since childhood." Silence enveloped the two as they savored the tranquility of the moment. "Morning Star, do you not wish to see what transpires over there? It would be quite exhilarating," Jiraiya suggested with a lecherous grin, with his eyes closed in the steaming pool. Morning Star replied, "The adjacent bath is a mixed one, and beyond that lies the women's bath. If you wish to see, you are free to do so." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, immediately lost interest. Meanwhile, in the esteemed manner, a purple-black energy sphere materialized before Morning Star's would release clone, having surged forth from the ancient dragon vein of the Lulon Kingdom. In an instant, the purple-black orb rushed into the body of the wood release clone. Suddenly, Morning Star, who was enjoying the hot spring, felt a severance of the connection and shared memories with his wood release clone. The last image imprinted in the clone's memory was that of the energy sphere entering its body. Chapter 37. The loss of kaleidoscope abilities not good. Morning Star exclaimed as he sprang from the hot spring, hastily donning his clothing and racing toward the location of his clone. At that moment, his wood-release clone awaited him in a secluded woodland, seemingly anticipating Morning Star's arrival. Utilizing his Kagura's hard eye, Morning Star sensed the clone's position. The power emanating from the wood-release clone felt bizarrely distorted, sometimes profound, at other times vast, leaving one utterly perplexed. The clone remained still, and before long, Morning Star landed approximately 10 meters away from it, clad in a black robe and adorned with a mask resembling a beetle. The clone's eyes gazed at Morning Star through the mask, devoid of any emotion, calm and unruffled. "You seem to be faring quite well." It spoke in a voice identical to Morning Star's, yet utterly void of sentiment, sounding unsettlingly eerie. Morning Star regarded the wood-release clone with suspicion, for as a person well-versed in countless imaginative novels from his past life, he sensed that the clone had undoubtedly been possessed by some malevolent entity. "What are you?" Morning Star coldly inquired. The wood-release clone, still devoid of emotion, responded, "You will know in due time." With that, the clone raised its hand and suddenly clenched it into a fist. Morning Star was immediately engulfed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing Morning Star's frantic departure, Jiraiya realized something was amiss and hastily exited the hot spring, seeking the help of the female staff to summon Tsunade and Shawu. Tsunade and Shawu hurriedly found Jiraiya. "What transpired that caused such urgency?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya recounted Morning Star's hasty exit, and upon hearing this, both women's expressions turned grave, a sense of foreboding washing over them. They quickly donned their attire and rushed out of the hot spring, inquiring with those around them. They learned that Morning Star had sprinted toward a distant grove, prompting them to hasten in that direction. Ding! Warning! The host is under assault by an unknown energy. The host's Susanoo power has been sealed. The host's Amaterasu ability has been sealed. The host's Tsukuyumi ability has been sealed. The host's intangibility ability has been sealed. At this moment, Morning Star's heart sank as he listened to the system's voice. One by one, his abilities were being locked away. If this continued, he would inevitably become an ordinary person. As despair enveloped him, the The purple-black energy within the wood-release clone was being drawn out by some force. Just as the energy sphere was on the verge of escaping the clone's body, the wood-release clone exerted more force. Ding, warning. The system's external assistance capability has been sealed. With the sound of the system's alert, the purple energy sphere detached from the wood-release clone, drawn into a vortex. The clone disintegrated on the spot, and the other side of the vortex led to the underground dragon vein of the Lulan Kingdom, where the purple-black energy was swiftly absorbed into the power of the dragon vein, which then calmed. Meanwhile, in a future timeline, within the underground dragon vein of the Lulan ruins, sat a man in his 50s, blind, with a grotesque burn scar marring the left side of his face, and a vacant sleeve indicating the absence of his left arm. This man observed the tumultuous power of the dragon vein before him, when suddenly, a purple-black energy sphere erupted from the vein and integrated into his body. Oh, was I forcibly pulled back by the power of the laws? Very well. It has also sealed quite a few of his abilities, sufficient to shatter his delusion of invincibility and facilitate his growth. The Morning Star clan leader. Everyone is waiting for you. A remarkably handsome Uchiha youth approached and called out to him. Indeed, this one-armed man was none other than the future Uchiha Morning Star, and the individual summoning him was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, a well-known character from the original Naruto series. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Morning Star slowly rose to his feet. What's this? Is Jiraiya still unwilling to stay? Sasuke nodded, stating he would not fight alongside someone who had caused Tsunade's demise. He would seek revenge for her in his own manner. Morning Star nodded bitterly, saying nothing as he departed alongside Sasuke. Returning to Morning Star's original timeline. When Xiaowu and the others arrived, they found Morning Star unconscious on the ground. Tsunade checked and confirmed he had merely fainted without injury, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiraiya carried Morning Star as they returned to the esteemed manor. As twilight deepened in the silent room, Morning Star lay in bed, while Xiaowu and the others kept vigil. Ugh! Morning Star groaned softly, stirring awake. Tsunade and the others immediately surrounded him, inquiring about his condition. Gazing at his friends, a bittersweet sensation swelled within him. Could you grant me a moment alone? Seeing that Morning Star was not in the best condition, Xiaowu and the others refrained from further questioning and exited the room. Tsunade turned back, casting a worried glance at Morning Star before also stepping out. Morning Star's emotions were tumultuous. He had once believed himself invincible with the system in this world, yet within a single day, he had encountered two individuals capable of instantly obliterating him, igniting a sense of helpless defeat within. System, are you there? Morning Star called out in his mind. Ding. I am here. What exactly was that purple-black energy sphere? The system's level is insufficient to investigate. Insufficient level? Morning Star raised his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. His thoughts in disarray, unable to piece together a coherent understanding. Time passed, though he was unaware of how long. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as Tsunade entered with a tray of food, placing it on the table before sitting at the edge of the bed. Have something to eat. Morning Star shook his head, remaining silent. Seeing him in such a state, Tsunade's heart ached. It was the first time she had seen him so despondent. She grasped Morning Star's hand gently. Could you tell me what transpired? Gazing at the girl who worried for him, Morning Star ultimately divulged the events of the day, recounting the 2 consecutive setbacks he had faced. He also revealed that most of his Sharingan abilities had been stripped away, growing increasingly agitated as he spoke. Am I truly so useless? I am far too weak. Morning Star, please calm down. I feel like a complete failure. Stay calm. Why are they so strong? Why do I lack even the slightest ability to resist? How can I feel strong? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap reverberated throughout the room. Tsunade, seeing that Morning Star was spiraling out of control emotionally and was utterly unreceptive to her words, resorted to this desperate measure. The pain on Morning Star's face gradually calmed her near-breaking point emotions. I'm sorry, I lost control, Morning Star said apologetically. After delivering the slap, Tsunade felt a pang of guilt. Upon hearing Morning Star's admission, she realized the young one had regained her composure. Hastily, she placed her hand on the cheek she had just struck, gently caressing it. It's all right, Tsunade murmured as she rubbed Morning Star's face, no matter what happens. I am here for you. I will always stand by your side. As she spoke, Tsunade leaned in closer, and Morning Star felt a sweet, tender sensation as their lips met. After a long moment, their lips parted, and in the moonlight filtering through the window, a slender, translucent thread lingered between them. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting away, yet her hand continued to soothe the area of Morning Star's face that had felt her wrath, still shimmering with the ethereal green light of her healing jutsu. Morning Star grasped Tsunade's hand, which which was gently massaging her face, and said, "Thank you, Tsunade." Tsunade simply smiled faintly in response. "Why don't you get some rest? I need to investigate what that strange energy did to my body," Morningstar suggested. Tsunade nodded, signaling for Morningstar to inform her of any developments before preparing to leave. Just as Tsunade opened the door, Cheyenne and Jiraiya nearly stumbled in. Clearly having been eavesdropping for quite some time, Tsunade shot them an irritated glance. Jiraiya, "Fine, but Cheyenne, I expected better from you." Cheyenne replied, "I was merely concerned for Morningstar." Jiraiya chimed in, "Exactly." With that, the two hurriedly exited. Watching the pair flee the scene, Tsunade turned back to Morningstar, who simply shook her head in exasperation. Tsunade then departed from the room. Morningstar took a moment to steady her emotions. Tsunade's comforting words and that heartfelt kiss rekindled her resolve. Indeed, she could not allow such a minor setback to defeat her. She still needed to protect Tsunade, safeguard her cherished friends, and look after everyone she held dear. Even without the system, she would strive to grow stronger. In recent years, Morningstar had acquired numerous ninjutsu through the system's rewards, yet she had hardly utilized them. Since unlocking her Mangekyo Sharingan, she typically engaged in battles while manifesting her Susanoo. Now that Susanoo was unavailable, she realized that the combination of these ninjutsu could yield formidable power, and thus she resolved to begin honing her combat skills. System. Open the attribute panel. A pale blue light curtain appeared before her. Attribute panel chakra amount, 40 cards, average for peers, 27 cards, bloodline limit, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, sealed. Amaterasu, sealed. Tsukuyami, sealed. Kimui Space, Kimui Intangibility, sealed. Would release, Affinity 20 Would release Spore Technique, would release Dragonfly Technique, would release Cuttings Technique. Would release 4 Pillars Family Technique, would release Wooden Shield, would release Forest Birth, would release Wood Clone, would release Tree Binding Eternal Burial Uzumaki Bloodline, Kagaya's Eye. Adamantine Sealing Breathing Techniques, Thunder Breathing, all techniques mastered, Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguish, Fire Release, Great Fire Dispersal, Fire Release, Storm Dance Water Release, Water Release, Water Severing Wave. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Lightning Release, Lightning Release, Serpent Thunder, Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter, Lightning Release, Earth Walk Earth Release, Earth Release, Heart Beheading. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Wind Release, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Bloodlines, Uchiha Bloodline, Senju Bloodline, Uzumaki Bloodline. 6 Paths Bloodline, Affinity 1, Chakra Attributes, Wind, Lightning, Water, Fire, Earth, Yin, Yang Special Items, Zanpakutō Bonding Items, Tsunade's Bloodstained Headband, First Hokage's Relic Necklace. Tsunade's First Kiss System? Why is Tsunade's First Kiss classified as a bonding item? Ding! It is indeed classified as a bonding item. The system is not mistaken. Morningstar pondered as she gazed at her attribute panel. It seems I possess quite a repertoire of ninjutsu. Previously, with Susanoo at my disposal, I never paid much attention to these techniques. And since my wood release is only at a mediocre level, I have hardly utilized it. Mostly just employing the wood clone technique. Now, I must find a way to synergize them effectively. Indeed, since unlocking her Mangekyo, the ninjutsu acquired from the system had gone largely unutilized, with most being taught to Orochimaru. Morningstar carefully reviewed all the ninjutsu she had learned. The Flying Thunder God? Ever since mastering it, she had merely used it as a teleportation technique. In combat, it could yield unexpected results, but it needed to be paired with offensive ninjutsu. Techniques requiring hand seals would not suffice for the element of surprise. As for the Zanpakutō, that wouldn't do either. It was less effective in close combat than Shuriken. After pondering for a while, Morningstar abruptly slapped her thigh. Of course, the Rasengan. Didn't Minato use the Flying Thunder God combined with the Rasengan to create that dazzling golden flash? However, the system had never rewarded her with the Rasengan, indicating she would need to practice it herself. For Morningstar, who had watched Naruto countless times in her previous life, the training method for the Rasengan was already imprinted in her mind. She decided that upon returning to Konoha, she would intensify her Rasengan training. Setting aside her distractions, Morningstar fell into a deep and restful sleep. The next morning, the rosy sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Morningstar's face. Groggily, she felt a tickling sensation on her nose, and upon opening her eyes, she discovered Tsunade playfully using her beautiful, light golden hair to tease her. "Stop it," Morningstar said, grabbing Tsunade's hand. Get up, sleepyhead. Cheyenne has prepared breakfast for us. With that, Tsunade dashed out of the room. Watching Tsunade sprint away, Morningstar felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. After changing and freshening up, she made her way to the dining hall of the daimyo's residence, where the staff typically dined. Despite being the daimyo, Cheyenne did not indulge in any special treatment and often shared meals with everyone. Upon Morningstar's arrival, the staff greeted her with smiles. I'm sorry for causing everyone trouble. I didn't mean to disrupt the invitation Cheyenne extended, Morningstar said, scratching her head in embarrassment. Cheyenne, relieved to see the Morningstar she remembered, reassured her, you don't need to apologize. We're just glad to see you well. We heard from Tsunade about what happened. Are you truly all right? Cheyenne still harbored some concern. Morningstar confidently replied, rest assured, if I cannot use one technique, I will simply employ another. There are countless jutsu in this world, and I will undoubtedly find a way to grow stronger. I shall become a formidable ninja once more. Hearing her words, the others smiled warmly. After breakfast, the group wandered through the lively locales of the Land of Water, sampling many local delicacies. Once they had explored sufficiently, Morningstar and her companions decided it was time to return to Konoha. After all, they had technically snuck out, and it was known that ninjas could be treated as roguenin for leaving the village without permission. Thus, they bid farewell to Cheyenne and returned to Konoha. And to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Morningstar left behind a wood clone of herself. With a whoosh, the three of them appeared in Morningstar's home. As soon as they landed, Morningstar sensed trouble. Her Kagaya's eye detected that the Umbu were seemingly waiting for them in the yard. Hearing commotion from inside the house, the Umbu hurried in and said, perfect timing, all three of you are here. The Hokage has been looking for you in the office since yesterday afternoon. With that, the Umbu vanished in an instant. The trio of Team 7 exchanged worried glances. We're in trouble now. At this moment, the three young members of Team 7 stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, heads bowed in shame. You all have done remarkably well. Without prior permission, you ventured out of the village to frolic in the land of hot water. Where are your manners? Where have all the rules gone? Kamikaze, you thought mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would make you too grand for this humble village, did you? Tsunade, and you as well. As the princess of the Senju clan, is this how your esteemed ancestor taught you? And you, Jiraiya, if you had claimed to be training in Mount Mayaboku, I would have said nothing. But you dared to indulge in leisure in the land of hot water. Are you aspiring to be a rogue ninja? Very well. You've all grown up, Haven to you? You think your wings have hardened, do you? Shall I send you all to the land of water? After a lengthy half-hour scolding from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the three youngsters were now dizzy from the tirade. Sarutobi, too, was exhausted from the reprimand. Sitting back at his desk with a pipe in hand, sending them to the land of water? It was all a jest. He could never bear to do such a thing. At that moment, Tsunade interjected, Teacher, please calm down. We weren't merely out for leisure. You know well that after our last mission, we became quite close friends with Shizune. This time, she encountered an attack from a mysterious individual, and that is why we summoned Kamikaze using the Flying Thunder God technique. As a result of battling this mysterious foe, Kamikaze's Sharingan has been nearly rendered useless, and now most of her abilities are inaccessible. As she spoke, Tsunade even managed to shed a few tears. It was evident that they had conspired beforehand at Kamikaze's home, and Kamikaze felt it necessary for Sarutobi to be informed of her condition, prompting Tsunade to speak up. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, turning to Kamikaze. Is this true? Kamikaze nodded solemnly. Sarutobi's expression darkened. How grave is the situation? Kamikaze replied, Susanoo, body etherealization, and the Moon Reader Genjutsu have all become unusable. Sarutobi was unaware that Kamikaze possessed the Amaterasu, so she refrained from mentioning it. The news weighed heavily on Sarutobi. After all, Kamikaze was one of the rare prodigies in the history of Konoha and his own student. Naturally, he felt a profound sense of regret upon learning of her plight. Is that mysterious individual truly that formidable? Upon hearing Sarutobi's inquiry, Kamikaze infused his mind with vivid images of her initial encounter with the mysterious figure, depicting the scene of the mysterious individual effortlessly defeating a ninja from the land of water and obliterating her complete Susanoo with a single punch. After viewing these images, Sarutobi was astounded. He had anticipated the mysterious individual to be strong, but not to such an overwhelming degree. What folly! You dared to provoke an enemy of such strength? The three exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Sarutobi turned his gaze back to Kamikaze. And what is your current strength? Kamikaze reassured him, do not worry, teacher. I will demonstrate my prowess as a formidable ninja of Konoha using other ninjutsu. Sarutobi nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss an important matter. With that, Sarutobi produced 3 forms and handed them to the trio. As they examined the forms, they noticed the title at the top read, Chunin Exam Qualification Application. The 3 looked at each other, then back at Sarutobi. We are co-hosting this Chunin exam with Tsunade, scheduled for 3 months from now. I hope the 3 of you will participate. They exchanged determined glances, encouraging each other. We will participate. Sarutobi nodded approvingly. From tomorrow onwards, you will no longer take on missions, as I will implement a 3-month intensive training regimen for you. Do you understand? Yes. They replied in unison. Very well. You may return for now. As the trio turned to leave, Sarutobi called out, I shall not pursue the matter of your unauthorized departure this time. But should there be a next time, I will send you all to the land of water. The 3 hastily exited the premises, eager to escape any further outbursts from Sarutobi. Once outside the Hokage's office building, Kamikaze turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade, saying, I am conceptualizing a new ninjutsu. Would you 2 be interested in collaborating with me? Jiraiya, surprised, asked, Are you developing a new ninjutsu again? Those who knew Kamikaze were aware that she had developed the S-rank ninjutsu, sword technique, Breath of Lightning, at the tender age of 6. Though few knew that it was actually a gift from the system rather than her own creation. Feeling somewhat bashful, Kamikaze scratched her head. Yes. It's just a concept at this stage. It hasn't been put into practice yet. If you could join me, that would be splendid. Collaborating in 3s is far more efficient than working alone. Tsunade and Jiraiya readily agreed. Kamikaze led them around the village to procure numerous balloons and rubber balls. Uncertain of their purpose, the duo did not inquire further. Subsequently, the 3 made their way to the banks of the Nanga River. Kamikaze stated, The technique I wish to develop can be initiated without hand seals or any specific chakra attributes, purely based on the transformation of chakra's form. Of course, once it is fully developed, I will consider incorporating the nature transformation of chakra. For now, I want you both to attempt to compress chakra to a high degree and rotate it at high speed to form a stable spherical energy body in your hands. After hearing Kamikaze's instructions, Tsunade and Jiraiya began their attempts. Unsurprisingly, both failed. Compressing chakra to such a high concentration and rotating it at high speed was no simple task, let alone stabilizing it into a sphere. Kamikaze was not surprised by their failures. Forming a stable sphere from highly compressed and rapidly rotating chakra is the form I envision for this technique. Thus, we must take it step by step. With that, Kamikaze produced the balloons they had just purchased. She filled 3 balloons with water from the river and handed one to both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Now, we will begin the first phase. Make the water inside the balloon swirl and cause the balloon to burst, mastering the control of chakra's rotation. Let us begin. The 3 commenced the first phase as instructed. After a prolonged attempt with no success, Jiraiya, exerting too much force, accidentally burst his water balloon. Kamikaze facepalmed. Stop relying solely on brute strength. Relax a bit. She tossed him another balloon for him to fill with water, thinking to herself, this method was actually taught to Naruto. Just then, while Kamikaze and Jiraiya were still striving, Tsunade managed to succeed. The 2 exchanged glances before turning to her. Tsunade stuck out her tongue. I think I succeeded. Kamikaze approached and placed her water balloon in Tsunade's hands, saying, try it again. With a loud pop, the water balloon in Tsunade's hands burst again just as Kamikaze finished speaking. Tsunade made a face at Kamikaze and struck a pose, hands on her hips, embodying an overwhelming presence. Kamikaze covered her face. Yes, I know you're impressive. Share your insights with us. Jiraiya dashed over, vigorously nodding in agreement. Tsunade pondered for a moment before responding, insights? It's just a matter of going ka first, then shoo. Time moved forward to the next day. Sarutobi Hiruzen spent the morning addressing the tactical coordination of the 3 members of Team 7, followed by their usual combat training. In the afternoon, he returned to attend to the duties of the Hokage. After a morning of training, the trio took a brief respite before heading back to the Nanga River to continue developing their new ninjutsu. Kamikaze declared, now that Tsunade has completed the first phase, let us move on to the second phase. She handed Tsunade a rubber ball and continued, for the second phase, we will use a more resilient rubber ball. Forming a high concentration, continuously rotating chakra flow within it until the ball bursts. Upon hearing Kamikaze's instructions, Tsunade began her attempts. As a medical ninja, her precise control over chakra far surpassed that of Kamikaze and Jiraiya, which was why she had been the first to complete the initial phase. Through the relentless efforts of Morning Star and Jiraiya, both of their water spheres finally burst, prompting them to craft new ones until they could flawlessly complete the first phase before attempting the second. As evening fell, None of them had succeeded in the second phase, causing the trio to recline on the grassy bank by the river. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Morningstar, how is it that your mind works? Why do you always conceive ideas for developing new ninjutsu? You are remarkably intelligent." Tsunade retorted, "It's not that Morningstar is brilliant. It's that certain individuals are rather dim-witted." Jiraiya, feeling indignant, shot back, "You haven't developed any ninjutsu of your own either. What gives you the right to criticize me?" With a dismissive tone, Tsunade replied, "How do you know I haven't created my own ninjutsu? It's just that I haven't finished developing it yet, but I can feel it's almost complete. It should be ready soon." Jiraiya scoffed, "Words alone carry no weight. Who knows if what you say is true?" Tsunade chose to ignore him, while Morningstar interjected, "Jiraiya, you need not obsess over developing your own ninjutsu. Your chakra affinity primarily leans towards fire, and there are already countless fire-style techniques available. Developing your own seems rather pointless, especially since the Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques. If you wish to learn, I can teach you everything I know." Jiraiya hesitated. "Wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, ninjutsu is traditionally passed down through masters. What if the members of your clan find out you've taught me Uchiha fire techniques?" Morningstar waved his hand dismissively. "It's perfectly fine. Ninjutsu should be used by those who can harness its efficacy. Since you excel in fire, it is only fitting that I teach it to you. Besides, let us not forget, we are a team. Your enhancement in strength will elevate our entire squad." Acknowledging Morningstar's words, Jiraiya ceased his reluctance and earnestly thanked him. Morningstar smiled, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Once I have completed developing my current techniques, I will begin teaching you fire techniques. I will share everything I know. How much you learn depends on your own dedication." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tsunade rolled over, shifting from lying on her back to propping herself up on her elbows, looking down at Morningstar. "What about me? What about me?" Morningstar felt a pang of embarrassment. "Your chakra affinity is primarily for yang, making you more suited for medical ninjutsu. However, I lack expertise in medical techniques. And can Konoha even find a medical ninja superior to you?" Tsunade, sulking, lay back down. Morningstar quickly rose to console her. "I truly don't know what ninjutsu to teach you. Do you possess any other chakra affinities? I can teach you techniques related to that affinity." Tsunade turned her head away. "You don't even know my chakra affinities." Morningstar replied, "I genuinely don't know your chakra affinities. I only deduced yours and Jiraiya's." Tsunade pondered for a moment. "I believe aside from my Senju lineage's yang affinity, I also have a lightning affinity." "Oh, remember that year we first met when you entered the hospital? At that time, I had developed a medical ninjutsu called lightning healing technique." Morningstar smacked his thigh. "That simplifies things. I can teach you the breath of lightning. That is my forte." Tsunade shook her head. "I prefer using my fists over weapons." Then her tone shifted to one of deep melancholy. "Besides, Sister Izumi can do it too. I think I'll pass." Morningstar was at a loss for words. "Haha, teasing you is quite enjoyable. All right, let us head back. It's getting late." The three returned home. Just like the first day, they trained combat techniques under Sarutobi Hiruzen in the morning and developed ninjutsu in the afternoon. By the third day, the rubber ball in Tsunade's hands exploded. "Wonderful. I've succeeded." Tsunade shouted in excitement. Seeing Tsunade having completed the second phase, Morningstar and Jiraiya exchanged wry smiles. As their own rubber balls showed no signs of progress, Morningstar instructed Tsunade, "Remember the sensation you just experienced. Now, without the rubber ball as a reference, gather chakra in your hands." Tsunade took a deep breath and began her attempt. On her first try, she failed to stabilize the chakra sphere. "Don't rush. Visualize that you still have the rubber ball in your hands, allowing the chakra to stabilize within it." Tsunade slowly closed her eyes, envisioning a rubber ball in her hands. Before long, a brilliant blue chakra sphere appeared and stabilized in her grasp. Tsunade had succeeded. Opening her eyes to behold the chakra sphere, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Have I truly succeeded?" Morningstar confirmed, "Indeed. Now, let us test its power." Earth style, earth wall. With hands forming seals, Morningstar unleashed the earth wall, raising a formidable earthen barrier. "All right, Tsunade, give it a shot." Tsunade nodded and hurled the chakra sphere at the wall. Boom. The wall erupted with tremendous force. Tsunade clapped her hands together. "Not bad. It's almost on par with my punches." Morningstar stumbled back, realizing she wasn't wrong. Tsunade's monstrous strength could indeed achieve the same effect, if not better. Thus, for her, this technique seemed somewhat redundant, as she could deliver equal damage with her fists without the need to form a sphere. To Morningstar and Jiraiya, however, it was an excellent technique. Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade's chakra sphere, was quite impressed. Instantaneous ninjutsu without the need for seals and such power was indeed remarkable. "What would you like to name this technique?" Tsunade inquired. Let us call it the Rasengan, Morningstar suggested. Chapter 41. The Rasengan reveals its might as an exceptional medical ninja. Tsunade naturally possessed exquisite control over her chakra. From her initial contact with the Rasengan to its completion, she required merely 4 days. In contrast, Morningstar and Jiraiya took a full week to accomplish the same feat. Now, Morningstar could combine the Flying Thunder God technique with the Rasengan, while Jiraiya took great delight in the Rasengan he held in his hands. Observing the excited Jiraiya, Morningstar said, once you've mastered the Rasengan, you can attempt the next phase, the Big Ball Rasengan, using double the chakra. Jiraiya asked, Big Ball Rasengan? Morningstar smiled. Yes, the Rasengan is merely a prototype. Its development extends far beyond this. I can envision many techniques derived from the Rasengan. Jiraiya gazed at Morningstar as if he were a creature of wonder. Little did Jiraiya know, this Rasengan would one day be manipulated by Naruto in countless forms. Subsequently, Morningstar fulfilled his promise and taught Jiraiya the fire style, great fireball technique for practice, intending to teach him more once he had mastered it. After half a month of learning, Jiraiya had thoroughly grasped all the fire ninjutsu Morningstar knew, showcasing his remarkable talent for fire techniques. On a refreshing morning, a gentle breeze blew as Team 7 gathered at the training ground as usual. Morningstar and Jiraiya had mastered the Rasengan, rendering it fully applicable in combat. Jiraiya had also learned all the fire techniques Morningstar had taught him. Although still at a novice level, they were sufficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the trio. Brimming with vitality, you all seem to be in good spirits today. Have you been working on any new ninjutsu? He cast a knowing glance at Morningstar, who had haunted him with memories of the 1,000 years of pain technique. Very well, let us see what surprises you've prepared for me. Let us begin the combat training. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words faded, Tsunade and Morningstar leaped back to create distance, while Jiraiya remained in place to form seals. Fire style, great fire destruction. Jiraiya unleashed a vast sea of flames towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who immediately summoned an earth wall to defend himself. Under the cover of opportunity, Morningstar swiftly launched shuriken throughout the arena to establish his Flying Thunder God markers. Jiraiya's fire release technique had yet to conclude. Tsunade executed a powerful downward kick in midair, targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hastily leaped back to evade. In a flash, Morningstar appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a shuriken embedded in the ground where he had just stood. Grasping a blue chakra sphere, Morningstar unleashed an assault towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Rasengan struck him, and he instantly transformed into a puddle of mud, an earth clone. In that moment, Tsunade found herself ensnared by Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp, being pulled underground. Fortunately, the ground had recently endured Tsunade's earlier kick, leaving it littered with shattered stones, allowing her to extricate herself swiftly. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended into the air. Jiraiya unleashed another fire technique, the Great Fire Dragon technique, against Sarutobi Hiruzen. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen conjured a Water Dragon bullet technique to counter, neutralizing their jutsu. As Sarutobi Hiruzen landed, Tsunade's fist was already hurtling towards him. He sidestepped just in time, but a shuriken was launched towards his back. He leapt sideways to avoid it. In a swift motion, Morningstar reappeared at the shuriken's location and unleashed another Rasengan, directly impacting Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dissipated into a cloud of white smoke, another clone. The earth beneath the newly raised earthen wall cracked violently as Sarutobi Hiruzen surged forth to attack Jiraiya. Rather than retreating, Jiraiya advanced, wielding a Rasengan to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen head-on. Tsunade charged from the left, while Morningstar threw a shuriken towards the ground on Sarutobi Hiruzen's right side. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen halted his advance and leaped back. As he landed, a katana was poised against his neck, Morningstar's Zanpakutō. Noticing a stone at his feet marked with a Flying Thunder God seal, he clapped for the trio. Morningstar sheathed his Zanpakutō. Indeed, your coordination just now was remarkable. The praise from their teacher filled them with joy. Curious, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, what exactly was that chakra sphere you and Jiraiya just utilized? I've never seen it before. The three exchanged knowing smiles. Jiraiya replied, Sensei, that was a ninjutsu we developed together, called Rasengan. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Developed together? Morningstar chuckled. Yes, Sensei. The concept was mine, but it was Tsunade who completed it first in merely 4 days, while Jiraiya and I took a full week. Tsunade beamed with pride. Morningstar continued. After all, Tsunade is a medical ninja, and her control over chakra far surpasses that of Jiraiya and myself. The Rasengan, being a technique based on the transformation of chakra, was naturally completed by her first. However, for Tsunade, this technique may prove somewhat impractical, as her fists are far more effective in close combat. Nonetheless, thanks to her completion, Jiraiya and I avoided considerable detours. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Morningstar. Your willingness to share your innovative ninjutsu with your comrades is truly commendable. Every ninja typically guards their developed techniques as secrets, rarely divulging them. Your openness is indeed rare. Morningstar scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. It's nothing. Tsunade and Jiraiya are people I care about greatly, and I am more than willing to share with them. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Morningstar recalled that this was essentially a concept he had appropriated. Tsunade, on the other hand, chimed in with a hint of jealousy. What's that? He taught the S-rank sword technique he developed to the neighbor's sister. Sarutobi Hiruzen then remarked, by the way, I noticed Jiraiya using quite a few fire release techniques from the Uchiha clan. You taught him those, didn't you? Morningstar nodded. Your clan won't be displeased, will they? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Morningstar replied nonchalantly, they've already learned it. What can they do? Besides, Jiraiya excels in fire release. So these techniques won't go to waste in his hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly pleased with Morningstar, appreciating his character, temperament, and talent. Very well. Let us conclude today's training. From tomorrow until the Chunin exam, I advise you to train independently. Your synergy has shown commendable results. I hope you all achieve excellent scores in the exam. The trio shared a determined smile, yes, just as they basked in the joyful atmosphere. Tsunade suddenly weakened and collapsed towards the ground. Chapter 42. The eve of the Chunin exam. Morningstar, seeing Tsunade about to fall, immediately caught her, and she tumbled into his arms. Tsunade, Tsunade, Morningstar called out tentatively, but she showed no response, having evidently fainted. Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over to assess the situation, concluding that she had exhausted her chakra. Realizing this, Morningstar surmised that the cause of Tsunade's fainting was likely due to her self-developed technique, the 100 Healings Mark. In the original storyline, this technique, a culmination of her mastery over Yin Sealing and Yang Release Chakra, serves as the ultimate medical ninjutsu. By storing chakra over extended periods and releasing it in battle, it facilitates boundless self-healing and physical enhancement, qualifying it as an S-rank medical ninjutsu requiring exceptional talent and chakra control. The 100 Healings technique necessitates the user to compress and store chakra through Yin Sealing, creating a chakra bank that can last for years or even decades. This extensive storage capacity results in the user utilizing most of their chakra for storage, leaving them with a minimal amount available for use. Hence the fainting incident due to excessive chakra expenditure today. Once assured of Tsunade's safety, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, you three should take Tsunade home. Let her rest well, and she will be fine. Morningstar and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. In a flash, Morningstar utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Tsunade and Jiraiya back to his home, laying Tsunade on the bed to rest. Before long, Tsunade awoke, finding herself in Morningstar's home, with the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. She sprang out of bed and dashed outside, unable to resist the tantalizing scent. In the living room, she saw Morningstar busily preparing in the kitchen, while Jiraiya engaged in his artistic endeavors. Soon, a lavish spread of delicious dishes adorned the dining table. Wow, how sumptuous! Tsunade exclaimed, abandoning all pretenses of ladylike decorum as she began to devour the food voraciously. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were well aware of Morningstar's culinary skills, having frequently enjoyed meals at his home. Watching Tsunade devour the food, Morningstar shook his head in exasperation. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Understanding that the 100 Healings technique necessitates a large amount of chakra storage, and thus significantly increasing the user's appetite due to energy expenditure, Morningstar had prepared the meal in advance, fearing Tsunade would awaken hungry. During the meal, Morningstar feigned ignorance, asking, Tsunade, your current condition is a result of that self-created technique of yours, isn't it? With her cheeks stuffed full, Tsunade could only nod in response. Jiraiya, taken aback, remarked, I thought you were just boasting the other day about having a self-developed technique. I didn't expect it to be true. Tsunade swallowed her food, responding dismissively, I have no need to boast. The harmonious meal concluded, and they each returned to their respective rest. Time flew by, and days turned into weeks. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have swiftly elapsed, and only a few days remain until the Chunin exams. On this day, the 3 members of Team 7 had just concluded their training and were preparing to visit the home of the Morningstar for a meal when they suddenly heard cries for help ahead. Exchanging glances, the trio dashed forward. Before them stood a ninja adorned with the forehead protector of Tsunade, grasping a chubby boy of around 5 or 6 years of age. Little brat, Do you realize you just hurt me? He growled, tightening his grip, causing the child to gasp for breath. Let him go? Morningstar shouted at the Tsunade ninja. The rogue ninja glanced at Morningstar, dismissing him entirely. And if I don't, what will you do about it? He taunted, further increasing his hold on the child. Without hesitation, Morningstar hurled a kunai at the Tsunade ninja. The ninja scoffed, a mere parlor trick. Just as he was about to deflect the projectile, Morningstar, kunai in hand, appeared right before him. What? Morningstar swiftly wrapped one arm around the child, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Tsunade ninja flying. Caught off guard by his own arrogance, the rogue suffered the full brunt of Morningstar's strike. As he prepared to retaliate, a female ninja bearing the forehead protector of Tsunade intervened, blocking his path. Enough, Garilo. Let us not complicate matters further. The woman stepped forward, addressing Morningstar. Greetings, I am Chio of the Sand. I apologize for my companion's recklessness. Morningstar replied, you are all here to participate in the Chunin exams. Are you not? Guests should behave as guests. At the mention of her name, Morningstar was taken aback. This was the future master of puppetry, Chio, renowned for her unparalleled skill in the art of puppetry. Indeed, my apologies once again, Chio said, her demeanor gracious. Recognizing her attitude, Morningstar could not press the issue further. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. He allowed them to leave. As they departed, the ninja named Garilo menacingly inquired, Kid, what is your name? Uchiha Morningstar. All right, Uchiha Morningstar, I'll remember you. See you at the Chunin exams. Morningstar smirked dismissively. I'll be waiting. Their gazes clashed, igniting sparks in the air. Once the Tsunade ninjas had left, Morningstar turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya, saying, it appears that ninjas from various villages are already beginning to arrive in Konoha for the Chunin exams. I wonder which villages have accepted the invitation this time. Jiraiya replied, who cares which villages they are? Let us just knock them all down. Morningstar and Tsunade exchanged resigned glances, shaking their heads at Jiraiya's bravado. Meanwhile, in the land of water, Shamo was fervently pleading with Morningstar's wooden clone, please, just let me go. I want to represent the land of water in the Chunin exams. Morningstar's wooden clone felt utterly exasperated, as Shamo insisted on attending the exams despite being a representative of the land of water, while also demanding that he temporarily assume the role of the daimyo to handle administrative duties. Morningstar sighed, this is utterly ridiculous. A daimyo should not be participating in the Chunin exams. What will you do if danger arises? Undeterred, Shamo clung to Morningstar's arm, shaking it fervently. Just let me go. Seeing her determination, Morningstar ultimately surrendered, raising both hands in defeat. All right, you win. Yay. Shamo cheered triumphantly. Even so, Morningstar was reluctant to let her travel to Konoha unaccompanied, especially considering that she still bore a fragment of the Nine-Tails chakra, which was highly coveted by many nations. However, once she reached Konoha, the situation would be different. The Nine-Tails chakra she possessed was already entrusted to Konoha for sealing, and moreover, Konoha had the complete Nine-Tails residing within Uzumaki Kushina, rendering Shamo's fragment insignificant in comparison. Thus, Morningstar, accompanied by two other lower ninjas from the land of water who wished to team up with Shamo, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to Konoha. Chapter 43. The Chunin exams commence. Morningstar, having gleaned from the shared memories with his wooden clone that Shamo would indeed participate in the Chunin exams, took the opportunity to enjoy a few days of leisure in Konoha with her before the exams began. The days flew by, and soon the day of the Chunin exams arrived. Konoha and Tsunade had invited numerous ninja villages to participate, including the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Grass Village, and the Hidden Whirlpool Village. To Morningstar's astonishment, even the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village had arrived, a fact that did not sit well with either him or Tsunade. However, reflecting on it from another angle, the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village were the ones who had brought Morningstar and Tsunade together, so perhaps he owed them a debt of gratitude after all. The first event of the Chunin exams commenced, the written examination. All candidates took their seats as the proctors and a cadre of supervising teachers entered the room, encircling the candidates to monitor them closely. I am the chief examiner for the first round, Masao Koishida. The rules are simple. If you are caught cheating, you will lose 2 points, and if your score reaches 0, you will be eliminated. The final question will be announced 30 minutes into the exam, and you may choose whether to answer it. However, those who opt not to answer will be eliminated along with their teammates. Now begin. Both Morningstar and Tsunade, having been top students during their time at the Ninja Academy, found the theoretical knowledge to be a breeze. However, this was a struggle for the lagging Jiraiya. Fortunately, Morningstar had anticipated this and used his Sharingan to control Jiraiya's body and assist him in answering the questions. Don't say this is cheating, he thought. Yes, it is cheating, but ultimately, the first round of the Chunin exams tests who has the best cheating techniques. Not everyone can be a top student who can answer every question, so naturally, cheating is necessary. For instance, members of the Hyuga clan can use their Byakugan to see other candidates' answers, while Uchiha clan members can copy the actions of others using their Sharingan. And the Yamanaka clan can use their insects to gather answers. In essence, this is not merely about cheating. It tests one's ability to gather intelligence. Of course, there were unfortunate cases as well. Thunk. A Kanai pinned a candidate's exam paper to the desk. Your score has been reduced to 0. Leave the examination room immediately. Damn it. The candidate protested bitterly as he exited the exam venue, a scenario that occurred frequently. 30 minutes into the exam, Masao Koishida announced, "All right. I will now explain the rules for the 10th and final question. This is a multiple-choice question, and anyone who answers incorrectly will permanently lose their eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams." Upon hearing the examiner's words, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. The prospect of permanently losing their eligibility was something they could not bear. Masao Koishida continued, "Now, you may choose to forfeit answering this question. Those who choose to forfeit will be considered failures and will be escorted out alongside their teammates. But they will still have the opportunity to participate in the next Chunin exams." Morningstar felt utterly exasperated. The rules for Konoha's Chunin exams had not changed in decades. Among the candidates present, many with weak mental fortitude began to raise their hands and surrender, clearly unable to accept the idea of being relegated to the status of a lower ninja alongside their teammates. Noticing that the remaining students remained silent, Masao Koishida pressed on. "Are you certain you wish to continue answering? Answering incorrectly means you will be a lower ninja for the rest of your life." The room remained silent for an extended period. Masao Koishida declared, "The 10th question does not exist. It tests your courage to persist in the face of despair. Congratulations to those who remain. You have passed the first examination." All candidates were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers, while Morningstar wore a knowing expression. Not long after, another examiner entered, surveying the remaining candidates. "Congratulations on passing the first examination. I am your examiner for the second round, Yurita Hikaru. Now, all candidates who have passed the first examination, follow me." The group followed the examiner in a grand procession to a forest surrounded by iron bars. This is the Death Forest of the 44th Training Ground. Everyone, please come forward to sign this consent form, for the next events may lead to perilous outcomes. Upon signing the consent, each team received a scroll. Now, each team possesses a scroll, some adorned with the celestial insignia of the Heaven Scroll, while others bear the emblem of the Earth Scroll. You are all required to gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls within 5 days and reach the central tower in the heart of the forest. However, be forewarned. For within this forest, in addition to adversaries, there lurk far more terrifying entities. Failure to reach the destination within the allotted time will lead to disqualification. Having your scroll seized and being unable to reclaim it will result in disqualification. If all members of your team lose their combat ability, you will be disqualified. And calling for a withdrawal during the examination will result in disqualification. Teams are permitted to seize scrolls from one another, but intentional murder is strictly prohibited. With proctors monitoring the proceedings from the shadows. Nearby, Garilo cast a glancing gesture towards Morningstar, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. Morningstar noticed the Earth Scroll in his hand, while he himself clutched the Heaven Scroll. Once everyone comprehended the examination rules, Akira Yada dispersed all the candidates into the Death Forest at different locations and times, for otherwise, chaos would ensue the moment they entered. The Death Forest is perpetually dark and humid, with dense vegetation that obstructs light. Inhabited by a plethora of venomous insects and ferocious beasts such as giant centipedes, man-eating flowers, and colossal brown bears, alongside numerous natural traps like swamps and toxic miasmas. Thus, one must be vigilant not only against the attacks of other ninjas, but also against the inherent dangers of the forest. Morningstar secured the Heaven Scroll within his Kemui space, ensuring that no one could seize their Team's scroll without his consent. Utilizing the formidable perception granted by his Kagura Shingon, he safely guided Tsunade and Jiraiya through approximately 1/3 of the forest. "Should we not seize an Earth Scroll?" Jiraiya inquired. "I sense 6 ninjas from the Rain Village ahead. Let us confront them," Morningstar replied. This time, 6 ninjas from the Rain Village had successfully passed the first round of the examination and had now banded together, intending to cooperate. Morningstar harbored a personal vendetta against them, as he and Tsunade had nearly perished at the hands of Rain ninjas in the past, and now he sought to reclaim some interest. Tsunade, understanding Morningstar's intentions, remained silent, while Jiraiya was eager for action. "Excellent. I've longed to engage." Let us test our mettle against these rain ninjas. Before long, the trio intercepted the path of the rain ninjas. Jiraiya stepped forward, declaring, "Reveal your scrolls to me." The rain ninjas exchanged glances, incredulous that their 6 could be outmatched by just 3. Without hesitation, one of the rain ninjas began forming hand seals. Water release, rainfall technique. With the invocation of this jutsu, a torrential downpour commenced within a diameter of roughly 100 meters, centered around the rain ninja. Chapter 44. Combat. The rain ninja's rainfall technique diminished the potency of fire release and sound-based ninjutsu while amplifying the efficacy of water release, allowing them to accurately sense enemy positions amid the rain, akin to a simplified version of the rain tiger's freedom technique. Jiraiya, incensed by their immediate aggression, retaliated with a sweeping fire release. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the flames engulfed the area, the rain ninjas vanished from sight, prompting Jiraiya to boast, "Is that all?" Hardly a challenge. Morningstar cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. Watch your feet." He had sensed that all the rain ninjas were concealed within the water on the ground. Just as he finished speaking, the rain ninjas erupted from the water, executing a 2-on-1 strategy against Morningstar's team. Thanks to the enhancement of his Kagura Shingon, Morningstar remained unscathed, though Jiraiya and Tsunade were not so fortunate. Tsunade sustained a gash on her arm, and Jiraiya was struck in the thigh by a kunai. Fortunately, Morningstar's timely warning allowed them to narrowly evade further injury. Morningstar drew his Zanpakutō from his waist. Thunder breathing. First form, 6-fold flash. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, each turn targeting a rain ninja. However, the assailed ninjas suffered little damage, dissolving into water and merging back into the ground. Snow dance. Morningstar unleashed his Zanpakutō, releasing a frigid domain that instantly froze all the water on the ground, while the rain transformed into ice pellets that cascaded down. Tsunade leaped into action. Painful sky kick. With a resounding crash, the entire frozen ground fractured, causing the 6 rain ninjas to emerge from the shattered earth in a disheveled state. Fire release, great fireball. Jiraiya unleashed another fire technique aimed at the ninjas, who had just landed and were unable to evade. One rain ninja attempted to counter with water release, water dragon bite. But he was unaware that Jiraiya's fire techniques, honed in the Mayaboka mountain, were not easily extinguished. The water dispersed Jiraiya's flames, but failed to extinguish them entirely, sending forth a torrent of fire that struck the remaining rain ninjas. 4 of them fell, desperately rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Yet Jiraiya's fire was not so easily quelled, leaving them incapacitated for further combat. As the last 2 rain ninjas landed, Tsunade's fist and Morningstar's kunai were upon them. Tsunade sent one flying, while the other could not evade the kunai that struck him in the abdomen. Thus, all 6 rain ninjas were rendered incapable of fighting. Jiraiya searched their fallen comrades and retrieved 2 scrolls, 1 heaven scroll and 1 earth scroll, completing their collection and even acquiring an additional heaven scroll. Morningstar placed a hand on Jiraiya and Tsunade's shoulders, and with a swirling vortex, the 3 entered the Kamui space for a brief respite and healing. Shortly after their arrival, a small girl with emerald green hair, adorned with the Takigakure headband, peeked from the shadows. She appeared quite adorable, her jutsu seemingly allowing her to traverse through shadows. The girl patted her chest and plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "Wow, that scared me. Those people are too strong. I am no match for them. I've said I didn't want to participate in this Chunin exam. And now my teammates are scattered. What should I do?" "Hey." A hand suddenly rested on the girl's shoulder, startling her. Upon turning, she saw Morningstar and his companions gazing at her, the hand on her shoulder belonging to Morningstar. "Ah." The girl sprang up, retreating a few steps while drawing a kunai, gripping it tightly in front of her. "What do you want?" "I'm strong, you know. If you don't want to get hurt, you should leave." The trio exchanged glances, bemused by the trembling girl before them, with such timidity. She ought not to be a ninja. Naturally, they had no intention of taking her along. While they might have considered it for someone from Konoha, she was an outsider. Morningstar, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "If you're afraid, just call for a withdrawal. The proctors nearby will safely escort you out." With that, the 3 turned and dashed toward the central tower without a backward glance. The girl watched as they receded, her legs buckling as she sat down and wept. This girl, named Luka, was a ninja from Takigakure, where the rules were exceedingly strict. If she withdrew and her teammates were eliminated as a result, she would face severe punishment upon returning home. Thus, despite her desire to withdraw, she felt compelled to press on. As the Morningstar trio pressed on, determined to reach the central tower in one swift motion, they felt confident with their ample scrolls in hand. Suddenly, Morningstar sensed the chakra of the Mist Village not far off. It appeared that the trio from the Hidden Leaf Village was embroiled in a fierce battle. Their adversaries were none other than the infamous Garilo and his companions from the Sand Village. Sister Mist is in danger, Morningstar conveyed to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Then let us hasten to their aid. Tsunade replied, and Morningstar nodded, first enveloping Tsunade and Jiraiya within the Kamui space. In an instant, Morningstar materialized before the Mist Ninja, seizing Garilo's fist and sending him flying with a swift kick. Garilo, propelled through the air in a manner reminiscent of their last encounter, stood up only to be met with a furious glare upon recognizing Morningstar. Uchiha Morningstar, you wretch, I will see you dead. Before Garilo could finish his tirade, Morningstar appeared before him once again, delivering a spiraling sphere that rendered Garilo unconscious. Unknown to Garilo, when Morningstar grasped his fist, he had already marked it with a Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, Chiyo was engaging the remaining two ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village with her puppets, while the third Sand Ninja contented himself with merely observing the fray. Morningstar released Tsunade and Jiraiya, instructing Tsunade to assist the Mist Ninja. In truth, the Mist Ninja was not gravely injured. She had merely sustained minor wounds while protecting the two Hidden Leaf Ninja. The Mist Ninja beamed with joy upon their arrival, realizing she had been saved. Morningstar's gaze shifted to the Sand Ninja who had refrained from joining the fray. He sensed that this individual was formidable. The Sand Ninja, intrigued by Morningstar, shifted from his spectator role, preparing to engage in combat. I recall your name, Uchiha Morningstar. I am Ishitetsu. I look forward to our encounter. Upon hearing the name, Morningstar's demeanor sharpened. This was none other than the legendary third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest wind shadow in history. Ishitetsu, who would later become the third Kazekage of the Sand Village, wielded the magnet release Kekei Genkai with an unparalleled mastery. His magnetic sand techniques hailed as the pinnacle of wind shadow prowess. However, due to the constraints of the storyline, he would ultimately fall to the machinations of the Akatsuki Sasori, becoming a mere puppet. Had it not been for the narrative's intervention, the Sand Village would have flourished under his leadership, far surpassing that of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, whose magnet release techniques seemed trivial by comparison. Morningstar did not dare to underestimate Ishitetsu and readied himself for battle, promptly scattering numerous kunai around the vicinity to mark with the Flying Thunder God technique. Ishitetsu, meanwhile, conjured a multitude of iron sand that floated ominously in the air, coalescing into a barrage of razor-sharp iron needles aimed at Morningstar. Wood style, wood pillar wall. Morningstar invoked a protective barrier, but the iron needles pierced through with ease, shattering the wooden defense in mere moments, leaving no trace of Morningstar's presence behind it. At that instant, Morningstar activated Wood Style, forest birth from a kunai he had previously marked, causing a forest of trees to sprout rapidly, countless vines surging towards Ishitetsu. In response, the iron sand once again morphed into a flurry of steel needles, countering the incoming foliage. With both combatants momentarily at an impasse, Ishitetsu shifted from defense to offense, molding the sand into two elongated spears and thrusting them towards Morningstar. Clashing fiercely, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes. Morningstar's blade, enhanced by lightning breath techniques, moved with the speed of a flash, while Ishitetsu's spears danced through the air with equal ferocity. Meanwhile, the two Hidden Leaf Ninjas, who had accompanied the Mist Ninja to the Chunin exams, were twins named Elbi and Alubi, famed as the strongest genin of the Mist Village. Despite their current predicament, their prowess was formidable, possessing an ability akin to immortality. Once orphans of war, they had been taken in by a sinister cult, forming a pact that granted them their remarkable resilience. However, unlike the likes of Haydn, they possessed a benevolent nature, choosing to utilize their gifts to serve as ninjas for the Mist Village. The curse of the Dark Deity required the collection of blood to activate, making them somewhat vulnerable to Chiyo's puppet techniques, leading to their current plight. With Garilo defeated and the Mist Ninja now joining the fray, Chiyo found herself on the defensive, ultimately surrendering with raised hands. Realizing that this was merely the second round of the exams, if her puppets were destroyed now, the subsequent challenges would be rendered impossible. As the dust settled, the remaining combatants turned their attention to the ongoing clash between Morningstar and Ishitetsu, who had exchanged dozens of blows without a clear victor emerging. Morningstar feigned a retreat from the fray. Lightning Breath, second form, Rice Spirit. A torrent of electric-infused slashes surged towards Ishitetsu, who erected an iron sand wall to defend. A kunai flew from the side of the iron sand barrier. With a swift motion, Morningstar appeared next to Ishitetsu, delivering a spiraling attack. The spiraling sphere collided with yet another iron sand wall, yielding no significant impact. Morningstar leapt into the air, poised to launch another kunai when he sensed imminent danger from behind. In a flash, Morningstar reappeared beside a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, narrowly escaping a volley of iron sand needles that whizzed past the spot he had just vacated. The legendary third Kazekage proved to be a formidable opponent. Even the lightning release, which countered magnet techniques, struggled to penetrate his defenses. Morningstar found himself longing for his Susanoo and intangibility abilities. Ishitetsu, gathering the scattered iron sand, proclaimed, "Let us cease for today. You are indeed strong, and determining a victor between us will require more than a fleeting moment. I look forward to our next encounter in the upcoming exams." Morningstar sheathed his blade, echoing, "I too anticipate our next clash." The two exchanged a knowing gaze, laughter erupting between them as if they were old friends, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Nearby, Chiyo and the others watched the spectacle with exasperation. Tsunade and Chiyo, observing the jovial exchange between the two, simultaneously muttered, "What fools." After a moment of surprise at their synchronized observation, they shared a laugh. Chiyo, being considerably older than Ishitetsu, had always regarded him as a younger brother, given their similar ages to Morningstar and the Mist Ninja. With no intention of continuing the battle, the group parted ways, each making their way towards the central tower, with the Mist Ninja and Morningstar's group traveling together. Along the way, Elby and Alubi couldn't help but gaze at Morningstar, leaving him feeling a bit bashful. "What's the matter? Do I have flowers on my face?" he inquired. Realizing their rudeness, they quickly apologized. Morningstar brushed it off, asking, "Why do you stare at me so?" Elby replied, "You bear a striking resemblance to Lord Enma." Morningstar stumbled slightly, taken aback by their keen observational skills. With a swift pace, the group continued, and under Morningstar's perceptive guidance, they encountered no obstacles. Swiftly arriving at the central tower, the Mist Ninja held the Earth Scroll, while Morningstar handed over the surplus Heaven Scroll, thus making both teams the first to reach the central tower. As the six entered, the examiner, Eitani Hikaru, looked on in astonishment at their rapid success. "I did not expect any teams to pass the second exam so swiftly. Now, please present your respective Heaven and Earth Scrolls for verification." Both teams complied, unfurling their scrolls. Upon activation, it triggered a mystical incantation, revealing a message suspended in the air, the words of the first Hokage, "Without knowledge of the heavens and earth, it is difficult to know oneself and others. Only when the three elements align can one achieve completeness." Upon the completion of the final evaluation by both teams, Yu Tianguang announced, "The Konoha team comprising Uchiha Chinching, Senju Tsunade, and Jiraiya has successfully passed the second examination. The Takigakure team consisting of Kujo Saki, Elby, and Irubi has also passed the second examination. You may return to your village via the safe passage and assemble with your certificates for the next examination at noon 5 days hence." As he spoke, Yu Tianguang handed each participant a certificate. The six individuals expressed their gratitude to the examiner, after which Chinching made a Flying Thunder God mark on a nearby wall. With a swift motion, Chinching transported the group back to his home using the Flying Thunder God technique. Given the modest size of his abode, it felt quite cramped with everyone gathered. They settled down, taking a moment to rest after the hurried journey. Chinching remarked, "For the next few days, let us not be so tense. Relax and adjust your state of mind in preparation for the upcoming examination. Allow me to prepare some delightful dishes for everyone." The group responded with cheerful enthusiasm. Chapter 46. Have you awoken? During this period, Saki had thoroughly enjoyed her time in Konoha, having grown up in the land of water. She had not been well regarded at home due to her status as a child born out of wedlock. After the sealing of the Nine-Tails chakra within her at the age of 6, she had lived in seclusion in a remote area of the Land of Fire for many years. To be truthful, this was her first experience visiting a village outside of the Land of Water and with the company of friends like Chinching, who had helped alter her destiny. These days had been the happiest of her life. As the 5 days swiftly passed, Chinching and the others returned to the central tower to report in. Upon entering, they were greeted by a wall displaying the list of teams that had successfully passed, which included 6 teams in total: Konoha team, Uchiha Chinching, Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya Takigakure team, Kujo Saki, Elby, Irubi Konoha team, Nara Shikaji, Akimichi Ino, Yamanaka Kage Sunagakure team, Shite, Chiyo, Garailo Uzumaki team, Uzumaki Shanshung, Uzumaki Mingwe, Uzumaki Yura Takigakure team, Luka, Jinari, Duokuo. As they scrutinized the list, all those who had passed the second examination gathered in the hall. At the center stood a combat arena, where the examiner was situated. I am the examiner for the preliminary round of the third examination, Mingyue. This preliminary round is designed to select genuinely capable ninjas for the formal competition, eliminating those lacking in strength. In this preliminary round, regardless of the outcome, as long as your abilities are acknowledged, you will be admitted to the formal match. The opponents will be determined by a lottery conducted by the third Hokage. The rules of the preliminary round are as follows: one-on-one combat. Surrendering or being unable to continue results in a loss. Deliberate killing of opponents is strictly prohibited. Let us commence with the first match, Jiraiya versus Garilo. Upon hearing his name, Jiraiya leaped down into the arena, followed closely by Garilo. What's this? Your injuries have healed? Jiraiya inquired. Garilo, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, You brat, I'll tear that mouth of yours apart soon enough. He charged at Jiraiya, weaving hand seals as he ran. Wind release, wind blade. A gust of wind surged towards Jiraiya, who quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Yet a cut was still inflicted upon his face. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Jiraiya retaliated with a fire attack, but Garilo effortlessly dodged. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Jiraiya, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Jiraiya evaded by sidestepping and countering with a kick, prompting Garilo to leap back to evade. Fire release, great fire destruction. Jiraiya unleashed another fire attack, creating a vast sea of flames that left Garilo with no escape. He bore the brunt of the attack. Jiraiya wins. Jiraiya elegantly leaped back onto the spectator stands. Chinching observed Jiraiya's return and remarked, You've made quite a bit of progress. Jiraiya scratched his nose and replied, Of course, I can't let you all down. As the subsequent matches unfolded, both Chinching and Jiraiya found themselves increasingly disinterested. When the name Uchiha Chinching vs. Shite was called, Chinching's interest was piqued. He and Shite promptly leapt onto the arena, exchanging knowing smiles. Shite was enveloped in swirling iron sand, while Chinching unsheathed his Zanpakutō, electric currents dancing around him. Thunder breathing, third form, gathering thunder. Chinching transformed into a bolt of lightning, rapidly circling Shite while unleashing wave-like lightning strikes upon him, simultaneously scattering flying thunder god kunai throughout the arena. In response, Shite condensed the iron sand around him into a shield to withstand the electric onslaught, creating a vacuum around himself that rendered him immune to the conductive properties of the iron sand. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Chinching ceased his offensive. First dance, white snow. Chinching released his Zanpakutō, swinging it to summon a colossal ice pillar that encased Shite within. With a crack, the ice pillar shattered, revealing a sphere of iron sand encasing Shite, who remained unharmed. Shite then commanded the iron sand to morph into a barrage of steel needles, launching them towards Chinching. Seeing no other option, Chinching chose to take a risk. Otherwise, they might fight indefinitely without a resolution. Despite his inability to breach Shite's defenses, and with Shite unable to catch him due to his flying thunder god technique, Chinching stood resolute against the upcoming storm of steel needles. Lightning Cutter. Chinching summoned the lightning cutter in his hand and charged directly into the oncoming storm of needles. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Chiyo, and Saki nearly leapt from their seats in alarm. Convinced that Chinching had lost his senses, should he proceed, he would be riddled with countless puncture wounds. Yet, with lightning cutter in hand and the full concentration of thunder breathing activated, he unleashed a divine force that absorbed most of the steel needles into a different dimension, leaving only those that would strike a fatal blow. Nevertheless, he still suffered numerous injuries. This marked Chinching's first experience using lightning techniques under the complete focus of thunder breathing, and he felt every cell in his body ache, compounded by Shite's relentless assault. He sensed himself nearing unconsciousness, yet he could not succumb. He had to secure victory with a single decisive blow. This was his one and only chance. Though it seemed to drag on, the reality was that this transpired in mere moments. Chinching transformed into a blue streak, swiftly reaching Shite, who hastily erected an iron sand wall for protection. With a crack, the iron sand wall was pierced, as was Shite's body, though Chinching deftly avoided a lethal strike. Now, Chinching was left bloodied from the confrontation, having endured the brunt of Shite's attacks, and his insides were grievously affected by the dual forces of thunder breathing and lightning techniques. As Chinching withdrew his hand from Shite's body, the iron sand wall gradually dissipated, leaving the two adversaries in a state of mutual weakness, exchanging a fleeting glance before both collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Chiyo, and Saki promptly descended from the arena. Tsunade immediately employed medical ninjutsu to treat Chinching. Shortly thereafter, medical personnel arrived, and both Shite and Chinching were transported on stretchers, concluding the battle in a draw. The sterile scent of antiseptic wafted through Qinxing's nostrils as he gradually regained consciousness. Feeling as though he were ensconced in some sort of cocoon, tentatively, he attempted to move, only to be met with pain coursing through his body. Struggling to open his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a pristine white ceiling. He tried to recall how he had ended up here, piecing together that he had been working late at an anime editing company and had suffered a car accident on his way home after completing his tasks. At that moment, a doctor and a nurse approached. The doctor assessed Qinxing's condition and remarked, "Finally awake. I was beginning to fear you would become a vegetable. Surviving such a severe accident is truly a stroke of luck." As Qinxing listened to the doctor's words, a sudden emptiness enveloped his heart. It felt as though he had forgotten something of great significance, a crucial person whose image began to fade in his mind, leaving only a blur of long, beautiful, light golden hair. After 3 months of treatment, Qinxing had nearly recovered and was now in the process of discharging himself from the hospital. "Lu Qinxing, here are your receipts. Please take good care of them." Qinxing, being an orphan, had no relatives, and his relationships with colleagues were rather superficial. Only a few had visited him symbolically after the accident, and no one had come to see him since then. The policies of the Great Xia Kingdom were commendable. Upon discovering his status as an orphan, the hospital had provided him with exemplary treatment, thanks to the state's support for orphans. Furthermore, the driver responsible for the accident had comprehensive insurance, relieving Qinxing of any concerns regarding medical expenses. As he stepped out of the hospital, the bustling streets felt alien to him, instilling a sense of unplaceable strangeness, as if he did not belong there. Upon returning to his apartment, he sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Why did he always feel as though he had forgotten so much? Rising from his seat, he decided to purchase some ingredients for dinner. As he wandered aimlessly, he suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet aroma that piqued his interest. Following the scent, he found a shop selling rice dumplings, and the sight of the tricolored dumplings ignited an unexpected appetite within him, despite his previous distaste for sweets. After buying a skewer of dumplings, he took a bite, and the soft and sweet sensation flooded his mouth, evoking an indescribable familiarity, as if he had often shared such moments with someone dear, though the person's visage remained obscured, save for the faint memory of light golden hair. A tear trickled down his cheek, and as he touched his wet face, confusion washed over him. Why was he crying? "Tsunade, you haven't slept or eaten for 3 days and nights. This is not sustainable." Jiraiya expressed his deep concern as he gazed at Tsunade. It had been 3 months since Qinxing was admitted to the hospital. Though his injuries had healed, he remained unresponsive. 3 days prior, Naruto Uzumaki had visited Qinxing, and upon witnessing his condition, a look of disbelief crossed his face. Tsunade felt a pang of unease as she saw her grandmother's expression and, trembling, she asked, "Grandma, what is wrong with Qinxing?" Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Naruto sighed, looking at his tearful granddaughter, and ultimately revealed the truth. "This child has lost most of his soul. As it stands, he cannot awaken. Even if he does, he would be no different from a puppet." The weight of this news struck Tsunade like a thunderclap. From that day onward, she remained by Qinxing's bedside, refusing to eat, drink, or sleep, quietly vigil over him. Jiraiya could only watch helplessly, hoping for Qinxing to awaken soon so that Tsunade would cease to torment herself in such a manner. As Qinxing sat at the table eating dinner, he recalled the days when he would dine alone, yet now a profound loneliness enveloped him. It felt as though there should be others present at the table. And indistinct figures gradually emerged, some with light golden hair, others with white, black, and red hair. However, they remained too vague to distinguish, their identities blurred beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, these figures vanished, leaving Qinxing alone once more. After finishing his meal, Qinxing ventured to South City Park to clear his mind. The park, the largest and most well-planned in his city, served as a romantic haven for many couples. As he walked among the countless pairs sweetly conversing, a bitter smile crept across his face. He had never experienced love, his attempts at courting often thwarted by accusations of being impoverished. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself by the artificial river in South City Park, where a cherry blossom tree stood. The sight felt eerily familiar, prompting him to lean against the tree. Closing his eyes, he could vaguely sense a presence resting against his shoulder, a figure he yearned to grasp. Yet, that figure grew increasingly indistinct. No. Qinxing clutched his heart in anguish, as if something of utmost importance was slipping away from him. The pain in his chest was overwhelming. "I would never cry for an idiot." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, stabilizing the fading figure. He reflected on the familiar voice, though he could not recall whose it was. Returning home in a daze, Qinxing slumped back onto the sofa, recognizing that something was amiss. He felt utterly unhinged. He turned on the television, hoping to distract himself from his dismal mood. Flipping through channels, a line from a program suddenly captured his attention. Jiraiya, I bet I won this time, you idiot. As per our agreement, you can no longer bother me. Chinching stared blankly at the screen. Tsunade. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind, and he cradled his head, kneeling in agony as he absorbed the memories. Tsunade, I would never cry for an idiot. Jiraiya, I'm Jiraiya, a man destined to become Hokage. Naruto, when are you going to marry Tsunade? Orochimaru, Chinching, I succeeded, thanks to you. Izumi, you've grown taller and more handsome. Sakura, aren't we friends now? The pain subsided, and Chinching gradually rose to his feet. I am Uchiha Chinching of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. I must find a way back. That is where I truly belong, where many important people await me. Ding. Have you made up your mind, host? Returning now means you may never come back. Chinching paused at the system's voice. You've been here all along. You dog of a system. Why didn't you remind me? Ding. Host detected cursing. Wait. I was wrong. Please disregard that. I merely let out a fart. I didn't mean to withhold information. I was upgrading. You absorbed a fragment of the Sage of Six Paths will during the dimensional turbulence, which is why I upgraded. Chinching was taken aback by the system's surprisingly human-like response. How have you suddenly become so personable? This is a benefit of the system upgrade. By the way, are you truly prepared to return? Chinching smiled and nodded resolutely. I am ready. Chapter 48. I have returned. The night at Konoha Hospital was eerily silent. In the intensive care unit, Tsunade sat before Chinching's bed, lost in thought. She longed to tease the emotionally wooden Chinching, but that now felt like a distant dream. Hiruzen Sarutobi finished a day's work and arrived at the hospital to visit Chinching. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Tsunade, who appeared desolate by the bedside. With a soft sigh, he approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Tsunade, she weakly called out. You cannot continue like this. Do you realize how many people are worried about you? Tsunade's expression bore a hint of bitterness as she cast a glance at the slender visage of Morning Star resting upon the hospital bed, murmuring softly, Sensei. Morning Star will awaken, won't he? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed once more, reluctant to utter words that might crush Tsunade's hopes. Given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly unlikely that Morning Star would ever regain consciousness, for his soul had been severely fragmented. Yet, as a mentor, he found it impossible to voice such bleak thoughts in light of Tsunade's distress. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, in matters concerning the soul, only my teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, has delved into this realm. Additionally, the Kato family possesses a secret technique, the spirit manifestation technique, related to souls. Perhaps we could consult Kato Danzo. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Tsunade fell into deep contemplation, grasping at any potential means to rouse Morning Star from his slumber. Danzo, system, could you perhaps transport me back? I feel utterly disconnected. Continue to feel the absence. It is your sole recourse, came the reply from the system. Morning Star found himself seated cross-legged upon the floor of his apartment. The system urging him to connect with his otherworldly Sharingan and summon himself back. The cost of such an endeavor would be a final farewell to this realm, as his corporeal form would transform into pure energy, merging with his existence in the Naruto world. By the way, where has the original soul in the Naruto world gone? His spirit has returned to the Pure Land. Does this imply my traversal resulted in his demise? Not quite. The original, being a hybrid of 3 clans, was incapable of sustaining his body and suffered from a severe bloodline illness. By the time you traversed, he had already perished. Morning Star, upon absorbing this revelation, came to understand that the original's affliction in the Naruto realm had paved the way for his own existence. He then resumed his attempts to connect with his Sharingan, yet felt an elusive sensation, always just out of reach. System, I still cannot connect to my Sharingan. It feels like something is missing. Can't you devise a solution? The 2 worlds are essentially synchronized. You have been in that realm for over 3 months in a state akin to a coma. If you do not awaken soon, a memorial stone may be erected in your honor. Consider the goodwill you painstakingly garnered from Tsunade. This could inadvertently provide Jiraiya with an opportunity. I recall someone named Kato Danzo. If you continue to connect at this leisurely pace for a decade or so, perhaps upon your return, you could even become a teacher to Tsunade's child. Morning Star's frustration ignited at the system's words. System. Never mind. Esteemed system, you are indeed wise. Silencing himself, Morning Star closed his eyes, striving to harness the power of his Sharingan, determined not to let Kato Danzo gain the upper hand. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his eyes and opened them wide, only to find his reflection in the mirror revealing his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Overwhelmed with joy, He realized that he could now utilize Kamui to return to his body. With this thought, he activated Kamui, and as a spatial vortex materialized, his form gradually transformed into faint azure light, entering the whirlpool. Before him, a myriad of vibrant lights whirled past as he descended deeper into the void. Please, I implore you. Tsunade executed a formal 90-degree bow before the individual standing before her. Indeed, this person was none other than Kato Danzo, summoned by Tsunade in the dead of night. Taken aback by such a display, Danzo hastily assisted Tsunade to her feet, repeatedly gesturing for her to rise. Tsunade, there is no need for such formality. We are all classmates, and I shall do my utmost. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Morningstar had fostered amicable relationships with his peers, lacking the arrogant aloofness often characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Instead, he radiated warmth and approachability, coupled with an attractive demeanor, earning him the affection of his classmates. Were it not for the ever-vigilant Tsunade at his side, his circle of female admirers would have undoubtedly expanded. Danzo approached Morningstar, employing the unique energies of the spirit manifestation technique to probe into his condition. After a considerable duration, he withdrew his chakra, prompting Tsunade to eagerly inquire, "Well?" Danzo, deep in thought, replied, "Morningstar's soul has not vanished. Rather, it has been drawn to a distant realm. If we can devise a means to retrieve it, he shall awaken." With this revelation, hope ignited anew within Tsunade. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had concluded his duties at the root, pondered the situation. Third Hokage. May I investigate the impure world reincarnation technique left behind by the second Hokage? He proposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, puzzled, asked, "What do you require the impure world reincarnation technique for?" Orochimaru replied, "I recall that this technique summons the souls of the deceased back from the Pure Land. Perhaps it could yield a method to awaken Morningstar." After a moment's consideration, Hiruzen acquiesced to Orochimaru, sensing the merit in his approach. As the visitors concluded their vigil over Morningstar and departed, only Tsunade remained by his side. Sitting beside the bed, she grasped Morningstar's hand, murmuring, "You foolish boy. Did we not promise to marry? Now, thanks to your efforts, the Senju and Uchiha clans are no longer at odds. You must not go back on your word." As though responding to Tsunade's heartfelt plea, Morningstar abruptly opened his eyes, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. A swirling vortex materialized in his gaze, and countless azure light points streamed forth, gradually merging with his form. Once all the light points had assimilated into his being, the spatial vortex ceased its motion, and Morningstar once again closed his eyes. This scene left Tsunade speechless, her mind momentarily blank. She frantically shook Morningstar's body, repeatedly calling his name, "Morningstar, Morningstar." Slowly, he opened his eyes, having heard every word Tsunade had uttered. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, he spoke, "Since I promised to marry you, I shall certainly fulfill that vow. To speak plainly, and keep one's word is my nindo. I am back." Chapter 49, Discharged. I am back. Tsunade could scarcely believe her eyes. Morningstar had truly awakened. Without hesitation, she leapt into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, as if releasing all the pent-up emotions from the past days. "You rascal! You rascal!" Morningstar gently caressed Tsunade's back. "I am sorry to have caused you worry." In his arms, Tsunade cried until exhaustion overtook her. Having gone 3 days and nights without rest, the sight of Morningstar awake allowed her taut nerves to finally relax. And fatigue washed over her like a tide, leading her to succumb to slumber within his embrace. Holding Tsunade close, Morningstar shifted into a comfortable position, lying face to face with her. As he gazed at the sleeping girl whose cheeks were still damp with tears, a sense of peace enveloped him. He had returned to where he truly belonged. Morning light filtered through the hospital's Venetian blinds, casting a soft glow within the room. Tsunade stirred awake in the warmth of Morningstar's embrace, her heart sinking as she beheld his eyes still shut. For a fleeting moment, she feared it was all a mere dream or an illusion, that Morningstar had not truly awakened. She lifted her hand to gently caress his cheek, and suddenly, Morningstar grasped her hand, which had been resting upon him. "Stop it. That tickles," he murmured, opening his eyes to smile at Tsunade. Astonished, Tsunade realized this was no dream or figment of her imagination. Morningstar had truly awakened. Tears flowed freely once more, but this time they fell silently, a testament to her overwhelming relief. As the Morningstar beheld Tsunade in tears once more, a wave of compassion surged within him, prompting him to embrace her tightly. "Oh dear, why are you crying again? I thought you never shed tears for foolishness," he murmured softly. He held her close, gently stroking her hair in an attempt to soothe her distress. Tsunade, stifling her sobs, retorted, "You are not a fool. You are a scoundrel." Morningstar, taken aback, pondered how he had earned such a title. Inhaling the fragrant scent of camellias that lingered on Tsunade, he cherished the moment as she allowed him to hold her, both reveling in their shared warmth. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room creaked open. Upon hearing the sound, Tsunade's face flushed crimson, and she swiftly turned away, covering her face with her hands. Morningstar, feeling a flicker of annoyance, sat up in bed, eager to identify the intruder who had interrupted their intimate moment. Jiraiya, standing in the doorway, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Although he was elated to see Morningstar awake, he sensed that his timing was far from ideal. Met with Morningstar's piercing glare, which seemed to promise retribution, Jiraiya awkwardly retreated, leaving behind a hasty remark. "You two carry on," as he exited the room. Once Jiraiya had departed, Tsunade turned to Morningstar with a playful pout. "This is all your fault. You've embarrassed me." Morningstar scratched his head, feeling sheepish as he recalled how she had practically leaped into his arms the previous night. Tsunade perched herself on the bed, grasping Morningstar's hand. "Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" she inquired. Morningstar contemplated for a moment before responding. "At present, the only discomfort I feel is my desire to rise from this bed." Tsunade shook her head in exasperation. "Do you even comprehend what has transpired? Why were you unconscious for so long?" Meeting her gaze, Morningstar's expression shifted from deep contemplation to resolute determination. "Consider it a journey of the soul. I revisited some past events. But fret not, I shall not depart again." Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, then playfully tugged at Morningstar's ear. "Ouch, what are you doing?" "I am a patient," he protested. Releasing her grip, Tsunade asked, "Do you recall what I said during our mission with Shizen?" Morningstar, rubbing his ear, suddenly remembered her words. "If you act recklessly again, I will use my medical ninjutsu to stick you to the bed." A chill ran down his spine as he regarded her with alarm. Tsunade's fists crackled ominously as she regarded him with a mischievous smile. "Do not act rashly. I am still a patient," he warned. Tsunade patted the bed beneath her. "Come now, lie down, and let us see how you manage to act recklessly while tethered to this bed." Just as Morningstar was at a loss, the door swung open once more. Thanks to Jiraiya's loud proclamations, news of Morningstar's awakening had spread throughout Konoha. Almost everyone familiar with him had gathered, including Hiruzen Sarutobi and Mito Uzumaki. Amidst the chorus of congratulatory voices, Morningstar successfully discharged from the hospital. From Hiruzen, Morningstar learned that the members of Team 7 had all been promoted to Chunin under his approval. Surprisingly, the champion of the Chunin exams was a timid girl they had encountered in the Forest of Death, named Luka. Tsunade had narrowly lost to her, as Luka possessed a rare bloodline limit known as Typhoon Release. Regarding Shizune, she had been escorted back to the Land of Water by 3 elite Jonin, as her duties as a country's leader took precedence over her concerns for Morningstar. Sensing the situation, Morningstar realized that the wood release clone he had maintained in the Land of Water had been forcibly dispelled. A predictable outcome given that he had essentially been in a comatose state for over 3 months. Upon understanding the events that had transpired during his absence, Morningstar returned to his long-forgotten home. With the assistance of either Jiraiya or Tsunade, the place remained remarkably tidy. Lying in bed, he reflected on the surreal experiences of the past few months, akin to a vivid dream, albeit one from which he had awoken. Rising from his bed, he examined his hands. "I am still not strong enough. I must acquire greater power swiftly. Perhaps I should attempt to develop the Rasengan?" Morningstar recalled the various spheres Naruto had created during the Fourth Great Ninja War, each possessing tremendous potency. Determined, he resolved to summon Tsunade and Jiraiya for training. Yet, at that moment, a member of the ANBU disrupted his plans. "Uchiha Morningstar, the Hokage commands your presence at the Hokage's office." Chapter 50, Kakuzu in the Hokage's office. The 3 members of Team 7 received their summons. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not immediately disclose the matter at hand, but instead turned his gaze towards Morningstar. "Is your body in good condition?" Morningstar smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, Sensei. I have long since recovered. Had it not been for my prolonged unconsciousness, I would have been fit for duty much earlier." Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. "There is an A-rank mission that requires your attention." Upon hearing this, the faces of Team 7 grew serious. This was their first A-rank mission since their promotion to Chunin. "A few of our Jonin stationed at the border of the Land of Rice have been slain. Evidence suggests that a single individual is responsible, and we have leads indicating that this person is currently hiding within the Land of Rice. You must locate him. If possible, capture him alive, as we need to ascertain his motives. If not, eliminate him and bring back his remains." Morningstar pondered the mission's location. Recalling that the land of rice was where Orochimaru had established the Sound Village after his defection from Konoha, Team 7 set off without delay towards the land of rice to undertake their mission. Jiraiya, meanwhile, lounged in bed, lamenting, "It has been over 10 days, and we have no leads. Has this individual already fled the land of rice?" Indeed, over half a month had passed since Team 7 entered the land of rice to investigate, yet they had found no clues. Without any leads, they would soon have to declare the mission a failure. Morningstar sighed, "Let us investigate for one more day. If we find nothing, we shall have no choice but to return and report our lack of progress." As they departed the inn, they split up to conduct their inquiries. As Jiraiya approached the hot spring area for clues, he noticed a figure cloaked in black robes. The hooded figure seemed to sense Jiraiya's gaze and slipped into a narrow alleyway. Sensing something suspicious, Jiraiya followed. "Wait," he called out, dashing into the alley. The figure halted upon hearing his voice. "Konoha's ninjas truly are tenacious," the figure remarked, suddenly turning to strike, elongating their arm in an attack. Jiraiya, caught off guard, crossed his arms defensively. The force of the attack sent him crashing through the wall of a nearby building. Hearing the commotion, Tsunade rushed over. While Morningstar utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Jiraiya, who bore the kunai Morningstar had previously given him. Supporting Jiraiya, Morningstar inquired, "Are you all right?" Jiraiya shook his head, eyes narrowed in caution as he watched the assailant. Tsunade arrived shortly thereafter. "Is Konoha so depleted that they send mere children to confront me?" The figure taunted, pulling away the obstructive black robe to reveal their appearance. Upon the removal of the black cloak, the figure revealed itself to sport a headband from Takigakure, marred by a distinctive scar. The arms bore numerous stitches at intervals, reminiscent of limbs that had been severed and then meticulously rejoined. Astounded, Chuzii recognized the visage before him. It was none other than the traitorous rogue ninja, Kakuzu, from Takigakure. Kakuzu had once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and fled the village after being held accountable for his failure. Many speculated that Kakuzu had simply thrown a shuriken at Hashirama from 800 miles away, but the truth was far more complex. In his youth, Kakuzu had been a prodigy in Takigakure, a formidable force whose prowess had earned him the title of the village's youngest and most powerful ninja. The village's leadership, in a fit of misguided ambition, devised a plan to eliminate the legendary ninja god, Senju Hashirama, entrusting it to the village's strongest asset, Kakuzu. Fueled by youthful bravado and confidence in his considerable abilities, Kakuzu accepted the mission without hesitation. Soon, he infiltrated Konohagakure disguised as a refugee, biding his time for the opportunity to strike. One fateful day, that opportunity presented itself. Kakuzu found himself face to face with Hashirama, who was leisurely strolling through the village. Without a moment's pause, Kakuzu launched his assassination attempt, but to his dismay, he discovered that the target was merely a shadow clone. Shocked by his failure, Kakuzu realized that if he struggled against a mere clone, he stood no chance against the real Hashirama. He hastily retreated back to Takigakure, while Hashirama brushed off the incident. His brother, Tobarama Senju, was not so forgiving. Angered by the audacity of Kakuzu's attack on their Hokage, Tobarama rallied a contingent to confront Takigakure and demand accountability. Kakuzu anticipated that the village's leadership would protect him, considering his status as their strongest warrior. However, upon Tobarama's arrival, the higher-ups of Takigakure swiftly distanced themselves from Kakuzu, claiming he acted alone, and proceeded to imprison him in a death row cell, shattering Kakuzu's faith in the village. In a fit of rage, Kakuzu killed the guards and escaped from prison, stealing forbidden jutsu from the village's archives. He subsequently eliminated the village's leaders and absconded with their hearts, fully committing to his defection. Chuzai's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he regarded Kakuzu, aware that the three of them might not stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. If not for the ceiling of his Sharingan's abilities, Chuzai would have considered Kakuzu less of a threat. This man was an S-rank rogue ninja, known for having once attempted to slay the first Hokage, and his strength was formidable. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, acknowledging the gravity of Chuzai's warning. Kakuzu discarded his upper garment, revealing a myriad of stitched scars covering his body. Suddenly, four masked creatures, formed of black threads, erupted from Kakuzu's back, flanking him on either side. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Jiraiya leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames, only to be countered simultaneously by one of the creatures. Tsunade retreated to a safe distance, knowing she had to prioritize her own safety as a medical ninja, ready to assist Chuzai and Jiraiya when necessary. "You've come to die? Mere children from Konoha. I shall graciously collect your lives," Kakuzu declared with derision. Chuzii summoned a defensive barrier of wooden blocks, reinforcing it with a growing forest to enhance their protection. The initial assault from Kakuzu failed to inflict harm, yet it sparked memories of the man known as the god of shinobi. As Chuzii dispelled his Wujutsu, the trio scattered. Lightning release, false darkness. One of the lightning creatures unleashed a vast torrent of electricity towards Chuzii, who deftly threw numerous kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique. In an instant, Chuzii vanished from his position, reappearing a short distance to Kakuzu's left. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. The moment he completed his movement, Chuzii drew his Zanpakutō and executed a piercing strike. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, striking Kakuzu and his allies, though it did not seem to be fatal. Jiraiya seized the opportunity for a broader fire attack, engulfing Kakuzu and his accompanying creatures in flames. As the fire dissipated, it became evident that the creatures surrounding Kakuzu had vanished, but Kakuzu himself had undergone a significant transformation. All the stitched areas on his arms had torn open, connected by an intricate network of black threads, and the four-masked creatures had fused with his body, leaving two upper halves protruding from his shoulders like grotesque appendages. In his monstrous form, Kakuzu cackled maniacally, and as the group recoiled in horror, one of the creatures on his shoulder unleashed a gale, lifting dust and debris into the air, obscuring vision. Seizing the moment, Kakuzu directed the multitude of black threads toward them like venomous serpents, relentlessly assaulting Chuzii and Jiraiya. Remaining composed, Chuzii wielded his Zanpakutō, slicing through the oncoming threads while engaging Kakuzu in a tactical dance. Jiraiya, waiting for the right moment, unleashed another fire attack, aiming to cripple Kakuzu. However, the sheer number of black threads overwhelmed the flames, snuffing out the fire before it could reach Kakuzu. Kakuzu retaliated with renewed ferocity, ensnaring Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya found himself in peril, Chuzii instantaneously appeared by his side, using his Zanpakutō to sever the threads binding him, thereby rescuing his ally. Jiraiya, now marked with numerous wounds from the black threads, bled profusely. Chuzii unleashed his Zanpakutō, summoning First Dance, White Moon, encasing Kakuzu in a prison of ice pillars. Fifth form, Heat Lightning. A surge of electric energy erupted from Chuzii, manifesting as a colossal bolt of lightning aimed directly at the encased Kakuzu. This strike had the potential to vanquish him, but Chuzii understood that Kakuzu possessed more than one heart. Completing the attack, he swiftly grasped Jiraiya and transported them to Tsunade's side. In a flash, they materialized in Chuzii's home, where Tsunade immediately commenced treatment on the severely injured Jiraiya. Tsunade, focus on healing Jiraiya. I must report to the Hokage, Chuzii instructed, and she nodded in agreement. In the Hokage's office, after listening to Chuzii's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding. I never anticipated it would be Kakuzu. Since his defection, he has been engaged in bounty hunting, a fact well known among the great nations. His success in completing bounty tasks speaks to his formidable strength. Sensei, I take full responsibility for abandoning this mission, Chuzii admitted. Hiruzen shook his head. You made the right decision. Retreating was undoubtedly the wisest course of action under those circumstances. Now, go and rest well. Mornstar returned home using the Flying Thunder God technique, finding that Jiraiya had nearly recovered. With just a few days of rest, he would be fully healed. Mornstar, why have you brought us back? Wasn't Haiden slain by you? Tsunade inquired, her expression reflecting confusion. Mornstar shook his head, explaining, Haiden stole the forbidden technique, the heart extract, from the hidden waterfall village during his defection. This technique allows one to transplant others' hearts into their own body, effectively granting them additional lives. When Haiden escaped, he murdered all the senior officials of the hidden waterfall village and took their hearts. Thus, he now possesses at least 8 lives. If we continue to engage him, we will inevitably succumb to his relentless onslaught. After hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya felt a shiver of dread. Had Mornstar not acted swiftly to teleport them away, they might have faced dire consequences. Once Tsunade and Jiraiya departed, Mornstar found himself alone at home, unable to calm his racing thoughts. He yearned for greater strength. Without it, he could not protect anyone. That accursed dark purple energy orb, what could it be, and why did it stifle my abilities? Damn it. System, have you upgraded again? Can you now identify that dark purple energy orb? Beep. Negative. Detection remains impossible, the system responded. Mornstar sighed, contemplating. With the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities sealed, I must consider alternate paths. Wood release seems promising, but mastering its formidable techniques necessitates achieving full affinity with it. This will require venturing to the wet-bone forest to learn sage techniques. Summoning a small, palm-sized slug, Mornstar heard a gentle and sweet voice emerge from it. What is it, little Mornstar? I wish to learn sage techniques, Lord Slug, he replied earnestly. The slug's antennae twitched. Are you certain, little Mornstar? Learning my sage techniques is arduous and time-consuming. Mornstar nodded resolutely. Yes, Lord Slug, I am certain. I need to grow stronger. The slug regarded Mornstar's determination and acquiesced. Very well, take this clone of mine with you. Once you have resolved your matters, I shall summon you to the wet-bone forest. But heed my warning. You must be prepared not only for the grueling training ahead, but also for the possibility of death, as mastering sage techniques is fraught with peril. Mornstar nodded, placing the small slug on his shoulder. He sought out Hiruzen Sarutobi again, who looked perplexed at Mornstar's return. What is it, Mornstar? What brings you back? With a serious demeanor, Mornstar stated, Sensei, I wish to apply for a leave of absence from the village. Hiruzen, puzzled, asked, What do you intend to do? After my battle with Haiden, I realized my power is woefully inadequate. I must grow stronger, so I have decided to learn sage techniques in the wet-bone forest. This endeavor may take considerable time, hence my request for leave. Hiruzen scrutinized Mornstar for a long while before ultimately granting his request, recognizing that Mornstar's strength would benefit the village. Thus, Mornstar's journey to learn sage techniques was about to commence. Chapter 52, Wet-Bone Forest. What? You wish to go to the wet-bone forest to learn sage techniques? Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment as Mornstar stood in her home, intending to invite her to join him in his quest. Uzumaki Kushina, upon hearing Mornstar's words, was equally taken aback, recalling that even Hashirama took 3 years to fully master sage techniques due to his exceptional talent. You must understand, training in sage techniques will require you to be away from the village for an extended period, Kushina cautioned. Mornstar nodded. Indeed, I have already applied for leave. And I wish for Tsunade to apply for leave as well, so we may study sage techniques together in the wet-bone forest. Kushina, with a knowing smile, teased, Oh, are you worried your future wife might be whisked away by someone else? Is that why you want her by your side? Tsunade's face flushed crimson at the suggestion. Mornstar's own cheeks turned a shade of red as he hurriedly clarified, No, that's not it. I simply want Tsunade to learn sage techniques too. Together we can grow stronger and better protect the village. Kushina chuckled softly, recognizing Mornstar's underlying concern. Tsunade, having no objections to studying sage techniques in the wet-bone forest, soon secured her leave of absence from Hiruzen. The two then visited Jiraiya, as the trio had formed a small team. It was only fitting to inform him of their extended absence. Upon learning that they would be away for a significant time to learn sage techniques, Jiraiya, eager not to be left behind, decided to seek Hiruzen's permission to also leave the village for an extended period to train in sage techniques at Mount Myaboku. As Jiraiya entered the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, recognizing his intent, said, No need to say more, you may go as well. Jiraiya paused, 1 foot still in the doorway, taken aback as he had yet to utter a word. After bidding farewell to familiar faces in the village, Mornstar and Tsunade vanished from sight. Suddenly, before Shizen, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, Mornstar and Tsunade appeared, much to her delight. They recounted recent events and informed her of their impending departure for an extended training period. Without lingering, Mornstar left a would-release clone behind and swiftly departed with Tsunade. Mornstar then transported Tsunade to a forest within the land of whirlpools, where they had previously left a flying thunder god mark during their mission. Aware that the land of whirlpools would soon face destruction, though unaware of the exact timing, Mornstar felt compelled to prevent such an occurrence, as it was his mother's homeland. He left a would-release clone hidden in the forest to monitor the situation closely. Once this was accomplished, Mornstar addressed the slug on his shoulder. All right, Lord Slug, we can proceed to the wet-bone forest. With that, Mornstar and Tsunade vanished in a puff of white smoke. They materialized in a pristine, ethereal forest. Before them loomed an enormous slug resembling a mountain, the true form of the sage of wet-bone forest. Mornstar and Tsunade gaped at the colossal creature, swallowing hard. They had anticipated a large slug, yet none could have fathomed it would be this immense. Welcome, little Mornstar and little Tsunade, to the wet-bone forest. The sage's uniquely sweet and gentle voice resonated in their ears. Greetings, Lord Slug. We apologize for intruding upon your serene abode, Mornstar responded with utmost politeness. The sage replied, If you wish to learn sage techniques, you must first grasp the essence of what sage techniques entail. In simple terms, sage techniques are a special form of training that combines the absorption of natural energy with one's own chakra, resulting in abilities far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. The core principle lies in resonating with nature. You are both exceptional ninjas, and I trust you understand what chakra is. Natural energy, on the other hand, exists in the skies, waters, and soils around you. To master sage techniques, you must learn how to absorb this energy from nature and harness it for your own use. Different systems of immortal arts possess distinct methods of cultivation. To practice my immortal arts, the foremost task is to draw natural energy into one's body, thereby creating a spatial realm capable of accommodating this energy. This process, being a transformation of the body structure, is exceptionally protracted and perilous. A moment's inattention could result in severe consequences. One might become incapacitated, forever stripped of the ability to be a ninja, destined to live as an ordinary person, or, at worst, meet with death. Upon successful establishment, natural energy becomes an integral part of you, with your body instinctively absorbing and storing it within the realm, ready for release whenever needed. In the past, Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama, renowned for his considerable talent, took a full 3 years to successfully open his realm. Upon hearing the words of the slug sage, Morningstar experienced an epiphany. No wonder Hashirama could instantly enter sage mode. Natural energy had always been within him. The slug sage paused and reconfirmed with the two. So, are you still willing to learn after hearing all this? Morningstar and Tsunade exchanged a determined glance and nodded resolutely at the sage. Seeing their steadfast resolve, the sage refrained from further elaboration and conjured 2 slugs that climbed onto their shoulders. These slugs will guide you in your training. Allow them to lead you to a tranquil place for your practice. Morningstar and Tsunade nodded and followed the slug's guidance to a serene stream. Along the way, they observed numerous slugs of various sizes, which struck Morningstar as somewhat amusing. While the Mayaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave boasted a myriad of frogs and snakes cohabiting, the Wetbone Forest seemed to be solely inhabited by the slug sage and his own split forms, creating a plethora of himself. The sage indeed had an imaginative approach. Following the sage's instructions, Morningstar and Tsunade sat cross-legged by the stream and began to attune themselves to the natural energy. After an afternoon's effort, they finally succeeded in effortlessly capturing the natural energy that pervades the world. The next step was to draw this energy into their bodies and open their realms. Chapter 53. Mastering the Sage Arts. Alas, Tsunade fainted from the pain once again. Morningstar swiftly rose, cradling her and placing her into a pool filled with healing liquid, prepared by the slug sage to aid their training. It had been 6 months since Morningstar and Tsunade arrived in the Wetbone Forest. They were limited to 5 hours of training each day as mandated by the slug sage. Exceeding this would overwhelm both their bodies and minds. The process of drawing in natural energy to open their realms was excruciating, as it forcibly altered their bodily structures, requiring the creation of bifurcations in every chakra pathway to extend into the realm for future access to natural energy. In a word, it was agonizing, immensely so. Initially, when the natural energy entered their bodies, both would faint from the pain. Recently, however, they had made significant progress, managing to endure over 3 hours of training daily. After pushing their limits, they would immerse themselves in the healing pool to recuperate, followed by physical training as instructed by the slug sage. Morningstar even dedicated time to developing the nature transformations of the Rasengan, beginning with the wind attribute, Naruto's signature technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. Wood release affinity has reached 35. During their time in the Wetbone Forest, as more natural energy entered his body, Morningstar's wood release affinity increased, filling him with excitement. He wondered if mastering the sage arts could elevate his affinity to 100. In a dimly lit underground cavern, vast in size, a colossal humanoid statue loomed deep within. This statue, resembling withered wood, had hands raised in a cupping gesture, joined before its body, with enormous shackles adorning its wrists, and 9 tightly shut eyes graced its face. In front of this statue stood a long-haired individual with a spiky hairstyle, incredulously gazing at his own hands, having just summoned the statue through a summoning technique. This individual, possessing swirling light purple eyes, erupted into maniacal laughter after a moment of silence. He was ready to embark on his next grand scheme. This man was Uchiha Madara. Time swiftly passed. Over 3 years had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Morningstar and Tsunade had both grown considerably, especially Tsunade, whose feminine features began to develop, though not yet to the grandeur they would later achieve. Today, they successfully completed the construction of their realms, enabling them to officially wield sage arts. Their strength had surged dramatically over these 3 years. Tsunade had perfected the Byakugo seal, while Morningstar had developed 2 nature transformations of the Rasengan, the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken and the Lightning Release Rasengan. With the addition of sage arts, their powers had ascended to the level of Kage. Yet, Morningstar felt disheartened as his wood release affinity stagnated at 65, far from the 100 he had envisioned upon mastering sage arts. Your realms are now fully constructed. You can attempt to enter Sage Mode, the Slug Sage announced. Morningstar and Tsunade exchanged affirming nods before commencing to channel the natural energy within them. Sage Art. Sage Art. With a clap of their hands. Crimson shadows emerged around their eyes, red markings extending from the corners of their eyes down to their temples. Mirrored by similar markings on their foreheads, a red circle with a dot at its center. This was the Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest, which did not require prior absorption of natural energy and could be activated instantaneously. As they entered Sage Mode, their sensory perception expanded to encompass nearly the entire ninja world, albeit diminishing with distance. Morningstar could discern that this was vastly superior to his previous Kagaya's Eye, which had a sensory range of merely 10 kilometers. In Sage Mode, their perception enveloped the entire ninja world. Excellent. You have perfectly mastered Sage Mode, the Slug Sage praised gently. Morningstar and Tsunade exchanged smiles, realizing that their arduous training over the past 3 years had not been in vain. Thank you, Lord Slug Sage, they expressed sincerely. Now, you may return, the sage replied. Bidding farewell to the Slug Sage, Morningstar activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself and Tsunade back to Konoha. With a whoosh, they appeared in Morningstar's home. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He was experiencing, for the first time in his life, the sensation of chakra depletion. After all, with 3 clan bloodlines coursing through him, his chakra reserves were approximately 10 times greater than that of an ordinary ninja. Noticing the weariness on Morningstar's face, Tsunade quickly inquired about the cause. Morningstar chuckled. The distance from the Wetbone Forest to Konoha must have been excessive. It drained over half of my chakra. Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt relieved, knowing that with Morningstar's recovery speed, his chakra would soon be replenished. As Morningstar rested at home, Tsunade returned to her own residence to inform Uzumaki Kushina of her safety, after which they would report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked upon the now taller duo with joy, reflecting on how swiftly the children had grown. Glancing at Morningstar, he remarked with a smile, "Jiraiya is now the tallest among you." Morningstar simply shook his head with a resigned smile. In the original storyline, Jiraiya had always been exceptionally tall, standing at a remarkable 191 meters. Since you have returned, it indicates that you have both mastered the sage arts, correct? Morningstar and Tsunade nodded in affirmation. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the two nodding in acknowledgement. His 3 students had all mastered the art of ninjutsu, and their prowess had likely surpassed that of their teacher. Do you two need to rest for a while? He inquired, rising from his seat to approach them. Gently patting their shoulders, the duo exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Teacher, is there a mission you wish for us to undertake? Asked Hoshino. Hiruzen replied with a shake of his head. It's not precisely a mission. Jiraiya has entrusted me with a message to relay to you upon your return. Hoshino and Tsunade exchanged puzzled looks directed at Hiruzen. Approximately 2 years prior, Jiraiya had returned after mastering Senjutsu and had requested a long-term assignment from Hiruzen, the pursuit of Kakuzu. He had been away from the village for nearly 2 years, but there was no need for concern. He periodically sent back messages to confirm his safety. Recently, he had communicated that he had located Kakuzu and instructed Hiruzen to inform you upon your return. We understand, teacher. We shall go at once, Hoshino replied, seizing Tsunade's hand as they activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting themselves to Jiraiya's side. At that moment, Jiraiya was in a private room of a tavern, indulging in drink, with a dancer on each side. Hoshino, Tsunade, he exclaimed upon their sudden appearance. You rascal, Jiraiya. Tsunade's ire flared at the sight of him. Fully immersed in revelry, Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled, gesturing for the dancers to leave. His choice of companions was commendable. Both dancers were striking, one exuding a gentle charm, while the other radiated a lively spirit, ensuring the tavern remained vibrant. The dancers offered polite nods before exiting the chamber. Jiraiya was elated to see Hoshino and Tsunade. As it had been over 3 years since their last meeting, nearly 4, in fact, they had all matured into adulthood, no longer the mere children they once were. Jiraiya, it seems you are living quite well. Did you request a long-term mission merely to frolic? Hoshino unabashedly seated himself, pouring a cup of sake and drinking while conversing with Jiraiya. Hoshino, having lived over 30 years in my previous life, I surely know how to drink. I abstained before merely due to my youthful form, and besides, back then, Tsunade and you were also children. Sharing a drink was out of the question. Tsunade regarded Hoshino's actions with astonishment, unaware of when he had acquired the taste for alcohol. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Not at all. I have indeed been diligently tracking Kakuzu. That fellow has become exceedingly cautious since our last encounter. I have only recently begun to see some progress. He turned his gaze towards Tsunade before shifting the topic. Oh, Tsunade, it's been a while. You have changed remarkably, becoming increasingly alluring. He gestured dramatically, placing his hands on his chest in a mock display of admiration. You insufferable fool. Tsunade stood abruptly, delivering a punch that sent Jiraiya spinning through the window. Hoshino sighed, resting his forehead in his hand, thinking, these two will always resort to violence upon reunion. After their playful banter subsided, they turned to serious matters. Do you know where we currently are? Jiraiya asked. Both Hoshino and Tsunade shook their heads. They had arrived directly via the Flying Thunder God technique and were unaware of their surroundings. This is the land of rice fields, Jiraiya revealed. Hoshino and Tsunade exchanged puzzled glances. Are you suggesting that Kakuzu has been in the land of rice fields all along? Tsunade inquired, while Hoshino awaited Jiraiya's explanation. Jiraiya shook his head, not quite. Following the battle 3 years ago, Kakuzu departed the land of rice fields. I have received word that he is returning to undertake a bounty mission. Hoshino pondered for a moment. Are you implying that if we wait here, we can capture Kakuzu? Do we know who his target is? Jiraiya nodded. Indeed, it is a wealthy merchant. It is said that this merchant's fortune dwarfs that of even the 5 great nations combined. However, his methods of amassing wealth are rather unscrupulous. He monopolizes numerous lucrative enterprises, and any who seek a share are dealt with by his hired ninja assassins. Moreover, he is involved in various nefarious dealings, such as human trafficking, making him a target for many who wish to see him eliminated. Hoshino's eyes sparkled with excitement as Jiraiya concluded his explanation, immediately seizing Jiraiya's shoulders and shaking him fervently. Is the bounty still active? What is the amount? Jiraiya blinked in confusion. Hoshino, what are you planning? Ninja who undertake bounty missions without village approval face punishment. Hoshino scoffed at Jiraiya's warning. Few ninja on long-term missions outside the village refrained from accepting bounty tasks for extra income, as the meager commissions from village assignments were hardly sufficient. It wasn't that the task commissions were low, but rather that high-paying A or S rank missions were exceedingly rare. While tasks might be plentiful, the sheer number of ninja in the village diluted the earnings, leaving each individual with scant rewards. Yet, Hoshino's ambitions extended beyond mere monetary gain. He intended to plunder the merchant's riches as well. Never mind, we can discuss this later. Let us focus on Kakuzu's situation for now. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. You've arrived at just the right moment. This merchant is named Ronka and is expected to arrive this evening. He is reportedly here to sell a girl possessing a bloodline limit. Kakuzu will likely ambush him in the forest en route, and we shall strike there. If you hadn't come, I would have handled Kakuzu myself, as this has long been a lingering regret of ours. With their plan established, they set their course of action. As dusk fell, Tsunade and Jiraiya were concealed within Hoshino's Kimui space, while Hoshino utilized the insect technique to hide within a grand tree, remaining undetectable even to sensing ninjas. Unless they possessed the ability to sense malice, like Uzumaki Kushina or Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, Ronka's caravan approached from the distance, halting abruptly. Ronka poked his head out from the carriage. What is it? Why have we stopped? At the front of the caravan stood none other than Kaku, flanked by 2 masked humanoid creatures. The 4 monsters plunged into the crowd, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path. These hired ninjas were merely at the level of genin. They were no match for Kakuzu. In no time, only the carriage and a cage behind it remained. Inside the cage was a girl with gray hair, appearing no older than 11 or 12, disheveled and clad in rags, clearly having endured inhumane treatment. The terrified girl trembled, crawling backward and curling up in the corner of the cage, burying her face in her knees. Kakuzu then approached the carriage, delivering a powerful punch that shattered it, sending splinters flying as the upper half disintegrated, revealing a terrified Ronka inside. No matter who sent you, I will pay double, no, triple, whatever amount they offered. Please, spare me. Ronka pleaded desperately as Kakuzu reached out towards him. Fire release. Great flame bullet, a vast expanse of flames surged towards Kakuzu from the side, prompting him to retreat immediately. As he withdrew, a monstrous figure positioned itself in front of him. The creature exhaled flames that countered Jiraiya's fire release. At that moment, the trio of Morningstar emerged slowly from the thicket. Jiraiya had entered sage mode, with the 2 sages, Fukasaku and Shima, perched on his shoulders. Unlike in the original narrative, Jiraiya's sage mode was now perfected, devoid of any frog-like characteristics, and his orange eye markings added an extra touch of charisma. Jiraiya, Kaku, do you still recognize us? Chapter 55. Slaying Kakuzu. Do you still recognize us? Kakuzu sneered at the 3 youths before him, who had undergone a dramatic transformation. Back in the day, I let you brats escape, and now you return to seek your demise. Morningstar retorted sharply, my dear, you are mistaken. It is you who has sought your own death. In an instant, Tsunade and Morningstar activated their sage modes. Tsunade leaped into the air. Painful Heaven's Foot. With immense force, Tsunade's leg, infused with boundless power, struck down towards Kaku, who, along with the four beasts, managed to evade the attack. Boom. As Tsunade's foot met the ground, the earth fractured violently, 100-meter radius collapsing into a sea of debris. Meanwhile, Morningstar had reached Ronka's side, placing a hand reassuringly on his shoulder. What are you? Ronka's words were cut short as Morningstar enveloped him within the system's space. Simultaneously, the little girl in the cage was whisked away by Morningstar's would-release clone, now resting beneath a distant tree. The clone gently set the girl down, who gazed at Morningstar with trepidation, clearly frightened of him. Morningstar offered a warm smile, patting her head. Do not fear, you are safe now. Once my brother and his companions have driven away the bad guys, I will take you to a secure place, all right? Seeing Morningstar's sunny and charming smile provided the girl with a sense of security, and she gradually calmed, nodding in agreement. It must be said, there are advantages to being handsome. Meanwhile, the battle on Morningstar's side was particularly fierce. Tsunade faced a creature wielding lightning release, effortlessly dodging its attacks due to her heightened perception in sage mode. The evaded lightning strikes continued to ravage the trees behind her, splintering wood and toppling trunks, leaving the forest scarred by the onslaught. Like a spinning top, Tsunade swiftly closed the distance to the lightning release creature. Die! With a decisive punch, she struck the beast, creating a gaping hole where her fist connected, which continued to expand until the creature was severed in two. The upper half collapsed to the ground, and Tsunade delivered another blow to its mask, shattering it and destroying Kakuzu's lightning heart. Meanwhile, Jiraiya confronted two creatures employing wind and fire release. Positioned side by side, they unleashed their combined techniques, a barrage of fire and wind aimed directly at him. Sage Art, 5 right gates. Jiraiya expelled oil from his mouth, while Fukasaku released fire release from his left shoulder and Shima unleashed wind release from his right, creating the Sage Art, fire release, 5 right gates technique, amplifying the potency and range of the flames. The duo's combined fire technique was soon engulfed by Jiraiya's counterattack, obliterating the area behind them and reducing the landscape to charred remains. The two creatures, overwhelmed by the intense heat, succumbed to the flames. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. Jiraiya raised a colossal Rasengan, launching it towards the creature's masks. The immense chakra sphere radiated an ethereal blue light amidst the dimming forest. As the masks shattered, Kakuzu's fire and wind hearts were annihilated. Conversely, Kakuzu had absorbed another creature back into his body, adopting a bizarre form adorned with black threads. He unleashed a torrent of black lines towards Morningstar, resembling countless venomous serpents assailing him. Yet, with the Soul Reaper blade gleaming ominously in his grip, Morningstar deftly severed the oncoming threads with ease, seemingly toying with Kakuzu. As Tsunade and Jiraiya concluded their battles, Kakuzu sensed the destruction of 3 hearts. His resolve faltered. He could not fathom why these once subdued children had become so terrifyingly powerful. The singular thought of escape consumed him. He feared for his life. With that, he unleashed another wave of black threads toward Morningstar, while one arm elongated, wrapping around a nearby tree, preparing to flee. Morningstar observed Kakuzu's desperate escape with a cold smirk. Thus, Kakuzu extended his arm amidst the forest, desperately grasping at trees to escape. Morningstar pursued closely behind, forming a spiral shuriken surrounded by 4 wind blades in his hand, the wind release Raisin Shuriken. Buzzing accompanied by a piercing hum, the Raisin Shuriken was completed, its sharp sound reverberating through the forest. Kakuzu, hearing the ominous noise drawing closer, felt an unspeakable dread wash over him, as if he glimpsed his own demise beckoning. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Whoosh. Morningstar hurled the spiraling shuriken towards Kakuzu, the projectile cutting through the air with relentless force. Upon hearing the ominous buzzing grow increasingly closer, Kakuzu glanced back, only to find the Raisin Shuriken mere moments from impact. Boom. As the Raisin Shuriken struck Kakuzu, a devastating energy zone with a 10-meter diameter erupted around him. His anguished screams echoed as countless wind blades assaulted his body, attacking every inch and even penetrating his very cells. After a protracted moment, the energy dissipated, leaving behind only the mangled remains of Kakuzu's corpse. The trio of Team 7 approached Kakuzu's lifeless body, exchanging glances before their palms met in a triumphant clap above their heads. Thus, Team 7 completed their first A-rank mission since their promotion to Chunin. A long-awaited accomplishment after 3 years. Well then, little Jiraiya, since the enemy has been vanquished, we shall take our leave, Fukasaku stated. Jiraiya replied, Thank you for your efforts, Fukasaku-sensei, Shimane. Shima added, do visit Mount Miyaboku often. I shall prepare delicious treats for you. With that, Fukasaku and Shima transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished, leaving Jiraiya's expression somewhat sour due to Shima's parting words. Morningstar, well aware of the narrative, understood the reason for Jiraiya's grim demeanor. It was the infamous insect feast. Stepping forward, Morningstar patted Jiraiya's shoulder. Well done. You even managed to execute the super giant Rasengan. Have you made any progress on the nature transformation of the Rasengan? Jiraiya chuckled. I'm still developing the fire release variant. It's not quite stable yet, but it should be completed soon. As for you, that technique earlier was the wind release form of the Rasengan, right? Quite impressive. Do you have any others? Morningstar scratched his head. I have a lightning release variant as well. Jiraiya exclaimed, You monster. Chapter 56. Purple Kite. As the sun descended, the sky darkened gradually. The sounds of battle echoing in the distant forest. Morningstar's clone and the little girl leaned against a great tree, awaiting the conclusion of the skirmish. What is your name? Morningstar smiled as he turned his head to look at the little girl. My name is Zun, the girl timidly replied. Zun. What a lovely name, Morningstar remarked, and Zun gazed at him with her sapphire-like eyes, blinking in a daze. Where is your home? Once the villains are driven away, I will take you back. Upon hearing this, Zun lowered her head in silence, her eyes glistening with tears. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. My home is no longer there. It was destroyed by war, and my parents perished in the conflict. As she spoke, tears gradually streamed down her cheeks. Morningstar felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy and helplessness for Ziyuan's plight. This was the harsh reality of war. The battles between great nations plunged small countries into endless suffering. And there were countless war orphans like Ziyuan in this tumultuous era. Sighing, Morningstar gently placed his hand on Ziyuan's head, attempting to comfort her. I, too, am an orphan, he confessed. Ziyuan looked up at Morningstar, who smiled and continued, My father died on the battlefield due to the war, and my mother passed away from an accident. I have been without parents since I was about 1 year old. Ziyuan noticed a fleeting shadow of sadness cross Morningstar's handsome face, which was soon replaced by an expression of unwavering strength. I despise war as well, which is why I strive to become stronger. Only when I am powerful enough can I prevent such conflicts. I wish for a world where no child like you or me suffers from the ravages of war. Ziyuan was deeply moved by Morningstar's words. She gazed at him, feeling an immense sense of reliability from this older brother, who was only a few years her senior. As Morningstar looked at the disheveled, ragged girl beside him, he was suddenly reminded of Uchiha Izumi. You are Uchiha Morningstar, right? I am your neighbor, Uchiha Izumi. From now on, consider me your sister. Morningstar, let me cook for you. Morningstar, you are so young, yet you cook better than I do. You should continue to prepare your own meals. Morningstar, these are the supplies sent by the clan leader. I cannot use so much myself, so take these. Morningstar, it's getting cold. Remember to dress warmly and don't fall ill. Morningstar, I bought you new clothes. Come and try them on to see if they fit. Images of Izumi taking care of Morningstar flooded his mind, and he began to understand her better. Thus, Morningstar looked at Ziyuan with utmost sincerity and said, Ziyuan, come back to my village with me. If you don't mind, consider me your brother. I will be your family, and with me around, no one will dare to bully you again. Upon seeing the earnest expression on Morningstar's face, Ziyuan could no longer contain her tears. She had not felt the warmth of humanity in a long time. Seeing her like this, Morningstar gently pulled her into his embrace, stroking her hair. Ziyuan wept silently in his arms, and gradually, her quiet sobs turned into loud cries, releasing the grievances she had endured over the years. The endless pain brought by her tumultuous life. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming warmth in Morningstar's embrace. Ziyuan cried for a long time before finally ceasing her tears. At that moment, the battle on Morningstar's side had also come to an end. He stood up, holding Ziyuan's hand, and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, the bad guys have been driven away. Let me take you to find my companions. First, we need to find a place for you to clean up. You are quite dirty. Ziyuan felt a bit embarrassed by Morningstar's words and nodded, her cheeks flushing. Jiraiya had stored Kakuzu's corpse in a sealing scroll, and the three of them were chatting and laughing while waiting. Morningstar had just informed them that he rescued a girl who had been abducted by Ranka and asked them to wait a moment. Suddenly, Morningstar's shadow clone appeared before Tsunade and the others, bringing Ziyuan along. Ziyuan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of another morning star, and the original walked over to gently pat her head. Do not be afraid. This is a ninjutsu called shadow clone technique. He then drew Ziyuan closer, dispelling the wood release clone. Tsunade smiled and greeted the young girl. Hello there, little one. Ziyuan immediately hid behind Morningstar, tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, peeking out shyly at the beautiful woman before her. Tsunade scratched her head awkwardly at the girl's reaction. Morningstar chuckled and said, This is Ziyuan. She is still feeling quite insecure. Let us find a place for her to get cleaned up. I plan to take her back to Konoha. Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded, and the three of them led Ziyuan away from the forest. In a nearby inn of a small town, Tsunade rummaged through her storage scroll to find a set of her old clothes, placing them in the bathroom for Ziyuan to change into after her bath. Jiraiya sat on the bed, teasing Morningstar. Morningstar, I never realized you had such a knack for charming innocent girls. Morningstar felt a surge of anger at Jiraiya's comment. What do you mean by charming innocent girls? He pretended to strike Jiraiya, who could only raise his hands and surrender. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and a freshly bathed Ziyuan emerged, now dressed in new clothes, standing before the three of them. The members of Team 7 widened their eyes in astonishment, not for any other reason, but because Ziyuan was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Her silver-gray hair shimmered like crystal. Her porcelain-like skin was what every girl dreamed of, and with those sapphire-like big eyes, she resembled a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Jiraiya poked Morningstar beside him. I must say, does the Sharingan have this capability? Did you realize how beautiful this girl was from the very start? Morningstar replied. Ziyuan felt somewhat shy under their scrutiny, her face flushing as she lowered her head and fidgeted with her hands, making her even cuter in front of the three. Morningstar broke the awkwardness first. All right, let's return to Konoha. He placed his hand on Tsunade's and Jiraiya's shoulders, prompting Ziyuan to rest her hand on his shoulder. In a flash, the four disappeared from their location. The trio of Team 7 brought Ziyuan to deliver the sealed scroll containing Kakuzu's corpse to Sarutobi Hiruzen, explaining Ziyuan's situation to him. Ultimately, Hiruzen agreed to let Ziyuan stay in the village, allowing her to reside with Morningstar. Morningstar brought Ziyuan back to his home, encouraging her to rest for a while. Ziyuan nodded and lay down on Morningstar's bed, soon drifting into a deep sleep. After living a life of turmoil following the destruction of her home, she had not enjoyed a peaceful slumber in years. This was the most restful sleep she had experienced in a long time. As Morningstar watched Ziyuan sleep soundly, he mused, I suppose it's time to expand the house. Then, a vortex appeared before him, and he entered the Kimui space, ready to deal with Ranka. Chapter 57, 600 trillion Ryo. Upon entering the Kimui space, Morningstar found Ranka trembling in fear. Upon seeing Morningstar, he crawled towards him, begging, Please spare me. I have money. I will give you all my wealth. Just let me go. Morningstar looked at Ranka, who was a pitiful sight, with no compassion in his heart. Those whom Ranka had treated as commodities had once pleaded with him in similar desperation, yet he had remained unmoved. That depends on how much you can offer. Morningstar replied coldly, Take me to where you keep your riches. If your money is sufficient to catch my interest, you might just have a chance at survival. Ranka nodded eagerly, revealing the location of his hidden treasures without a hint of hesitation. Morningstar departed from the Kimui space, preparing to head towards Lanka's treasury. Fearing that Ziyuan would feel anxious upon awakening and finding him absent, he deliberately left behind a wooden clone. With a swift motion, Morningstar appeared at the site of their recent battle in the land of rice. A habit of his to leave behind flying thunder god marks at each location he visited. Following the guidance of Lanka, he successfully located the merchant's residence, where all of Lanka's wealth was stored in a colossal safe within the basement. It must be said that the avaricious merchant Lanka certainly knew how to indulge himself. His mansion was on par with those of the feudal lords of the great nations. Releasing Lanka from the Kimui space, Morningstar placed a flying thunder god mark on his back. Lead the way, Morningstar coldly commanded. As soon as they entered, Lanka, in a foolish move, dashed into the mansion, shouting, Someone help. A throng of guards and hired ninjas trained by Lanka surged forth. Kill him, Lanka ordered, pointing at Morningstar. Upon receiving the command, the crowd rushed towards Morningstar. With a disdainful scoff, Morningstar summoned 4 wooden clones. The clones plunged into the throng as if entering an unguarded field, the assailants falling like cut wheat. When Morningstar glanced back at Lanka's previous position, he found the merchant had vanished. However, he was not anxious. With Kagura's heart perception, he could sense Lanka was on the move and decided to wait until he halted before pursuing him. At that moment, Lanka was frantically fleeing, continuously instructing his men to intercept Morningstar outside. Eventually, Lanka arrived at his desired destination, a massive safe, the very repository of his fortune, rather than a mere safe. It resembled a large room, constructed to the size of a house, with a single entrance secured by multiple combination locks and mechanisms, roughly the size of an ordinary door. This safe had been crafted from chakra-infused metal at great expense, incredibly sturdy, designed not only for storing valuables, but also capable of serving as a refuge in dire circumstances. Hence the door could be opened from both inside and out. Lanka, not daring to delay, immediately opened the safe's door and rushed inside, promptly locking it behind him. As the last lock clicked into place, he finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief, believing himself to be utterly safe within. Finding a spot to sit, Lanka gazed at his amassed wealth within the safe, thinking, "You want my money? Huh, not a chance." Inside the room-sized safe, stacks of cash were neatly arranged on the left, while the right was adorned with various gold, silver, and jewels, a dazzling display of treasures that could overwhelm anyone's senses. Lanka felt a profound sense of security, convinced that Morningstar could never breach this sanctuary. In an instant, Morningstar appeared behind Lanka. "Did you think hiding here would ensure your safety?" Lanka stiffly turned, incredulity etched on his face as he beheld Morningstar standing behind him, utterly paralyzed by fear. Without engaging in further banter, Morningstar swiftly absorbed Lanka back into the Kamui space. Confronted with the wealth and treasures before him, Morningstar was profoundly astonished. He had anticipated Lanka to be affluent, but not to such an extravagant degree. After collecting all the wealth and treasures into the system's space, he calculated that these riches amounted to an astonishing 60 trillion taels, not including the various antiques, calligraphy, and exquisite porcelain. In an instant, Morningstar transformed into a man of unimaginable wealth. Suddenly, a figure came crashing through the door of a tavern issuing bounty missions, prompting the attention of the desperate rogues within. It was Lanka, who shakily rose and stammered at the intimidating crowd surrounding him. "What do you want?" At that moment, a burly man with a scarred face glanced at the bounty board, where the foremost bounty was indeed Lanka's, with a reward of 10 million taels. After completing these events, it was already late at night when Morningstar returned home to find Ziyuan still fast asleep. He decided to spend the night in the Kamui space. Ziyuan, deeply slumbering, did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky. Morningstar, understanding her exhaustion from the trials of the past years, refrained from disturbing her. Upon awakening, Ziyuan felt disoriented in the unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily gripped by fear. Then, recollecting how Morningstar had rescued her and brought her home, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Suddenly, her nose twitched as she caught the tantalizing aroma of food wafting in from outside the room. With a rumble, her stomach betrayed her. Cautiously, Ziyuan made her way to the living room, where she found Morningstar preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Brother," she called out softly. Hearing her voice, Morningstar paused and turned, smiling at her. "Go wash your hands. Breakfast is ready." He then returned to his task. As if they had been living together for ages, Ziyuan obediently washed her hands in the bathroom, and by the time she returned, Morningstar had set the breakfast on the table. A plate of omuris accompanied by a glass of milk awaited her. Ziyuan devoured the meal heartily. This simple fare was the most delightful she had tasted in years. Once again, she felt the warmth of home, a tear slipping down her cheek, tears of happiness. Fearing that Morningstar might notice, she hurriedly wiped away the tear, though he had seen it, yet chose not to mention it. Understanding that there were many things Ziyuan needed to adapt to on her own. After they finished breakfast, Morningstar utilized the wood release technique to add another room to their home, then took Ziyuan into the village to help her purchase some daily necessities and clothing. As they walked, Ziyuan obediently followed at Morningstar's side, a faint smile gracing her lips, a smile that had not graced her face in many years. Morningstar spent the day showing her around Konoha, allowing her to familiarize herself with the village's basic conditions. From the following day onward, he would guide her through various places each day to help her integrate into the village swiftly. Time passed quietly, and thus a month went by. One day, upon returning home from a visit to Tsunade's residence, Morningstar suddenly received urgent news from the wooden clone he had left in the Whirlpool village. The land of Whirl was under siege by a multitude of ninjas. With a sudden bang, the door to the Hokage's office flew open, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was reviewing documents. "Morningstar, what brings you here in such a frenzy? Have you no regard for decorum?" Sarutobi set aside his papers, regarding Morningstar with some annoyance. "Teacher, the land of Whirl is under attack by a large number of ninjas," Morningstar stated, getting straight to the point and conveying the urgency of the situation. Sarutobi's demeanor shifted instantly. He rose from his chair. "What did you say? Is this true?" "How do you know?" Morningstar explained. "During my previous mission in the land of Whirl, I met my mother's aunt. To facilitate communication, I left a wooden clone there. Without further ado, Sarutobi immediately summoned several high-ranking members of Konoha for a meeting, including Uzumaki Mido. Without hesitation, the Konoha leaders decided to provide immediate assistance to the Land of Whirl. They could not afford to ignore it. Not only was the Land of Whirl a longtime ally of Konoha, but the emblem of the Uzumaki clan was also emblazoned on the Konoha ninja vests. They dared not refuse assistance, for if Uzumaki Mido were provoked, they could face the calamity of the Nine Tails. Indeed, given the circumstances, it is inconceivable that Sarutobi Hiruzen would refrain from offering assistance. In the original narrative, the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools by enemy forces was primarily due to Konoha's lack of information. The Land of Whirlpools, being an island nation with limited territory, was inherently vulnerable to attacks, compounded by the scarcity of skilled shinobi from the Uzumaki clan. This vulnerability resulted in their rapid annihilation, and by the time Konoha received word, it was already too late. Some may question why they did not retaliate against the invaders of the Land of Whirlpools. Assisting in defense is one matter. Instigating a war against a powerful nation is quite another. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, promptly resolved to mobilize the shinobi and prepare for an expedition to the Land of Whirlpools. Sensei, it's too late. By the time we arrive, everything will be over, Mornstar exclaimed anxiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly aware of this reality, yet there were no alternatives. They could only hasten their journey. Mornstar, have all the shinobi prepared to assist the Land of Whirlpools place their hands upon the shoulders of their comrades. I will teleport everyone using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Do you realize what you're proposing? Teleporting such a multitude over such a vast distance in one go could cost you your life. Indeed, although Mornstar possessed a chakra capacity exceeding that of an ordinary shinobi by tenfold, this did not imply an infinite supply. The effort to teleport so many individuals across such distance would undoubtedly lead to her demise due to chakra depletion. Mornstar nodded solemnly. Sensei, I am aware, therefore. I require the assistance of Granny Mido. She turned to Uzumaki Mido. Granny Mido, you should be capable of manipulating the chakra of the Nine Tails, correct? I need a substantial amount of chakra. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Mido consented, recognizing the urgency of the situation and the impact it had on her clan's survival. Every second counted in potentially saving lives. Indeed, Uzumaki Mido could manipulate the chakra of the Nine Tails. References in the Book of the Arrangement and the Book of the User confirm her as a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of wielding the Nine Tails chakra. Although there are no detailed records regarding whether she could manifest the chakra cloak form akin to Naruto. With Mido's agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly commanded the assembly of all shinobi designated to assist the Land of Whirlpools in front of the Hokage office. Before long, a multitude of shinobi gathered in an orderly fashion in the plaza before the Hokage office, all tasked with the mission of aiding the Land of Whirlpools. Each shinobi placed their left hand on the shoulder of the one next to them, and starting from the second row, their right hands rested on the shoulders of those in the front row. Mornstar positioned herself beside the shinobi at the far left of the front row, placing her right hand on his shoulder. Activating Sage Mode, Uzumaki Mido grasped Mornstar's left hand, causing an immense surge of red chakra to flood into Mornstar's being. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming force of chakra, fierce and untamed, rendering her acutely aware of her own insignificance. In an instant, all the shinobi vanished. Due to her status as a Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido refrained from joining them to ensure her safety, watching as the myriad of shinobi disappeared, murmuring, Mornstar, I entrust this to you. In a flash, the Konoha shinobi materialized near a battlefield in the Land of Whirlpools, precisely where Mornstar's wood clone had marked. Awaiting their arrival was the current clan leader of the Uzumaki, Uzumaki Hanji. Upon seeing the influx of Konoha shinobi, Uzumaki Hanji expressed his gratitude before swiftly organizing them to assist at various fronts of the battle. Mornstar, now collapsed on the ground, gasped for breath. Despite the enhancement from Uzumaki Mido's chakra, the teleportation of so many individuals had nearly exhausted her. While her chakra reserves were indeed sufficient, her physical stamina had not kept pace, even in Sage Mode. It was futile to suggest gathering everyone into the Kemui dimension first before transporting them. The chakra expenditure for such a maneuver would be comparable to that of the Flying Thunder God technique. While she had the benefit of Uzumaki Mido's chakra in Konoha, the challenge would be releasing everyone upon arrival in the Land of Whirlpools. Ding! A system task has been issued. Repel the invading enemies of the Land of Whirlpools. Reward: randomly obtain a Sharingan ability. Mornstar nodded at the system notification, recognizing the expected issuance of a task at this critical juncture. Just as Tsunade was about to crouch down to restore Mornstar's stamina, Mornstar waved her hand. Please, head to the battlefield. I'll recover on my own. Tsunade nodded and proceeded towards the front lines. The assault on the land of whirlpools was spearheaded by a coalition of Kumogakure and Kirigakure, with clear objectives: to seize the formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and to abduct some of their children to serve as Jinchuriki. Tsunade headed towards a battlefield where the Kirigakure shinobi were engaged, notably featuring 2 young boys, around 12 or 13 years of age. One bore an X-shaped scar beneath his right eye and wielded a colossal sword taller than himself. The other had an exceptionally large nose, brandishing a hefty hammer in his left hand and a single-bladed axe in his right, connected by an iron chain. Upon witnessing a woman adorned with the Konoha forehead protector charging into the fray, the boy with the large nose remarked to his companion, "Looks like the Konoha shinobi have arrived to aid the land of whirlpools, Juzu." The boy known as Juzu adjusted the massive sword on his shoulder. "Indeed, Yagura. I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. This assault on the land of whirlpools won't be so simple after all." Indeed, these 2 boys were none other than future members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the wielder of the decapitating carving knife, Juzubiwa, and the user of the blunt blade, Yagura Karatachi. Tsunade surveyed the 2 boys. "Children like you should not be on the battlefield." Juzu chuckled, raising his sword to point at Tsunade. "Underestimating us could lead to your demise, woman. I shall sever your head with my sword." With that, Juzu charged towards Tsunade, blade in hand. Chapter 59. The intense battle in the land of whirlpools. Tsunade, unperturbed by Juzu's assault, struck the ground with a powerful punch. Crack! The earth fractured in a fan-shaped pattern towards Juzu, forcing him to halt his advance and nimbly evade the collapsing terrain. While Juzu diverted Tsunade's attention, Yagura had already approached her side, raising his axe to cleave down at her face. Tsunade leaped back, narrowly avoiding the blow as Yagura's axe carved a deep gash into the ground. "Your head shall be mine," Yagura taunted. Unbeknownst to her, Juzu had circled around to Tsunade's rear, his sword poised to deliver a lethal strike to her neck. Tsunade, vigilant and quick to react, seized the opportunity, deftly grasping the sword's back just as she landed. In one swift motion, Tsunade yanked the sword towards her, delivering a powerful punch to Juzu's face. With no choice, Juzu relinquished his grip on the sword, crossing his arms defensively in front of him, only to be sent flying by Tsunade's strike. At that moment, Yagura surged forward, swinging his axe once more at Tsunade. She raised Juzu's sword to parry the attack. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed across the battlefield as Yagura continued his assault, lifting his massive hammer to strike at the axe's back. Snap! Juzu's sword shattered under the force of the blow. Tsunade had anticipated Yagura's move and skillfully evaded the aftermath of the broken sword. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Having recovered from Tsunade's punch, Juzu rose and unleashed a torrent of water in her direction. Tsunade released the Yin Seal, and the runes of the Baika no Jutsu instantly enveloped her entire body. With a powerful fist directed at the dragon head of the water dragon, she struck with tremendous force, shattering the entire entity in a single blow. Seeing that his water release technique had been dispersed, the puppet master, Satsukiyama, who had initially intended to evade, immediately charged at Tsunade with renewed vigor. As he swung his axe down with fierce intent, Tsunade raised the half-broken beheading sword with one hand to block the strike. Before Satsukiyama could lift his iron hammer with his left hand, her other fist landed squarely in his abdomen. Empowered by the Baika no Jutsu, this punch sent Satsukiyama flying, skidding across the surface of the sea for quite a distance before coming to a halt, unconscious. Using the water release, hidden mist technique, Satsukiyama attempted to envelop the area in a thick mist to obscure his presence and launch a surprise attack on Tsunade. However, Tsunade, perceiving his intentions, swiftly activated Sage Mode, exposing Satsukiyama's location without fail. At that moment, Satsukiyama held a kunai, stealthily maneuvering to approach her from behind. Just as he neared, Tsunade pivoted, wielding the half-blade of her sword in a horizontal slash toward him. Taken aback by her acute senses, Satsukiyama attempted to evade but was caught off guard, resulting in a grievous wound that laid bare his ribs. As Tsunade followed up with a kick, Satsukiyama hurriedly raised both hands to shield himself, only to be sent flying by her powerful strike, dragging along the ground for a considerable distance, his hands broken and consciousness lost. After incapacitating her 2 foes, Tsunade glanced at the beheading sword in her hand, reflecting, "It's still quite useful, though it's broken." While she lamented the damaged sword, she marvelously noticed that it was absorbing Satsukiyama's blood, the blade gradually beginning to mend itself. Tsunade smiled. It truly is a fine weapon. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was amidst the throngs of Cloud Village ninjas, dispatching them with ease due to their generally inferior strength. Just as he dominated the battlefield, a young man in his 20s alongside a boy of 12 or 13 approached swiftly. They were none other than the strategist of the third Raikage, Todai, and the third Raikage's son, Yagura. Upon arrival, Todai quickly unleashed the ninjutsu, the armor of protection, a manifestation of his Kekkei Genkai, spewing forth an exceptionally resilient rubber that ensnared Jiraiya. Caught off guard, Jiraiya found himself engulfed in the rubber. Yagura activated his chakra armor mode and delivered a punch that sent Jiraiya hurtling away. In response, Jiraiya initiated a wide-scale fire release from the opposite direction. Todai hastily expelled a substantial amount of rubber, forming a wall to shield against the flames. Meanwhile, the Jiraiya who had just been entangled and struck had transformed from a mere youth into a formidable ninja, possessing acute battle instincts. Sensing Todai and Yagura's advance, he had prepared for the confrontation. The temper of the Raikage has always been notorious, and this future fourth Raikage was no exception. The moment Jiraiya's fire release concluded, he charged at Jiraiya with fervor. Suddenly, Jiraiya's hair elongated and surged toward Yagura. Under the speed granted by his lightning release armor, Yagura evaded skillfully, dodging Jiraiya's attacks and swiftly closing the distance. Jiraiya's hair then withdrew and enveloped him, erecting sharp spikes for defense. Relying on his enhanced defense, Yagura disregarded the spikes, landing a punch that sent Jiraiya flying once more. Despite being struck, Jiraiya remained unharmed due to the protection of his hair. Landing steadily, he bit his fingertip, smearing blood onto his palm. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, the enormous toad, Fukasaku, appeared. At Jiraiya's command, Fukasaku immediately expelled oil. Fire release. Toad oil flame bomb. The most potent fire release Jiraiya could utilize without summoning the two sages, was unleashed, characterized by its high temperature and expansive range. Yagura, be cautious. Todai rushed to Yagura's side, exhaling a large volume of rubber to encase them both within a protective sphere. Just as Todai's rubber sphere solidified, Jiraiya's fire release approached. The energy from the flames propelled Todai's rubber sphere away, causing it to bounce along the ground for some time before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, due to the sphere's thick walls, neither Todai nor Yagura sustained any injuries. Observing the disarrayed forces, Todai remarked to Yagura, "This assault on the land of whirlpools is destined to fail. We must retreat." Although Yagura felt reluctant, Todai spoke the truth. The coalition of Cloud and Mist ninjas had initially underestimated the combat strength of the Leaf ninjas, while presuming the land of whirlpools would be an easy target. The forces dispatched by the two ninja villages would have been more than sufficient to conquer the land of whirlpools. However, with the addition of the Leaf ninjas, the situation had shifted dramatically. As a military strategist of a major ninja village, Todai possessed a keen understanding of the circumstances.